Chapter 0, Prologue. A flash of light flickered past. Ingrid had no idea what was happening. He only felt pain. It felt as if a red-hot poker was thrust into his throat. He realized that the armor padded with leather was utterly useless at that moment. He lost consciousness as the red, hot liquid swirling inside his body gushed out. And then, he opened his eyes again. It was the beginning of another day. This was not a dream. It had happened numerous times before. He didn't know why it was happening. It was just something that kept on occurring. Ding-dang. The guard on duty banged a pot with a ladle and signaled the start of the morning. It was the same morning, but for a third time now. It was then that Ingrid truly realized. Again. That if he dies, he repeats the same day. Chapter 1, My dream was to be a knight. My dream was to be a knight. The teacher who taught Ingrid how to use a sword was quite good-natured and never spoke ill of anyone. You. Leaning against the sword he held with its scabbard planted vertically on the ground, the teacher called Ingrid. Go back to the village. If you hate farming, serve in the village militia. You might even become a militia captain. Had he listened to those words from the teacher who had his fill of the sword, things might have been a little better. But he didn't. A single phrase that he heard when he was young was the problem. Inky, you're a genius. He had easily won a fight against a neighborhood brat a few years older than him with a wooden sword. That was when he was 11. It was the first time he was called a genius. He didn't know back then that the bastard was incredibly bad at sword fighting. At 15, Ingrid fought an adult in the village with a wooden sword and won. Since then, he became confident in his skills. In the small village where he was born, there was no one who knew how to properly use a sword. The best they had was a third-rate mercenary. He was a drifter who had lost one leg and washed up in the village. He taught the village kids swordsmanship and Ingrid was among those kids. You're a genius. At 15, he heard the same words for the second time. If the first time was from a village elder who knew nothing, then the second time it was from a mercenary who had given up his knighthood title and lost his leg for a lady. I must be a genius. That's what he thought. He harbored a dream. He decided to become a knight. A knight that would support a monarch who could unify the continent engulfed in war. A knight who would put an end to the war. It was around this time that a bard's song spread widely across the continent, reaching even Ingrid's small village. The content was simple, but the melody was captivating, and the latter lyrics shook the heart. The knight who will end this war. The knight who will die the war in twilight. We shall call him the Knight of Twilight. The Knight of the End. The knight who will end the tumult. The bard's song ignited the hearts of boys and girls. I will become that knight. Ingrid felt the same. At 18, Ingrid left the village, thinking there was no one there who could match him. He had no parents or siblings. He had a few friends, but there were hardly any who could connect with Ingrid, a person obsessed with the sword since childhood. In those gaps, the boy grew up and left. Thus, he began his life as a mercenary. His skills weren't bad. His attitude and hard work were commendable as well. But 2 months were enough to realize that he wasn't a genius. He was defeated by a so-called third-rate mercenary with no name. You're not ripe yet. He heard such words. He thought having a good teacher would be enough. He did his utmost and saved money. Risking half his life, he fought against bands of thieves. With the money he earned by doing that, he sought out a fencing school. In big cities, there were usually 1 or 2 fencing schools. He learned swordsmanship. He wasn't unlucky as the teacher was honest and conscientious. He told Ingrid to put down his sword. No. I won't. Ingrid didn't give up. You're really hard-working. Truly hard-working. Everyone who saw Ingrid said so unanimously. They had to. Because hard work doesn't betray. Even though his palms cracked open and his arm muscles trembled, he repeated it countless times. He fared well in places where similar people gathered. Ingrid was an outstanding hard worker. As he drifted from one fencing school to another, saving money, he had grown over 20. By the time he was over 25, he had built up some experience and skill, making a name for himself as a mercenary. But at best, it was only after asking a few times in a small city that someone would say, "Ah, that guy, he's pretty good with a sword." Even up to this point, there was a glimmer of hope. Hope that the future would be better than now. But in the spring of his 27th year, Ingrid realized that his talent was insignificant. The result of a casual quarrel made him privy to it. His sword flew out of his hand in 5 exchanges, and he had a hole in his stomach. Ingrid bit down, covering the hole in his stomach with his palm. "How old are you?" 12. 12, he says. He was not even in his teens yet. This was a real genius. "Sorry, it was my first real fight." The kid said so. He was not a noble, not a commoner, but a serf child. He had been holding a sword for merely 6 months. "I went too hard with my hands. Take this for your medical expenses." The kid's master, a character, tossed a purse of money. It wasn't a fatal injury. The intestines weren't damaged, and it wasn't stabbed too deeply. Still, he took the purse. From when he was 11 till now, Ingrid swung the sword for 16 years until his palms cracked. And yet, he lost to a 12-year-old kid who had only trained for 6 months. It would be a lie if he said he wasn't depressed. But he didn't live with a gloomy sentiment because of that. There's no need to live so darkly and drearily, is there? It's not like my arms and legs were torn off. Ingrid knew he wasn't a genius, but that didn't mean he gave up. Thus, he continued his life as a swordsman. Around 10 years of mercenary life. Even if he couldn't become an outstanding knight or swordsman, he could be a seasoned soldier. Ingrid quit being a mercenary and received military training. That was the best choice he could make. He couldn't possibly start farming at this point. A third-rate swordsman from a mercenary background, it was an appropriate description. "Do you think the military is a joke, accepting just anyone?" Someone sneered. "Hang in there." Someone patted his shoulder. He received recognition and also fell behind. Thus, at 30. In the kingdom of Naurulia, the Cyprus Brigade. 4th Regiment, 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squadron. Known as the 4th Squad, that was where Ingrid was. Right below the squad leader, the position of a decurion was Ingrid's. Clang, clang, clang. The night watchman struck the iron, waking up the entire barracks. "What a horribly unsettling dream," Ingrid muttered as he woke up to the sound. "What kind of dream made you say that?" The subordinate next to him, who was getting up from his makeshift bed made of stacked blankets, asked as he shoved his feet into his boots. Though his attitude was lax, this friend was more skilled than himself. "My entire life." "So omni news, ugh." "Ah, a bug." There was a bug in his boots, and the subordinate, who had half put on his shoes, took them off and shook them out before putting them back on. Then, he looked at the bug that had fallen to the floor, spat on it, and rubbed it with his foot. The sticky mix of bodily fluids and saliva left a mark on the floor. Seeing that, Ingrid also got up and gathered his gear. A cuirass with a throwing knife stuck near the heart, arm guards, shin guards, etc. Inside, he wore an under armor made of thickly layered cloth. Over it, he wore armor made of leather. The armor was made of several layers of leather, but it couldn't be considered very sturdy leather. A well-sharpened blade could easily slice through it. The arm guard reinforced with oiled wood was slightly better than others. "I heard the previous decurion had such a dream before he died." Ingrid recalled hearing such rumors and muttered, "Am I destined to die today?" The subordinate laughed, so Incred flicked him on the back of his head. "I won't die. Don't jinx it." He got up, poured water into a pot, and threw in a few pieces of meat jerky. Then, he added a few edible vegetables and boiled them. Breakfast was ready. "Is there a skirmish planned for today?" the subordinate asked, and Incred shook his head. "I don't know." He was just a lowly decurion. Above the 4 decurions, there was one squad leader. Probably even that squad leader wouldn't know. Incred's swordsmanship was mediocre, and he wasn't a noble, so he stayed as a decurion under the squad leader. However, his experience in the battlefield could chew up and spit out any average company commander. Knowing this, the decurion subordinates also respected Incred. "So, what did you want to be when you were a kid, boss?" the subordinate approached and asked. "A knight." "Are you gonna hit me if I laugh?" "I won't hit you." "Pfft. You're laughing? You damn punk." Saying so, he kicked the subordinate's buttocks. The subordinate, pretending to be hurt, said, "I mean, a knight, really." "What is a knight?" "Someone who changes the tide of the battlefield. A monster that stands alone against 1,000. A hero who alone slays hundreds of enemies." Moreover, the unit they belonged to, the brigade they were a part of, was also named after a knight. The Cyprus Brigade, the army of Knight Cyprus. To dream of being such a knight. Your dreams sure are ambitious. Dreams are supposed to be ambitious, kid. Saying so, Incred nonchalantly picked up a bowl. Today was his turn to do the dishes. He wasn't sure about the other decurions, but Incred's squad shared all the menial tasks equally. Being a decurion was just about receiving and relaying orders. Usually, the person who was the best with a spear or sword did it. In this regard, Incred was a bit special. His physical strength was weaker than other squad members. But he was able to unite those who had been almost kicked out from other squads. Other units referred to Incred's squad as the Troublemaker Squad of the 4th. Incred was the leader of such a squad. "I'll help." "Then shut up and follow." "Roger that." The subordinate chuckled. How did this guy end up here? He was a unique one, but Incred wasn't particularly curious about his subordinate's personal history. So he never asked. The squad members liked this attitude of Incred's. He didn't ask about the past and didn't nitpick about the present. Moreover, he didn't particularly demand anything. Perhaps that's why all the squad members followed him. As he was clattering and washing the dishes, the subordinate, splashing water in the stream, asked, "Why did you want to become a knight?" He came to help but ended up just splashing around. Would he laugh if he answered that he was captivated by the bard's song? After thinking for a moment, Incred answered, "I wanted to be good with the sword, and I thought it would be nice to become a knight while I'm at it." That's such a young man-like sentiment. The subordinate snickered again. "Will you shut your mouth? So you danced with your sword morning and night for that? It's because hard work doesn't betray." Due to swinging the sword countless times, his palms were full of calluses. "So, even now, do you want to become a knight?" How could he? It's impossible, and he knows it better than anyone. But he hadn't given up. He just silently endured and moved forward. Incred wasn't unaware of reality. But the dream was silenced by reality, and the silenced Incred just became a soldier who lived with the sword. "If you're done washing, let's go." "Let's go." It was a trivial conversation. He got up and returned to the barracks. Whether there would be a skirmish with the kingdom where local battles were ongoing. Or maybe they would attack the recently emerged bandits targeting their supplies. He didn't know what they would do. The air feels heavy. The air on the battlefield is always like that. But today, it felt even more so. There was a lot of waiting time. There was nothing much to do. He thought about swinging his sword, but he took a nap instead. There are days when you don't want to do anything. It's as difficult as before. He made relentless efforts. This is the result. A decurion at the level of a third-rate mercenary. When the sun was well past its zenith, moving westward by about 2 arms' length, the squad leader shouted. All members of the 4th, assemble. It was a skirmish. The company members gathered, forming one flank of the army. Incred's decurion was no exception. A cold tension enveloped his body. Incred, holding the talisman necklace he acquired during his mercenary days, grasped it once before tucking it inside his clothes. Was this supposed to save my life? It's probably nonsense, but soldiers heading to the battlefield tend to easily believe in superstitions. However, if you ask Incred himself if he believed in this talisman, the answer would probably be doubtful. He just saw the old woman's eyes who gave it to him and was moved by her earnest words. There's nothing to lose anyway. After risking his life in a fight, all he got as a reward was this mere talisman. It was due to luck that he had killed it. If things had gone wrong, he would have been the one to die. Despite it being a dangerous monster extermination, because it was a small slash-and-burn village, they had no money to give. They just happened to see Incred passing by and begged him to deal with the monster, clinging to the hem of his clothes. It's ridiculous. To risk his life out of sympathy, it was madness. But Incred didn't regret that decision. Because that's what a knight is. Even if his dream was silenced and devoured by reality, leaving nothing but scars. He wanted to be a knight. He wanted to be a war hero. But now, he was just an ordinary soldier. Yaaaaaa. A shout erupted. Incred, too, raised the veins in his neck and roared. From the front, waves of armies rushed in. The setting sun created a long twilight. Breaking through that twilight light, both armies charged. Incred charged as well. Fight while keeping your lives safe. Live. The ever-smiling subordinate shouted and dashed forward first. Soon, spears and swords of both enemies and allies began tearing through each other's flesh and blood. Today's battle was a melee. Chapter 2, Zoetrope. Through the eye-holes of his leather helmet, Incred saw a black dot flying towards him. He lifted the shield fixed to his left forearm. Thud. He felt the brunt of a heavy weight. His forearm was sore from only partially deflecting the blow. Incred brought his sword down on the helmet of the man who had thrown the spear. Thwack. The blade fell onto the shoulder of the man who had reflexively twisted his neck. A heavy sound rang out as the blade hit the shoulder armor, and Incred's grip tingled. "Guh, I'll kill you." The enemy soldier muttered, then swung his spear with a shortened grip. It was a skillfully executed move. Without a second thought, Incred kicked the man's stomach with the sole of his boot. Ugh! The struck man lost his balance and fell. It was a melee, but it was much closer to a brawl. When the front lines of friends and foes intertwined, it was natural for allies and enemies to become indistinguishable. Thus, to fall meant to die. Turning his gaze from the fallen enemy, Incred gripped his shield handle tightly and looked for his allies. Losing one's head in the chaos meant death. Mimicking a berserker in such chaos did not make one a berserker but a corpse. The reason Incred had survived for so long with his mediocre talent was that he knew his place. Don't stand out. He blocked another incoming blade with his shield. The metal edge dented as the blade struck the edge of the shield. The oiled wooden shield twisted. At best, it seemed it would be useless after a few more hits. Keep the attacks short and simple. After blocking, Incred put strength into his sword-wielding hand and swung. Thud. Soon, he felt a heavy impact in his grip. An unlucky enemy soldier took a blow to the head and tumbled to the side. An ally's spear then deeply embedded itself into the fallen enemy's chest. The gambeson, made thick with layers of cotton and linen, couldn't withstand the impact of the spear and was punctured. The struck man struggled desperately. Thump. 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 The ally soldier repeated the same motion relentlessly. Regardless of resistance, the spear was thrust powerfully from a distance. Thunk. Eventually, the spear pierced through the armor and embedded itself into the unfortunate enemy soldier's torso. Gawk. The enemy, spewing blood, trembled and clutched at the spear that had pierced his stomach. Shit, let go. Fucking let go, you bastard. The enemy soldier held onto the spear to the very end, and the ally soldier had to abandon his weapon and pick up the one used by the enemy. Having confirmed this, Ingrid stepped back and took a deep breath. Huff, huff, huff. He took in his position, the positions of his allies, and the positions of the enemy, picturing them in his mind. Standing out means death. If he tried to penetrate the enemy lines with his skills, he would become mere fertilizer scattered on the battlefield. Just like the enemy soldier who had died with a hole several times larger than his navel. The man had rushed forward in excitement, but his skills were mediocre. Perhaps he had become overconfident after killing a few less fortunate and less skilled enemies on the battlefield. Or maybe it was just bad luck. After all, he had been caught by Ingrid's blade, which wasn't even aimed at him. The ground, hardened by days without rain, was like stone. Blood was scattered over it, but that didn't alleviate the dryness. It had been too long since the last rain. A thirst parched his throat, and the smell of blood rose from within. Ingrid swallowed dryly and looked for his squad members with his eyes. Of course, looking didn't mean they would appear. Instead, "Uaaaa!" Someone screamed. 2 steps away, he saw one of his squad members thrusting a spear. "What are you doing?" The thrust itself was fine, but the man tripped over his own feet and fell. Thump. He fell, dropping his weapon in the process. "Are you praying to be killed?" The fallen man, barely able to lift his head, looked like he was praying while prostrating. Ingrid cut off his thoughts and moved. Stepping forward, he raised his shield, held his breath, and tensed his muscles. Thud. Squelch. The opponent's blade scraped against the shield. A heavy impact spread from his forearm throughout his body. Barely blocking the blade, the oiled wooden shield split. Ingrid threw the broken shield forward and swung his sword with all his might, left and right. Once from right to left, and then a big swing from left to right. Whoosh, whoosh. Clang. The timing of the swing from left to right caught the enemy's weapon. Sparks flew as blade met blade, and the enemy's weapon slipped from his grasp. That was the moment Ingrid had been waiting for. He trusted his physical strength, honed through relentless training, more than his mediocre swordsmanship. He had trained as much as any first-rate mercenary. This was the opportunity his strength had created, but he didn't rush in. Just as there are opportunities within crises, there are also crises within opportunities. The enemy, having lost his weapon, hesitated for a moment before raising his arms and charging. He must have thought he was a bear. Ingrid pretended to thrust with his sword, then dropped it to the ground and ducked, flipping the charging enemy over his back. Armor, helmet, various armaments, and the weight of an adult male were all loaded onto his back. It was heavy. The moment he hoisted the enemy on his back, his waist and thighs screamed. Ignoring that scream, Ingrid straightened his back with all his might. Ugh! The enemy's body flew backwards. There was no need to look back at the fallen man. The position Ingrid stood was one step inside the front line formed by his allies. On this side, one could usually encounter only 3 types of enemies. First, the unlucky ones who ended up at the front because they were pushed forward. Second, the fools filled with arrogance from several days of fighting. Third, the real deal who lead the battle because they are confident in their skills. The man he had just flipped was of the first type. Having charged into the enemy lines in resignation, he was as good as dead. Ingrid picked up a sword from the ground. He saw the ally who had tripped over his own feet clumsily getting up. He also saw that half of the man's helmet was neatly split. Blood was flowing from his head. Lucky bastard. Mere moments ago, he, who was about to die, had been saved only due to Incred's intervention. In many ways, he was a lucky fellow. Moreover, he was someone Incred knew. Bell, did your head get split so you lost your mind? Incred asked. The soldier with the half-split helmet, Bell, wiped the blood flowing over his eyes and replied. KRH, shit, damn. Barely survived. If you barely survived, at least cover my back. In the midst of the battlefield, it's difficult for an ordinary soldier to read the overall situation. A squad leader and Decurian's main role is not to command but to relay orders to the Decurian squad. However, Incred had read the situation. More precisely, he felt it. This is bad. For countless long years, he had lived with the blood and blades of the battlefield. Those days hadn't granted him talent in swordsmanship, but they had given him a sense of the flow of battle, albeit it was that of a rookie. To be honest, it was purely instinct. Still, that instinct had saved him multiple times. This seems fucked up. Ugh, alright then. Bell, wiping the blood from his head, responded and moved with a speed that was neither fast nor slow after picking up his weapon. Bell, holding a spear, took 2 cautious steps forward. Thwack. A flash pierced through his head. It was between the halves of the split helmet. An arrow flew in and lodged in his head. The impact sent his eyeball flying, striking Incred's leather armor. Ah! Bell died without even letting out a short gasp, mouth slightly agape. Incred turned his gaze away. To the far sky, precisely, the void. An indescribable space in between. He saw a flashing light and a dot. The moment he saw it, he knew it was going to pierce his head. Incred closed his eyes. How many can remain detached at the moment of death? Incred was no exception. As soon as he closed his eyes, his past life, like the dream he had last night, popped up and tried to pass by like the commonly mentioned zoetrope. He felt time slowing down. The noise of the battlefield faded, and even breathing seemed to slow down. Thud, thump. That feeling soon vanished. The zoetrope disappeared, and the noise of the battlefield returned along with normal breathing. Are you offering a prayer of thanks for killing you? It was one of his subordinates. One of his Decurian squad. He had pushed Incred aside, and the arrow had lodged in the ground. Rem. Incred called his name. Some bastard with the eyes of a hawk or feathers or something came to this battle. Watch out for the arrows. Like being careful will stop me from getting hit. I'll go deal with him, just wait a bit. That guy was refreshingly insane. Incred thought so and nodded. What, you haven't given up on life, have you? Skipping training and napping all day today? Rem said. Is this your concern? If I saved someone who wanted to die, I'd feel uneasy. Damn it, who wants to die? Eating sword meals wasn't the same as a suicide wish. You usually fight well, but at crucial moments, you close your eyes. Do you think I want to close them? It seemed like they had a similar conversation before. Rem held an axe in his right hand and a broken spear in his left. He was skilled with various weapons, including swords, axes, and blunt weapons, which allowed him to be armed this way. He raised his axe holding right hand and scratched his head with his thumb. It didn't look refreshing. Because he was scratching over his helmet. Shit, this helmet smells fucking awful. I agree with that. If you feel like dying, focus harder. Rem said. He often said that. Incred knew what those words meant. Rem often said that at the moment one feels like dying, during that zoetrope moment, a person can focus to a superhuman extent. He advised using that in combat. Damn, as if that was possible. That was a talent. To open one's eyes and face the opponent, doing what needs to be done in that instant between life and death. Focus, my ass. Ingrid said. Well, if you could learn by dying hundreds of times, that'd be great, but you only have one life. See you again then. Rem chuckled and leaped back into the battlefield. He was good at fighting. Ingrid refocused on the battle. He fought with an ally soldier by his side. That was the routine. Ingrid thrust his sword forward. If he was lucky, it would pierce, and if he was unlucky, it would be dodged. If neither, thud. It would just be a hit with the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword, unable to pierce the enemy's armor, pushed the enemy like a blunt weapon. The struck enemy groaned and stepped back, and a passing ally's warhammer hit the enemy's head. Bang! He cleared his mind of any distractions. Just dealing with the swords, spears, and clubs flying towards him, not to mention blocking, dodging, and swinging his sword, made his nerves burn up. Feeling insecure without a shield, he picked up an axe from the ground to use as a makeshift shield. He continued to block, strike, and stab, surrounded by allies. Whenever there was a gap, he showcased the crude swordsmanship he had learned. Moving his left foot forward, shifting his weight, keeping the tip of the sword straight without relaxing his arm. It was a thrust. With moderately tensed muscles, focus, and a sense to seize the moment, it could have been successful. Ting, tiddly tiddly ting. Ingrid's thrust was only half successful. Tch. He aimed for the gap between the helmet and breastplate, but the enemy moved, causing the thrust to miss. He managed to create a long cut on the enemy's neck, but it was hard to consider it fatal. The bloodied enemy turned his venom-filled eyes towards Ingrid. Those eyes were filled with malice. The enemy silently gritted his teeth. Danger! The battlefield instinct spoke. As Ingrid backed away, another ally soldier filled the gap. The enemy crouched silently and punched the shin of the ally, blocking his way with a fist holding a knife. Crack! It was the sound of bones breaking. Ugh! As the ally with the broken shin fell, the enemy soldier drew a dagger and stabbed it into the ally's neck. He stabbed and withdrew smoothly, as if it were a scene set in a play. Blood spurted, soaking the enemy's breastplate. The enemy simply pushed the dead soldier aside. Ah! Zoetrope. The boundary between life and death. Beyond the light-emitting lamp, countless images darted by. Those images were Ingrid's life. Like the dream he had last night. At the end of that life, as everything passed by, the enemy's blade pierced Ingrid's neck. It was the same thrust he had demonstrated. It was a perfect thrust, at least in Ingrid's view. A burning pain surged from his neck throughout his body. Ingrid faced the moment between life and death and realized what Rem's mentioned concentration was. But it was too late. Was it something you had to die to learn? He cursed Rem inwardly and closed his eyes, thinking. No, his heart moved on its own. Longing, craving, yearning. I wanted to be good with the sword. I wanted to be a knight. I wanted to be a hero. In the end, Ingrid, who couldn't become any of those, was supposed to earn a decent living and settle down in a moderate village to build a house and live. But he didn't do that. He couldn't. The passion boiling in his chest wouldn't allow him to. Until the very last moment, he squandered the money earned from the blood on the battlefield on places like fencing schools. I could have done better. If there was more time. During the time others slept, the time those so-called prodigies or geniuses played, he thought he should swing more. At the last moment of the zoetrope, the face of the person he had saved single-handedly for the first and last time popped up. The amulet will move according to the knight's wishes. The gift of the amulet came from the village chief of the Slash and Burn village. The old woman with a few missing front teeth, making a whistling sound as she spoke. Regret and longing mixed, filling his chest with an emotion he had never felt before. Regret. Would things have changed if I had swung the sword a few more times? The word death settled in his body. Beyond the closed eyes, he saw a black river. And Incred regretted taking a nap instead of swinging his sword that afternoon. Perhaps if he had done a bit more then, the last thrust might have been successful. A faceless boatman sat on a ferry over the Black River. The boatman asked, "Do you really think so?" You're interesting. Then let's do that. The mouthless boatman said. It was unclear where the sound came from. The area around the mouth was just dark, as if wearing a black mask. Incred couldn't say a word. He lost consciousness and opened his eyes again. Clang, clang, clang. It was the sound of the night guard striking iron. Precisely, the sound of a ladle hitting a pot. The familiar sound that woke up the morning. Silently looking to the side. Did you have a shitty dream or something? His bunkmate, Rem, got up from the makeshift bed and shoving his feet into his boots, grumbled. Ah, a bug. A bug in the boots. Incred blinked. It was too real to be called a dream, as events whirled through his mind. Tui. Rem spat on the bug he had shaken off and crushed it with his foot. On the floor, a mix of the bug's body fluid and saliva remained. Chapter 3, A Day. A day just like yesterday. Was it a dream? It was too vivid to be a dream, wasn't it? He was dumbfounded. Whether it was a dream or reality, he faced the battlefield after spending an entire day similar to yesterday. On top of that, it was a melee. Fighting in a similar position made it feel like overlapping illusions reflexively. Didn't this happen yesterday as well? He stopped mid-thought and shook his head. It must have been a dream. Was he lucky to have had a prophetic dream? Is it right to consider having prophetic dreams lucky? He did not know. It's impossible to know now. Incred was confused. Especially when the oiled shield split. Damn, nearly got killed. When Bell said that, it felt even more so. Bell, did your head split open and cause you to lose your brain? He spit out the words he reflexively remembered. What the hell are you talking about? Bell scrambled to his feet. Incred looked at Bell and thought. Bell is going to die soon. Should he just watch it happen? He watched. It felt unreal, so he let it be. A flash burst Bell's head open, his eyeball flying out and hitting Incred's chest again. If you lose focus, what are you planning to do? Rem saved him again. What? Have you finally lost it? Rem twirled his finger around his ear. He could see the axe in his hand. Some bastard with the eyes of a hawk or feathers or something came to this battle, so I need to deal with him. Geez, you're so worrisome I feel like you might die any moment. Worry about yourself. I snapped back reflexively, and Rem walked away with a puzzled shake of his head. Focus, will you? You never listen. Muttering to himself, Rem left. He stood on the battlefield, picking up an axe that had fallen to the ground in his left hand and holding a sword in his right. It felt uncomfortable. And so, he endured. An enemy soldier closed the distance in front of him. It happened in an instant. He sure knew how to use his feet. There was a fencing master who used to say something like that. 7/10 of fencing was in the feet, wasn't it? As the blade came into view, Incred once again faced the moment of death. In that fleeting moment, concentration shone, and he saw a point. The point shrank, then quickly grew larger. Incred watched it until the end, until the point turned into a blade piercing through his neck. Ah! No scream or groan came out. His throat was pierced. Only the sound of air escaping could be heard from his throat. Excruciating pain spread from his throat throughout his body. Incred clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed out profusely. Mercy! The enemy soldier watched for a moment, then plunged the tip of his sword into his head. Darkness came again. And Ingrid heard it again. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a ladle hitting a pot. I'd like to ask why your eyes look like that since morning. Rem was next to him, holding his boots. It was another day. The same day. Was it a dream? Did you have a shitty dream or something? Right, was it just a dream? Ah, ugh, a bug. Rem shook a bug off his boot, spat, and stomped on it. It was the third time he saw this scene. Ingrid didn't put on his boots or gear. He just sat there, blankly. Is this supposed to be a dream? The day started over again. Bell died, and Rem saved him. Rem left to find an archer with a nickname related to a part of an eagle's body. An enemy soldier, good with a sword, blocked his way. What are you? Ingrid asked. The enemy didn't answer, he just thrust his sword. The thrusting was as admirable as ever each time he saw it. Thump. His heart was beating and his concentration increased. Ingrid could see the tip of the sword more clearly than before. He twisted his body to avoid it. Creak. The result wasn't great. The elegant thrust didn't pierce Ingrid's neck but tore a large gash beside it. A burning pain spread from his neck throughout his body. He fell to the ground again. Blood poured out. Mercy. The sword fell towards his head. Clang, clang, clang. Ah! He woke up screaming. The pain was real. Ingrid rubbed his neck. A nightmare? Did a witch take your virginity or something? Rem made a ridiculous joke. There's a bug in your boot. Ingrid covered half his face with his hand and said. The pain of dying was one thing, but he couldn't fathom what was happening. What? How did you know? Rem dumped the bug from his boot onto the ground, spat, and stomped on it. I just know. Are you a prophet? Nah. He waved his hand as he spoke. Ingrid was about to go out after getting ready but stopped. Rem. What's the matter? My head hurts too much. Take care of your meals, and if someone looks for me, tell them I'm sick in the barracks. Sure, if you want to slack off that badly. Rem chuckled. He was a friend with a hearty laugh. If this isn't a dream. If it's something that repeats after death. Is that possible? Can such a thing happen? Ingrid needed time to think. He went back into the barracks, took off his gear, and sat down. He thought and thought again. How could this happen? Why is this happening? He remembered something and rummaged through his pockets. It wasn't there. The necklace he received from the village chief of the Slash and Burn farmers was gone. Is it because of that? A desire? A wish? A blessing? No, can this be called a blessing? It's just the day repeating. Even if it's about blessings, or so-called blessing artifacts, Ingrid had heard about them, but never seen such a case firsthand. Isn't it more like a curse rather than a blessing? Thinking, Ingrid stroked his neck. It hurted terribly. It was damn painful every time he died. His head felt like it was about to explode with complex thoughts. Skipping lunch, Rem came in with food. What's wrong? Are you really slacking off? He seemed to imply that couldn't be the case. Ingrid was known as a hard worker here. Yeah. Really? Ingrid nodded twice. Well, that's unusual. In that case, rest. There's a fight late in the afternoon, so rest well until then. I'll cover for you, so get yourself together. Rem left. Time passed. Ingrid's thoughts couldn't be organized. This wasn't the type of thing that could be organized just by thinking about it. Ah! Shouts were heard. The ground shook. The battle had started. Ingrid had no intention of going out. If he went out, he'd die from that thrust. And so, he tried to hold out. But he couldn't do that forever. It wasn't right to turn away from the battlefield just because he was a disposable soldier feeling unwell. Everyone, get ready and head out. It's battle time. There was a sentinel patrolling inside the barracks. Ingrid equipped himself with his gear and went out. He fought again. This time, he fought far behind where he was yesterday. Neither Bell nor Rem were in sight as he endured. Suddenly, the front lines were thrown into disarray. The enemy's movement was unusual. The Ally forces were being pushed back. Before he knew it, Ingrid was on the front lines. And then, he encountered that guy again. Was it a coincidence, or was it inevitable? He did not know, but it was certain that wherever he went on the battlefield, he would either die or meet this guy. So, it wasn't about why anymore but how. How to survive, and not why they meet. A thrust came. The blade came flying. What was the name of that technique? Rem had once told him to focus on the technique, saying that knowing just this would prevent you from easily dying on the battlefield. He also said that even if you're trapped in a monster's den, you need to calmly catch your breath. What Ingrid was trying now was something Rem had taught him. Something about the heart. The name grazed his thoughts, it was almost within reach but not quite there. This skill, whose name he couldn't even remember, shone once again. Ingrid realized he was holding his breath while watching the blade. Thump. His heart pounded. He saw the timing and angle at which the blade would pierce his neck. He threw himself to the side and rolled on the ground in a rather unsightly manner, but he survived. The joy was short-lived, though. Thump. A blow to the back of his head followed by excruciating pain occurred. His head felt numb. He didn't even realize he had fallen to the ground. Another enemy soldier had swung his axe at his helmet from behind. After getting hit, as he looked up dazedly. Mercy! The bastard with the thrust plunged his blade into him again. Thud. Clang, clang, clang. His eyes opened once again. The day repeated itself again. Don't think about it. Whether the necklace was a blessing or a curse, don't think about it. Don't think about what's happening either. There are only two things to think about right now. Surviving on the battlefield. And doing whatever it takes for that. There's a bug in your boot. Huh? A prophet. What was that thing? The one you tried to teach me before. Blink, blink. Rem blinked and then said. Heart of the Beast. That's right. That was the name. Heart of the Beast. How could a mere human heart keep one's eyes wide open on a battlefield where spears, swords, and axes fly? If you harbor the heart of the beast, you can do it, so do it. I recalled what Rem had said. Teach me again. Huh? Rem was dumbfounded. He understood Rem. Once, he had desperately wanted to learn, and charmed by his enthusiasm, Rem had eagerly agreed to teach. In the end, Ingrid learned nothing, and Rem taught nothing. Not closing your eyes in the blink of a moment was the basis of training. Keeping your eyes open until the brink of death wasn't something that could be done with ordinary courage. It wasn't just about keeping your eyes open. In his view, Rem's skills were better than those of an average first-rate mercenary. The essence of his training was to watch and dodge the axe until it almost split his skull. Let's do it, training. Passion ignited in Ingrid's eyes. A flame was kindled in his heart. Do we really need to distinguish between a blessing and a curse? He knew he had no talent. And time was fair to everyone. Therefore, a fool cannot beat a genius. But what if time wasn't fair? Even if it's a curse, it was a rope. A rope to move forward. All right. I've been feeling like a dog who lost its bone lately, but seeing you so energetic today gives me strength too. Rem stood up and said. Let's start right after breakfast. Well, then. After eating breakfast and washing the dishes, and exchanging ridiculous words about dreams of being a knight. Rem laughed at it. And then it was time for the lesson. Did you forget the training method? Not at all. It was so impressive that Ingrid even had nightmares because of Rem's training. Nightmares about that damn axe splitting his neck. Let's go. The essence of the training was simple. When the axe aimed to behead, keep your eyes wide open and dodge. If Rem made a mistake, Ingrid would die. Originally, the fear prevented him from doing it properly. But now, the situation was a bit different. Even if I die, it's just clang, clang, clang again. It was time to lose all fear. The concentration he learned from the first death, awakening the heart of the beast. Ingrid's heart began to beat. The startled heartbeat calmed down. A beast doesn't easily get startled. The slowed heartbeat brought calmness. Calmness, the core of the heart of the beast. A calm mind captures the trajectory of the axe blade. Training to control the body, he had been doing it non-stop. Watching the trajectory and dodging wasn't difficult. The axe blade sliced through the air. Ingrid timed it, stepped back with his right foot and pulled his body back. The axe passed in front of him. Did you practice secretly? Rem asked. A little. Good, good. But your timing was a bit early just now. You have to dodge at the last moment. It was training to thicken the skin of the heart. Rem swung the axe. Ingrid waited until the timing when the axe seemed about to slice his neck and then dodged. Wow, even in our tribe, only a few could learn and do this. It's amazing. The morning training ended. Rem patted Ingrid's shoulder. Well done. With this level, you can handle the clumsy ones in real combat. What about those who are not clumsy? What do you mean? What would happen if I met such a person? Are you asking because you don't know? Seeing Ingrid stare, Rem continued. His eyes seemed to say, why are you like this today? Run away. Yes, escape. It's madness to confront a stronger opponent on the battlefield head-on. Ingrid had survived so far because he was observant and knew his place. And now? Wouldn't it be better to practice against a not-so-clumsy opponent? Like this. If you train like that, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Rem chuckled. Hearing his laughter, Ingrid thought. It felt like he just gained hundreds of lives. Whether it's a blessing or a curse. If it can be used, use it all. That's how Ingrid had lived until now. Having lived that way, that was the plan even now. To face that thrust. That was the plan. Wasn't it a good training partner? The pain of death was terrible, but the payoff was just as great. Ingrid felt the joy of growth for the first time in years. A satisfaction that filled his heart to the brim. A sense of fulfillment incomparable even to drugs. Chapter 4, The Heart of the Beast. The entire army, assemble. 4th Squad, gather. The squad leader's call resonated in front of the barracks. A day filled with fulfillment began to draw to a close. It was already late afternoon, with the sun starting to set in the west. In simpler terms, this isn't something you can learn with just your body. So practicing for 100 days is useless, but considering you've managed to learn this much through training, it's hard to say you lack talent, right? As they moved following the squad leader's call, Rem spoke seriously, uncharacteristic of him. Is that so? Ingrid merely retorted. Telling Rem the truth about what happened would make it hard to believe, and even if it was believable, it would be problematic. What if the story spread? Perhaps it would be if it were truly a divine blessing, but if any slight mishappening occurred, Ingrid would be facing an inquisitor. And what good could come from meeting with those inquisitors? At best, he'll be burned at the stake, but at worst, a torture party would await him. No one wants to be nailed and have their fingernails pulled out. Ingrid was no exception. During his mercenary days, he had seen many unjustly accused of heresy. He had even helped a few of them from behind the scenes. People usually ended up scoffing, saying that he might as well commit suicide. It was that dangerous, but he did it anyway because it was the right thing to do. If he didn't, there would be no reason to live as a swordsman. What's with that expression? You look utterly displeasing. Did you find a gold bar or something? Are you planning to slip by today? You know it's bad to do that alone, right? A gold bar. He had obtained something better than that. Shut up and let's go. It was time to move since the assembly order had been issued. Ingrid roughly wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. Putting on a helmet now would likely result in an awful smell, but he couldn't just go to the stream to clean up in this situation. Rem, standing next to him, didn't even seem to sweat. What kind of training makes one like that? Ingrid belonged to the 4th squad. He moved to his squad's position. Will it work? Learning it in a day was impossible, but he had grasped some tricks thanks to being stabbed to death. We are. The squad leader shouted. Going to win. The squad leader was a harmless, compliant man. He was a person who followed orders from above without question. The gates to the battlefield were about to open again. As the sun set in the west and twilight set in, his heart trembled. Why? Ingrid asked himself. The answer came quickly. Fear. He was stabbed to death 3 times. That pain, that dizziness, didn't seem like something one could get used to, no matter how many times it happened. Ingrid stroked his neck. It burned even though there was no wound, like he had swallowed a blade. Why? Do you feel like you can't keep your head? Rem whispered next to him. Get a grip. This is a battlefield. Ingrid stepped forward as the command advance all troops was given. Rem matched his steps beside him. Tension stiffens the body. Didn't I teach you not to be like that? He was right, and that's what was annoying. The heart of a beast. They say not many can learn it even if taught. He suppressed his pounding heart and regulated his breathing to match his steps. Yeah, do it like that. Let's survive today too. Dreaming big, Captain. Hearing Rem's words, Ingrid resolved not to talk about wanting to be a knight if he died again today. It was the battlefield again, the start of melee combat. The same day passed yet again. For Ingrid, it was the 4th time on the same day. He gave up on preventing his shield from splitting. What was the point of a shield? To block the enemy's sword, spear, or axe, not to save it for later use. In that case, his thoughts were long. Suddenly, something whizzed in front of him. Without even letting out a grunt, he leaned back and thrust his shield forward. Strength involuntarily filled his body. Bang! The incoming spear hit the edge of the shield. It was a close call, he had escaped very narrowly. His left shoulder stung. It was a spear. A powerful strike. The enemy pulled back the spear and thrust again. Normally, his body would have remained stiff. Then he would have blocked it stiffly again, leading to a continuous crisis, but his mind calmed down. Thanks to that, he could see the spear. It was half the speed of the thrust that had killed him. So, there was no reason he couldn't dodge it. He watched the tip of the spear until the last moment, then merely tilted his head. Swoosh! The spear brushed past the side of his helmet. It was a trick he had never performed before in his life. The heart of a beast does not easily get excited. Doing just a small movement to dodge gave him some leisure on the battlefield. The leisure of mind also provided him with a new perspective. Ingrid's eyes caught the gap between the helmet and the breastplate of the person who had thrown the spear. It was just a glimpse of the jawline, not a wide gap. But it wasn't narrow either. It was enough for a blade to fit through. He thrust his sword upwards. There was no significant skill needed. Thud. From below to above, the blade sliced the chin through the throat. Gurgle. The enemy spat out blood and pieces of his severed tongue. A stab exploiting a gap doesn't require great strength. Ingrid, reminded of this, recalled what his fencing instructor had once said. If you can avoid an opponent's attack with minimal movement, what follows becomes easier. It was a rather expensive fencing school, but there wasn't much taught. Even those few things that had been taught, Ingrid once thought of them as nonsense. It was worth the money. One of those pieces of nonsense became reality. The short movement of avoidance and attack was effective. He pushed the enemy's abdomen with his foot and pulled out the sword. Blood gushed more profusely from the hole created under the jaw and the enemy collapsed backward. This bastard! Another one charged from behind. Ingrid didn't gasp or react hastily. 6 steps. Ingrid measured the steps between him and the enemy and raised his sword, drawing across the straps fixed to his left forearm. Click, click. Swoosh. Click, click. After drawing twice, the fixed straps were cut. Wrapping the forearm with straps to keep the shield in place was a trick he learned for survival. This way, even in the midst of melee combat, the shield could hardly be lost. But it was unnecessary now. The enemy charged and Ingrid threw his shield. Bang. ===. We tried translations. Translator, Raiwa. Editor, Abstract. Discord, https://dsc.gg/wetread. The spear-wielding enemy, startled by the sudden flying shield, pulled back his hands. Naturally, the spear in his hands also retreated, slowing down his pace. The broad shield, though only for a moment, was enough to obscure the enemy's vision. Having thrown the shield, Ingrid moved 2 large steps to the left while the enemy's vision was obscured. The helmet was meant to protect the head, but it narrowed the peripheral vision. Ingrid had experienced the sudden disappearance of an enemy right in front of him several times. He utilized that trick to deceive the enemy's eyes, ducking down and flipping the opponent over as if supporting and pushing them from below. He had used the same move on the first day he died. This time, he executed it more cleanly. To the right of the enemy. Before charging, Ingrid observed the enemy's hands. The front of the long spear shaft was held in the left hand, the right hand behind it. It was an indication of a right-handed person. Things that wouldn't normally be noticeable were now visible. The calmness provided a new perspective. These were tricks occasionally used in small skirmishes or duels, but hard to apply in the chaos of melee combat. They were insights gained from surviving as a mercenary. A right-handed spearman finds it difficult to swing the spear to the right. The enemy blocked by the shield frantically turned his head left and right. He was startled. Understandably so, since the opponent in front of him had suddenly disappeared. Soon, the enemy's eyes caught Ingrid and found him again. As the enemy turned his head left and right and was startled, Ingrid slashed diagonally from behind the enemy's head towards the front of his chest. Thwack! The enemy's armor was the type that blocked the back of the neck. The thin layer of leather over thick cloth prevented his neck from being completely severed. The blade was half buried in the back of his neck. Cough, cough, ah. The enemy's eyes were visible. They were eyes wide with shock. His eyes were round. Blood poured out from the half-severed neck. Even with his neck half-cut, the spearman reflexively swung his spear. The spear shaft lightly hit Ingrid's right shoulder. There was no impact. The man was already half dead, and the angle of movement made it difficult to put strength into the spear shaft. Ingrid pulled out the sword. Crunch. It must have been stuck in a bone, requiring quite a bit of force. Flesh and blood clung to the withdrawn blade. Ingrid glanced at the battlefield's situation and picked up a shield with a chipped corner from the ground. He had that much leeway now. It works. It was too easy. Normally, one couldn't show even half their skill on the battlefield. How could one move as usual in the midst of a life-and-death struggle? Sometimes there are those who become even crazier, but most are bound to panic. Until his third death, Ingrid had been the same, but now things were a bit different. It will work. That thrust, it seemed worth trying. What Ingrid did didn't change the course of the battlefield. It was just one soldier who fought a little better. There was no change in the situation, but it was a significant change for Ingrid personally. After felling a couple of enemy soldiers. Arg! Bell fell again. A moment of leisure allowed him to catch himself. Are you all right? Damn, there's some rock here. It was a dry plain. It's not uncommon for rocks to jut out. However, Bell tripped over his feet, so Bell was the fool for falling. Be alert. Ingrid grabbed Bell's hand and pulled him up. Thanks to you, I survived. Ingrid didn't loosen his grip on Bell's hand. Let go of my hand. Bell's eyes were visible beneath the half-split helmet, stained with blood. The flash was an arrow, and that arrow pierced Bell's head. Ingrid had seen it before, but in the chaos of battle, noticing an incoming arrow was difficult. It was an incredibly hard task. Ingrid tried to pull the hand he was holding. Bell staggered, losing balance, but managed to stand firm by exerting force. Thwack! His head shattered. An arrow flew and smashed Bell's head. Blood splattered on the breastplate. As soon as Ingrid saw Bell's head burst, he ducked his head. Whoosh! Something passed over his head. It must have been an arrow. An arrow thudded into the corpse of a dead ally behind him. Did you offer prayers to the goddess of luck before coming? Rem's voice was heard immediately after he dodged. He couldn't protect Bell's head, but he saved his own. Of course, even if he hadn't, Rem would have saved him. It was the same situation even on the fourth try. Something like that. He vaguely answered, and Rem snickered. His teeth were visible through the helmet. Rem was a pretty boy in appearance, but his speech and actions were unbearably harsh. All right. The archer who shot these arrows is said to be the hawk's nipple or something, so I'm going to find him. Pray 10 more times to the goddess for me. If you die on the way, I'll pray for you too. Then I'm grateful. Don't forget this. Rem tapped his left chest with the handle of his sword and headed back into battle. To catch the hawk's eye or claw. Hoping he could ask Rem tonight whether he managed to kill the archer who fired those arrows, Ingrid nodded as Rem disappeared into the fray. Where Rem had vanished, both allies and enemies swarmed in, closing the gaps. As the space tightened, Ingrid judged that the flow of the battlefield was hardly favorable. He had already experienced this 3 times. The allies were being pushed back, but there was only one thing to do. To survive. Ingrid felt a strange excitement enveloping him. It wouldn't be long before he met that skilled soldier again. Soon enough, that moment became reality. That thrust aimed at his head once more. Instead of dodging, Ingrid thrust his own blade towards the incoming blade. Ting, ting, ting. Sparks flew in the air. Ingrid locked eyes with the enemy. You blocked this? As if asking with his eyes. You're quite skilled. The enemy spoke and thrust his sword again. Once, twice, and thrice. The first was blocked with a shield, the second dodged by rolling to the side, and the third countered by swinging the sword in reverse. Ingrid's short path blade drew only air. And the moment the enemy withdrew his arm, something struck Ingrid's back from behind. Thwack! Ack! A cry escaped involuntarily, which he bit back. Then another thrust came. Deliberately shifting his weight forward, he attempted to roll forward as if falling over. The intent was good, but the timing was off. Thump! The blade pierced the clavicle next to his neck. It felt as if a hot iron had been thrust through flesh and bone. Ack! He couldn't even scream from the intense pain. As he reached to grab the embedded blade, the opponent swiftly withdrew it. The blade, well sharpened during routine maintenance perhaps, was extremely sharp. Withdrawing the sword brought an even more excruciating pain. The pain was so severe it whitened his vision. Ingrid clenched his teeth and turned around. He saw a large enemy soldier standing awkwardly, holding a club. That must have been what struck his back. Mercy! The man who had killed him 3 times said this as he vertically positioned his sword for a strike. That was the end. His eyes closed. Darkness seeped in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a ladle hitting a pot echoed again. The 5th time. Damn it! It seemed doable. What's the 5th time? Rem asked beside him. There are bugs in the boots. As Ingrid spoke, he got up. He had died again, but he had learned something. No, it was the lesson he had paid for in gold coins at the fencing schools. Nothing works the first time. So what should be done? If not in 1, then in 10, if not in 10, then 100 attempts would work. Normally, 1 death would have been the end. Fortunately, Ingrid could repeat this endlessly. Chapter 5, Valen-style swordsmanship. Huh. How did you not get it? I'm not a prophet. At Ingrid's response, Rem shook the bug out of his boots and confidently stated. Did the squad leader put it in? I didn't put it in. TCH. Rem's skeptical gaze lingered, but Ingrid paid it no mind, it wasn't important. Ingrid crushed the bug Rem had dropped with his foot. Squish. The unpleasant sensation traveled up from the sole of his boot. Tui. Ingrid then spat on it, mixing the bug's remains with the dirt on the ground and asked. Can you teach me Heart of the Beast? You remember that? Getting up and putting on his boots, Rem inquired. It's not something that's easily forgotten. When did you fill your stomach with liquor, wanting to forget stuff? There will come a time for that. The scenes of being decapitated by an axe in his dreams made life unbearable. Can you teach me or not? You're especially enthusiastic today. All right, let's do it. Rem nodded in agreement. Jackson, can you take over the morning duties? I'll do it tomorrow. Eating was necessary for strength, but there was no need to waste time on tasks like dishwashing. Yes, of course. Jackson, a squad member who got along well with everyone and had a remarkably easygoing nature, agreed. When Ingrid first saw him, he thought Jackson played a mediating role in this place. Jackson brushed off his light brown hair and stepped out of the tent. Watching him leave, Rem snorted. That guy gives me a bad vibe. If Jackson had performed his role as a mediator well, perhaps Ingrid wouldn't have ended up here. Jackson got along better with other squads than with his own, except for Ingrid. For some reason, Ingrid seemed to have the trust of his own squad members. Whether it was because he silently took care of various requests or because of his lackluster skills that doomed him to a lifetime as a squad leader, Ingrid wasn't sure. He simply thought it must be one of those 2 reasons. Following Rem out of the tent, Ingrid pondered. It's unsettling how well he gets along with the first squad. It's best to keep your distance from such people. And what about you? Ingrid only thought this to himself. Rem had once broken the jaw of a superior officer over a disagreement in his previous squad. Was it his place to say such things? While Rem was a benefactor to Ingrid, he wasn't exactly popular with other squads, especially his former first squad who glared at him as if they wished he were dead. After all, he had fractured their squad leader's jaw. Ingrid didn't argue. Arguing wouldn't change anything. It was a waste of time. Rather than arguing, it was better to focus on mastering the heart of the beast. Besides learning from Rem, Ingrid had plenty to do. Especially with those first squad bastards, it feels even more repulsive. Sure, let's go with that. Seeing Ingrid not respond, Rem stopped walking. Why? Normally, you'd have something to say by now. Weren't you the one who always said it's not my place to break a jaw, or that if you can't get along, it's better not to look at each other at all? Normally, that would be the case. If Ingrid was not criticizing the jaw breaking, then he was advising to avoid interaction if there's no chance of getting along. Better to keep them apart than to encourage conflict, as Ingrid believed while leading the eccentric 444 squad. I have nothing to say. Ingrid cut him off. Rem scratched the back of his head. Today's really odd. They went to eat breakfast and then found an open space outside the barracks for training. Although training on a battlefield might seem out of place, Ingrid was accustomed to this routine. For those who knew him, it wasn't anything special. Passers-by didn't give them much attention either. Thus, the teaching of the heart of the beast began anew. Have you secretly learned from someone else? But that shouldn't be possible. I just repeated what I learned. Can training alone really lead to this? Another death was just another experience. Ingrid found it easier to focus than before. Seeing this, Rem sent him a curious look but then shrugged it off with a fine, then. In my opinion, squad leader, you have talent if you can do this much. Rem threw a similar comment as yesterday. Talent, if only that were true. Just before, Ingrid had failed to dodge Rem's axe, which halted just in front of his throat. Just a flick of the wrist away from leaving a long scar on his neck, it was dangerously close. That was a close call. Rem chuckled, seemingly proud of Ingrid's progress. There was a hint of satisfaction in his laughter. Ingrid felt it too. What kind of trick allows you to swing an axe like that? That axe swing just now. Rem's axe was even faster than the thrusts that had killed him several times. The axe blade nearly touched the skin of his neck, a mere blink away. In fact, Ingrid didn't even blink, but he still missed the movement of the axe blade. Talent. Ingrid thought Rem was really annoying at that moment. He always was like that. If training could make everyone good with a sword, would there be anyone bad at it? Rem laughed heartily. Ingrid, who had just read satisfaction on Rem's face, now realized that Rem enjoyed teasing him. A strange guy indeed. Well, was there anyone in this squad who wasn't odd? What if you train more? What if you put in more effort? What if you swing your sword even when you should be sleeping? Ingrid asked reflexively. It was a dilemma he had long harbored. Should one give up if they lack talent? Ingrid didn't give up. Instead of surrendering, he chose to advance. What did he have if he decided to march forward? Nothing but the will to keep moving, even if it meant taking only a quarter step while the so-called geniuses took 10. If you really think that's not odd, then you've become serious, haven't you? Rem put his axe back on his belt and said. No. Squad leader. Rem called out to Ingrid without a hint of laughter. After a brief silence, Rem spoke. People die if they don't sleep. He was shaking. Rem couldn't hold back his laughter anymore and burst out laughing right after his statement. That was his response to what would happen if Ingrid kept swinging his sword even in his sleep. Get lost. Ingrid gave him the universal finger gesture, raising his middle finger. Rem, still chuckling, suggested they go have lunch. Ingrid didn't beg for more lessons. You can't get full with just one spoonful. He knew this all too well. After lunch, Ingrid reviewed his own swordsmanship. The basic sword techniques of stabbing, slashing, and swinging. After the basics, he learned the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. It wasn't shabby. He had traveled far and spent a good amount of money on it. It wasn't something you could learn for a few silver coins. Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. It was named after Valen, who was quite renowned in the mercenary world, though he was from a knight's level. If it had to be categorized, it would belong to the illusionary sword style. Ingrid didn't know how Valen originally used it, but he had internalized a few techniques in his own way. Ingrid devoted himself to this style. Death brings a new day, but what remains in the body doesn't disappear. The heart of the beast wasn't learned in the mind but absorbed by the body. That meant what remained in his body stayed there. He pushed his body to its limits. His palms, deeply calloused from years of training, cracked open again from swinging the sword. Normally, soldiers don't use swords. Spears are their main weapon. It was a special privilege for Incred because he was the squad leader. Incred didn't want to let go of his sword. He trained repeatedly. His grip ached, but he endured. His stomach felt raw from undigested food, but he endured. He primed every single sense, from the tips of his toes to his fingertips. Illusionary swordsmanship is about deception. It encourages using whatever means necessary to deceive the opponent. A few techniques of Valen-style swordsmanship had already spread throughout the mercenary world. For example, pretending to fall and then stabbing the opponent. It's not despicable. What's despicable about doing whatever it takes to survive? If someone claimed a knight wouldn't do such things, Incred wouldn't argue. Everyone has their own values and he has his own. The time allowed was half a day. His legs didn't give out. If they had, it would have made a mockery of his daily physical training. Incred's legs were strong. Having a sturdy body is indeed an advantage. Rem commented as Incred returned. Just then, a messenger had come and left. It was the sixth repeat of today, and just by looking at the sky, Incred could roughly tell the flow of time. 20 years of training went into this body. Incred replied nonchalantly and moved back to the squad area. Make sure your sturdy body doesn't end up being just a training dummy for them. Just before the battle began, Rem chuckled again. I'll take over the duty tomorrow. Jackson added from the side. One seemed to be mocking him. The other seemed determined not to be on kitchen duty 2 days in a row. Well, whichever way they meant it, both seemed to wish for his safe return. See you later. The sixth day began and Incred killed the enemies more effortlessly than on the fifth day. The first attacker tripped and hit on the back of his head with the edge of a shield. The second was tricked with a sword feint before being stabbed. Valen-style swordsmanship. These were not commonly known techniques in the mercenary world, but were acquired through extensive effort and money. The flickering sword tip itself was a mirage, confusing the opponent's sight. He applied what he had learned, and it was effective. He felt rewarded. The joy of growth, the sense of fulfillment filled his heart once more. The repeated days did not bring about just insignificant achievements. Incred didn't take his repeated resurrections lightly. On the contrary, he was more intense, more focused, more immersed. He had always harbored the desire and ambition to seize any opportunity. Incred lived up to that. He cut down, struck, and toppled enemies. The repeated battles offered him unique experiences. Heart of the beast. He saw things he hadn't noticed the previous days. Soon, it was time for Bell to fall again. Fighting in the same place every day meant he always saw Bell. One cannot simply retreat from the front lines or move elsewhere on a whim. Such actions are tantamount to suicide. Changing one's position on the battlefield at will is not an easy task. My skills aren't at that level. Incred knew himself well. Though he had more leeway, he wasn't about to charge through enemy lines or take risks akin to gambling. Moreover, he couldn't anticipate the skilled archer's arrows in advance. Thump. Bell's head burst again. Damn. He had tried to save him this time, but failed again. Incred immediately ducked. As if on cue, an arrow whizzed overhead. A whooshing sound lingered in his ears. It was a skillful dodge, as if he had anticipated it. Seems like you have a good sense today. Rem, who had approached unnoticed, commented. Go, then. Take the head of the bastard who shot those arrows. Was planning to. Since you're in good shape, take care of yourself. Rem departed. Ingrid encountered the skilled soldier with the thrusts again. And Ingrid failed again. This time, he dodged the club from the soldier behind him, but another nearby threw a throwing axe. It was infuriating. The morning of the 7th day dawned. I put the bug in. When he told Rem. Have you gone mad? No, I'm not crazy. Keeping your mind calm in such situations, that's part of heart of the beast, right? Teach me. The day began again. Rem hesitated, then agreed. He learned, practiced, and swung his sword. This time, he didn't even try to save Bell. To save him, he needed to anticipate the arrow, which he couldn't do. It was all up to luck. How did Rem dodge those arrows? Ingrid wondered as he moved. He died from the thrust again. Mercy. That damn mercy. He died. And so, the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Even after more than 100 deaths, Ingrid kept repeating his day of death. Chapter 6, his hands should have torn. Each day that got repeated was spent valuably by Ingrid. He never wasted any of them. I'm just average. When it comes to swordsmanship, he won't be a prodigy or a genius, let alone a natural-born talent. After the 8th failure, Ingrid thought. I tried to finish a meal with just one forkful. Far from being a genius, he was not even a prodigy or a talent. Ingrid divided his tasks. Take half a step at a time. There was nothing tedious. The repetitive days, along with the growing skill. It was like an addiction. Ingrid found this situation immensely enjoyable. There are many good points. Above all, the best part was being able to constantly experience real battles, and those experiences were intense, causing him to risk life itself. Ingrid made full use of it, making the most of his days. He trained the heart of the beast and learned new sword techniques until he went to the battlefield. Along with that, the repeating time also made him memorize the events happening around him. The gambling at the neighboring barracks during breakfast was a good example. Damn it! You cheated, didn't you? Cheating? You bastard, I'm just lucky. A familiar morning scene. It wasn't cheating. Having seen it several times, he knew. The dice always rolled the same numbers, and Ingrid was aware of it. Passing by, he spent another day. Repeating. The recurring real battles broadened Ingrid's perspective. More precisely, having plenty of time to think broadened his range of thought. There's no need to specifically deflect an arrow to save Bell. That's something only a first-class mercenary could do. Ingrid gave up cleanly, and by doing so, he could save Bell. Thump. All he needed was a sturdier shield. The arrow lodged into the round shield. No matter how skilled an archer, it's impossible to pierce the skull of a soldier hidden behind a shield. Where the hell did you pop out from? Bell, who had fallen, asked with wide eyes. How long do you plan to roll around on the ground? Get up quickly, won't you? After roughly wiping away the sweat with the back of his hand, Ingrid kicked Bell's buttocks. Having his buttocks patted, Bell headed back into the battlefield again. By saving him here, will I be able to see this bastard's face tomorrow? Who knows? He had just chosen this as the first point. Slicing through the battlefield to save Bell was the small goal Ingrid had set. He achieved it on the 25th repetition. Damn. Mother Superior's got nothing on you. When you have time, save me too. Instead of saving some other unit's scum. It was routine for Rem to suddenly pop out from behind and spout nonsense. Every time he saved Bell, he would spit out crazy words with a different repertoire, and each time, Ingrid would respond in kind. Mother referred to a nun in charge of a monastery. You're excommunicated. You look too filthy. The monastery doesn't accept anyone who's not a believer. Excommunication means being told to leave Mother's embrace, in other words, being kicked out of the monastery. The joke was quite highbrow for a conversation with Rem. What a filthy world we live in, discriminating based on looks, tooey. As always, Rem left without being deterred. He was off to catch some guy with eagle eyes, he didn't need to say it for Ingrid to know. Even after repeating the day about 50 times, Ingrid still couldn't defeat the enemy soldier that stabbed him. He managed to block the attack several times by luck, but at that moment, someone would jump out from the side and smash his head with a hammer. "There's no need to drag this out," said the guy who smashed Ingrid's head. Ingrid didn't even know how he got hit. Suddenly everything spun, and the ground was rushing up to meet him. He didn't have the mind to shake his head. He just felt a sticky liquid trickling down his face. When he somewhat regained his senses, he realized he was on his knees, having dropped his sword. This must be painful, mercy. Then a blade pierced his throat, forcing him to flail in agony. The blade digging into his neck. An unfamiliar pain surged through his body. It felt like his throat was being gouged with a red-hot iron, scrambling his brain. Dying, Ingrid blinked. The blood in his eyes dyed the world red. Beyond that red-drenched vision, the red eyes of the enemy soldier wielding the sword could be seen through the helmet's visor. They weren't actually red, but they appeared so at the moment. A shallow thrill lingered in the enemy's eyes. Having died so many times, he saw all sorts of things. It was also thanks to the heart of a trained beast. What a pervert! It wasn't the act of granting mercy that was the goal, but the thrill of killing that led to his death. The bastard always thrust the blade into the neck and slowly pulled it out. He might have been getting aroused by feeling the last breath of others through the sword. Even realizing this, Ingrid remained calm. Having surpassed countless moments of death, a natural boldness settled in. It was only natural. And then? What, are you secretly enjoying a tryst somewhere? On the 86th time, Rem suddenly said. Ingrid frowned at Rem's words. What kind of nonsense is this? What? The heart of the beast, you learned that from me, but there's no way you could have trained it to this extent by yourself. The axe blade stopped a mere finger's width from Ingrid's eye. If it had come any closer, the wind pressure alone might have damaged the cornea. Thanks to that, Ingrid could only see half of Rem's face beyond the finely sharpened axe blade, but even in such a moment, his breathing didn't falter. The strength brought by the heart of the beast. The boldness that allowed him to endure even when he knew pain was coming. Ingrid, looking beyond the axe blade at Rem's questioning eyes, thought. So this can happen too. By repeating the day, the heart of the beast was trained, so it must have been a ridiculous situation for its original teacher. He only realized it now because Rem was the type of squad member who didn't care about the details. Rem might talk a lot of nonsense, but he wasn't the type to question things. Except when it came to the heart of the beast, since he taught it himself. Ingrid didn't make any lame excuses. There was no need for that. After thinking it over for the day, he could just make adjustments on the next repeating day. Thump, Rem pulled back his axe. Ingrid's view cleared. Not even a scratch was left on his face. Rem handled the heavy axe as if it were his own hand. Pulling back the axe, Rem scratched his head with the end of the axe handle. I don't get it, I was wondering if you learned from someone else besides me. Even as he spoke, his face seemed to question the plausibility of his words. Ingrid was the fourth squad leader, and this damned squad wouldn't listen to anyone but him. After learning the heart of the beast from Rem, Ingrid had never left the squad. So, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have had the time to learn. Rem watched Ingrid closely. Unless he learned secretly while on night duty. No, that, too, was implausible. Your swordplay is good enough that you could die this afternoon and it'd be I see, but how can only your heart toughen up? What a thing to say. He would die this afternoon. Rem didn't know anything, but his words inadvertently hit home. I've survived death about 80 times. Ingrid answered vaguely, thinking. He couldn't learn more about the heart of the beast from Rem. No excuse could perfectly clear the doubts of this man from the barbarian tribe. I can't exactly say, I learned from you every day as the days repeated, and through dying, I became like this. But he could gloss over it. Rem wasn't that fastidious. Indeed, it was so. There was no need to spend time on it. Let's say that's true. Sometimes the goddess of luck unwittingly drops a coin. It's a common saying for a soldier who survives by a fluke of unforeseen coincidences. Does that apply even when mastering such a secret technique? If not, so what? If Rem was satisfied, that was enough. Thanks to that, it's more interesting than before. My skills have improved. What have you been up to in secret? Something painfully close to death. Ingrid wasn't lying. Right, a man should have some secrets. That's what makes a man. You know me. Rem didn't care about this either. Just like before, he picked up his axe and said nothing more. Another round. Rem, holding the axe, asked. Ingrid silently picked up his sword. If saving the fallen soldier Bell was the first goal, the second and last goal was to kill the man who felt a thrill with every kill. He was well prepared for it. On the 101st day, it was time for a duel with Rem. Ingrid flexed his muscles as he pulled back his arm. He stretched his left foot forward, aiming to step on Rem's foot. Rem quickly withdrew his foot, and seeing that, Ingrid, instead of stepping on Rem's foot, twisted his waist around with his left foot planted on the ground and swung the sword with all his might. The foot was a feint. It was a move anticipating Rem's retreat. He exerted force in his muscles and swung his sword. For a moment, Ingrid saw Rem's arm whip around unrealistically. So unreal, even the axe in his hand seemed to bend. Clang! It all happened in an instant. The axe blade bent and then shot up like lightning and it struck the sword Ingrid was holding. The sword flew upward. Slipping from Ingrid's hand, the soaring sword spun in the air and then landed with a thud on the ground. The sound was made by the sword blade accidentally hitting a rock on the ground. The rolling sword was visible to the eye. Let's see. Rem abruptly approached and grabbed Ingrid's wrist. The shock of dropping the sword made his hand tremble. Rem looked at Ingrid's hand, clicked his tongue, and said, "This should have bled a bit." "What?" "Swinging the axe so recklessly and then saying such a thing. That stabbing was good, really good, but it was lacking. I can't explain it well, but your grip should have been torn apart. You shouldn't have just dropped the sword. Don't let go of the sword even in death." Ingrid raised his voice, a phrase he had heard countless times from his swordsmanship teachers. Living through each repeating day is a burdensome task. Ingrid remembered each day's beginning a bit differently. He had always had a better than average memory since he was young. Until now, that memory hadn't been of much help in swordsmanship, but now it was helpful especially when reminiscing about what he learned from his teachers. That's what he was doing now, reminiscing as he spoke. What kind of nonsense is that? If necessary, throw the sword at the opponent's face. Let's take it easy. That stabbing earlier, where were you aiming? Rem said, blowing out his breath. Ingrid couldn't easily respond. This stabbing was his secret technique. He had stolen it by being stabbed in the neck by enemy soldiers more than 100 times. From the overall posture, the position of the feet, the shift of the center of gravity when using the sword, the movement of the muscles, the direction of the toes, to the shape of the hand holding the sword. He had stolen and imitated everything. That sword strike earlier, it looked decent, but, damn, it's hard to explain. Look at this. Rem let the axe hang down and drew a large circle on the dirt floor. It was about the size of a human head. Let's say our target is somewhere around here. Saying that, Ram rotated the axe above the circle and then made a dot with a stab. But in reality, we're going to go here. At first, Ingrid wondered what he was talking about, but perhaps the time spent learning from swordsmanship teachers wasn't in vain. Despite the crappy explanation, it was like a pickled fruit that settled well on the tongue, clear and understandable. The target point. What was embedded in the stabbing he had just performed? Did he want to be praised for doing well? Did he want to be acknowledged for having even a speck of talent because he imitated well? What's the point? What is a sword for? To cut and stab the opponent, a weapon for killing. Especially stabbing, it's a basic technique in swordsmanship that aims for one point. It's often used in rapier swordsmanship. He had heard that there were knights who used a thin blade for stabbing through armor gaps as their primary weapon. I really can't explain any better. I assumed I would naturally dodge or block, so you dropped the sword so easily, but that stabbing earlier should have been decisive. Just like, I'll stab you. You can't dodge. You had to show that convincingly. Even after speaking, Ram was re-evaluating whether he had explained properly. Being a guy who plays at his own pace, he was terrible at explaining. However, if the other party somewhat understood, then this explanation, akin to a neighbor's dog barking, could be considered excellent. Thus, for Ingrid, it was an excellent explanation. I lacked confidence in my sword. The stabbing earlier was like that of a third-rate mercenary. On the 101st day, Ingrid realized. And until the 123rd day, he performed a full-power stabbing. On the 124th day, Ram's lightning-fast axe swing tore his grip apart. Not just torn, but it exploded. Blood dripped down his grip. Ingrid laughed at that. Because he had achieved what he wanted. Have you completely lost your mind? There's nothing more dangerous on the battlefield than a mad ally, you know? Why are you still laughing? Seeing that, Ram showed a rare look of confusion, but Ingrid couldn't stop the laughter coming out. Fuck, stop laughing. You look like a madman, you know. Ram said, witnessing the events of the 124th today. Chapter 7, Three of a Kind. Unable to maintain his laughter any longer, Ingrid stopped smiling. Seeing this, Ram caught Ingrid's wrist and skillfully wrapped it with the bandages he pulled out from his belongings. Stay behind me today. With your hand like this, you're just asking for trouble. If you got this from sparring, the squad leader bastard will throw a fit. It's fine. What do you mean it's fine? If you go into battle with that hand, you'll die. Is suicide your future ambition? If so, I won't stop you. He wasn't wrong. Going into battle with his hand in such a state would indeed be asking for death, but to Ingrid, it wasn't a significant issue. If he died, it would just be one more death. After death, the 125th morning would dawn. It's not tedious. As it would mean that he would end the repetitive cycle of today. His time hadn't been spent solely on honing his swordsmanship. During the 124 days of repetition, he'd also devised strategies for surviving today. People say that an ordinary soldier returning from the first battle alive was like picking up a coin dropped by the goddess of luck. If you were not exceptionally talented, luck played a significant role in staying alive. Ingrid figured he'd need such luck a few times to avoid death. But I can't rely solely on luck. He didn't need to. He knew what would happen on the battlefield, especially around him. Therefore, he could prepare and he could be ready. On the 124th time, Ingrid died again, impaled by a thrust. His palms were in such bad shape that he couldn't even properly parry the sword. Still, not wanting to waste even a single day, he memorized the enemy's thrust. He regulated his breath and held on until the very end. And he managed to accomplish it. That must hurt. What mercy! He endured the searing pain of the blade through his neck, hearing the enemy soldier's voice. Something caught in his throat, and right before he died, he spat it out. It was a broken molar. A consequence of clenching his teeth too hard in pain. Yes, it wasn't tedious. Even the repetition of today was valuable, and thus, enjoyable. But no matter what reason he attached to it. I don't want to die. Dying couldn't possibly be enjoyable. Especially not at the hands of a perverted bastard who reveled in others' pain. If he could end it, he would. The moment he realized he was trapped in the cycle of a day, Ingrid resolved to do so. And then, clang, clang, clang. The 125th morning dawned. Getting up, Ingrid first shook out Rem's boots. What are you doing? Those are mine. I know, they stink. If we throw them at the enemy like this, we could take out 50 of them with just the smell. Judging by your pissy mood this morning, did you have a nice dream or something? Thud, a bug fell out as he shook Rem's boots. Ingrid crushed it under his foot. Saw it go in this morning. Thanks for that. Rem chuckled and slipped his boots on. Leaving Rem behind, Ingrid pushed aside the tent flap and stepped outside. Dawn was just breaking, blending the blue of early morning with the yellow of the rising sun. The guards on duty were busy stirring the pot, while the soldiers who had just woken up either grumbled while rubbing their eyes or quietly went about their tasks. Damn it, stop banging. My head's gonna split open. That's what you get for guzzling down booze last night. It was from the tent behind. Will you shut it? If they find out about the booze, it's disciplinary action. Bloody hell. The exchange was between the guard on duty and a comrade who had overindulged in alcohol the previous night. Listening to this, Ingrid glanced back briefly to catch a glimpse of the face of the soldier who had drunk too much. He was a decurion from another unit and a squad leader. That chap had a good mother. On the 66th day, Ingrid had spoken to this fellow just to make the day memorable, pretending to be chummy with him for no reason. Aren't you on morning duty? You do it? While Ingrid was checking the back, he suddenly said to Rem, who had followed him out. Why should I? You could do it just this once. I've done it for you more than 5 times. You're petty, counting stuff like that. Yeah, only yours. Why only mine? Because you're annoying, that's why. During the 125 times, Ingrid had never allowed a single scratch on that bastard Rem. Not that he harbored any resentment. If anything, he felt gratitude. Anyway, Rem would do it. Assigning morning duty to Rem was the pattern that resulted in the highest survival probability and best condition to start the day among the repeatedly experienced todays. Fine, damn it. I'll do it. Half-heartedly moving around to warm up, the chill of the morning air didn't make him shiver. Twisting and turning his body, Ingrid didn't stray far from the front of the tent. One by one, the squad members started to come out. The first was Jackson, a member known for his diligence. Jackson greeted him with a nod as their eyes met. Ingrid responded with a slight nod. After a few more members came out, Ingrid caught the last one who appeared, his eyes still half closed. Big Eyes. Huh. Big Eyes was his nickname, his real name being Kreis Ullman. A squad member with a delicate appearance. And the only one among the fourth troublemaker squad members, known for being a collection of troublemakers, whose combat skills were below average. More precisely, he was someone Ingrid could beat to a pulp. Yawn, why so early in the morning? Early wake-up is torture for a high-class resource like me. Yawning wide, Kreis spoke. His face was still smeared with sleep, not a drop of water on it, yet it was quite handsome. The sort that would attract those interested in men. I need you to get me a few items. Kreis tilted his head at Ingrid's request, puzzled since this wasn't typical of him. Cigarettes? Or booze? Can't do women. Even I can't bring them here at a time like this. Kreis was the go-to guy for anything illicit within the unit. Do I look like I'd ask for women? No. So, what do you need? 5 throwing knives, oil-treated leather, and a large needle, deerskin gloves, and lastly, about 10 white hellebore flowers and a handful of alum. Ingrid gestured with his hands to show the size of the leather he needed. It was enough to wrap around an adult man's torso. What on earth are you planning with such an odd assortment? That's for me to know. Can you get them or not? Creighton paused for a moment, looking at Ingrid, then nodded. There's nothing I can't get. But even for the squad leader, nothing comes for free, you know. How much? 17 silver coins. The guy's a rip-off. 5 throwing knives would cost 1 or 2 silver coins at the blacksmith's. Granted, if steel prices spiked, it might go over 3 coins, but that was generally the case. And whatever Creighton would bring wouldn't be purely made of steel anyway. Still, he'd likely fetch knives that were somewhat usable. Good quality leather could be expensive, but it's not like he'd be bringing material from a renowned workshop. The only items that might really cost something were the needle and the deerskin gloves. Even being generous, that would be 3 silver coins at most. White hellebore flowers could be picked up for a few pennies in the village. Alum could also be obtained without much expense if there was a leather workshop nearby. Ingrid was quite discerning in these matters, but he didn't argue. Firstly, because they were within the military camp, these items would be hard to obtain if not through Creighton. Secondly, the ambiguous price of 17 coins suggested it was probably a fair asking price by Creighton's standards. There was another reason, too. I can get them right after breakfast, right? Are you implying I should skip breakfast for this? You hardly eat well anyway. Well, that's true. But, I hear the squad leader might find this a bit short. Creighton made a circle with his thumb and index finger. I don't have it now. There were times he saved up his salary, but recently he had spent it all on a new sword. He was indeed penniless at the moment. He would receive his salary after the battle, but asking for it now would label him a deserter. See, this puts me in a tight spot. At Creighton's words, Ingrid smiled. It was the kind of ease only someone with a solid backup plan could show. Just lend me 5 copper coins. Creighton usually didn't trust people easily, but if the person in question was Ingrid, it was a different story. After all, he's the squad leader. The Ingrid he had observed over time wasn't one to engage in folly. Above all, wasn't he the one who had saved his life? Creighton handed over 5 copper coins to Ingrid. Clutching the jingling coins, Ingrid headed straight to the adjacent tent. Inside, he saw a group who had started a game early in the morning. It was a dice game table joined by the last watch of the night and a few who preferred gambling over sleep. The surprised eyes that saw Ingrid soon recognized him and expressed curiosity. What's this? Isn't this the noble lord of the 4th squad? Quite the early bird today. Creighton, witnessing this, was impressed. He disliked gambling. Not only did he detest getting fleeced by swindlers, but he also hated the idea of leaving his hard-earned money to chance, whether to multiply it or lose it. Multiplying would be great, but once you get a taste of it, it's easy to get hooked. And losing meant watching your money bag vanish into thin air. To Creighton, gambling was a fool's game. Yet, Ingrid joined in. Mind if I join? Here. It was the night watchman of the adjacent tent. He rolled his eyes, glanced at his gambling buddies, then nodded. Sure, why not? A sucker is always welcome anywhere. As Ingrid was about to squat down, Creighton grabbed his collar. You're going to throw away my 5 copper coins here. His eyes were crusty, but they shone brightly as they looked at Ingrid. He must have made quite a few girls cry. Ingrid thought to himself as he pushed Creighton's wrist away. If I've borrowed it, it's now my money. With that, Ingrid secured his spot. The gamblers shuffled around to make room for him. Do you know how to play dice? A soldier, rolling dice made of pig bones in a wooden cup, asked. If the same number comes up, it's double. Bet on higher or lower numbers, and you get what you bet on, right? He had glimpsed it over someone's shoulder, but having seen it 125 times, it was impossible not to know. There were 3 dice in total. The sum was 18. So, you just had to call a number higher or lower than 9. The guy sitting in the middle was the dealer. He rolled the dice, and the rest placed their bets. Let's start with the first round then. It was just a quick game before breakfast. The stakes weren't high. The minimum bet was 5 copper coins, and the maximum was 2 silver coins. Ingrid bet his 5 copper coins. Lower. Higher. Lower. Lower. Higher. Higher. Lower. In less than 10 minutes, Ingrid had 2 silver coins in his hand. The thrill of dice games lies in their speed. It's all about the quick hits in a short amount of time. And so they played. Initially, Ingrid memorized the numbers for fun. Would the dice always roll the same numbers every day? Even though the days repeated, things around him tended to change slightly. So he knew. The dice always rolled the same numbers. Looks like the goddess of luck didn't just drop a coin but gave a kiss as well. When the coins in Ingrid's hand exceeded 10 silver coins, the soldier acting as the dealer commented. Isn't this cheating? Normally, the comment would come from the soldier sitting next to the dealer, but the dealer spoke up. Cheat? I'm just lucky today. Feels like the goddess is whispering in my ear. Ingrid shrugged off the suspicious glances. They couldn't really argue. After all, the dealer was the one rolling the dice. Even if they had conspired, this would be too much. Besides, halfway through, they suddenly started betting alongside Ingrid, profiting from it. Cheat? You're the one rolling the dice. Thought you might be casting some damned spell. Wouldn't dream of it. On other days, even when losing like mad, they kept playing, no stopping for bad luck. A soldier who made a bit of money thanks to Ingrid chuckled. The dealer acknowledged it and suggested a few more rounds before concluding. Let's make this the last one. We're running out of time. Breakfast time was approaching. Ingrid rolled the 10 silver coins in his hand. He started with 5 copper coins and ended up with this. It was all the dealer's money. That was fun. For the last round, how about 10 silver coins? I'd like to clean up and leave. The maximum bet was usually 5 silver coins. At that, the dealer frowned. Given today's accuracy, there was no reason to agree. Then I'll bet on triples and leave. Ingrid spoke before the dealer could respond. What were the odds of all 3 dice showing the same number? The soldier rolling the dice had rarely seen such an outcome in his life, and never in an actual game. He'd only seen it while messing around alone. So, to him, Ingrid's bet seemed like a joke, essentially saying he was willing to lose all the silver he had won. At least, that's how it sounded to him. Chuckle. Craus poked Ingrid's back from behind. Moving his mouth, Craus said. Are you crazy? No, not at all. Ingrid wasn't crazy. Triples for 10 silver coins. Fine. Rattle. The soldier spun the dice and set them down with a clatter, just in case softly rolling them might lead to any mishap. Let's see. The dealer, with a mix of anticipation and a smile, opened the cup. Wow, fuck. The goddess of luck must have blessed you, truly. Damn, is this even possible? Everyone was astonished, except for Ingrid. 3 of a kind. The dice showed the same number. Chapter 8, Snake, Alcohol, Flour, Knife. It was only a superficial reason to not want to die. Ingrid, repeating today over and over, felt a different kind of fear. The fear that he might settle for this, that once today passed, Such an opportunity might never come again. The desire to stop right here. That desire was a terror to Ingrid. Was this really what I wanted? To settle for today is to lead a life of obsolescence. A life that cannot advance. It is only natural for humans to look forward to tomorrow. Moreover, Ingrid was a human who dreamed of tomorrow with his modest talents. There was a logical and valid reason for that. I've learned all there is to learn. Continual training here wouldn't yield much more. If that's the case, it was time to move towards tomorrow. What happens if I survive? Would this just end? He pondered over it countless times. To put it simply, he didn't know. He didn't know what would happen after surviving. If I can move forward. Let's move forward. Wasn't it a life he had lived forever? More than anything, Ingrid needed certainty. Could he truly face tomorrow with what he had gained by repeating today? It was unknown. Hence, he was challenging it. A challenger's mindset was everyday life for him. Today would be a long day. He would have to utilize everything he had accumulated. How did you do it? Luck. Are you saying that it was just luck? As soon as he stepped out of the tent, Craeus's eyes widened more than usual as he asked back. The dealer friend who had rolled the dice was astonished. He didn't go into a frenzy saying it was impossible. He was the one who had rolled the dice. Thanks to that, Ingrid was able to get up and walk out easily. It wasn't something to be guilty about. He had never cheated. Just like a cheap soothsayer imitating, he just knew all the numbers the dice would spit out. I'll buy you a beer in the village later. A soldier who had made a profit thanks to Ingrid patted his shoulder and passed by. It really was luck. I have no talent for gambling. Ingrid turned his walking direction as he spoke, and Craeus followed closely. If that's being untalented, then all the talented folks must be buried underground. Sometimes luck follows you. If luck follows you twice, your pockets won't just be full, they'll burst. As they walked, Ingrid handed over 17 silver coins. Clang. The sound of silver coins clashing made Craeus grab his pocket. Having received them, Craeus moved on, saying, "Okay, I'm not one to know." Then suddenly, he stared intently at Ingrid with his large eyes. "I figured it out." "What?" Ingrid asked with his eyes. Continuing with a broad smile, he said, "Are you trying to hit on the commander coming tomorrow? With flowers? But then, wouldn't roses or lilies be better than white steed flowers?" Gambling aside, the requested item seemed to be of a strange kind. Will it work? What goes through this guy's head? There were rumors that a new company commander coming tomorrow was a woman. Yes, it had been said that a woman was coming. But would she fall head over heels just because of a bouquet? It wouldn't even work on a country girl. Of course, having a face like Craeus might work. But still, would it? At best, it'd break even, and at worst, it might lead to an immediate execution for insulting a superior. The squad leader looks quite good when dressed up. Do you always ask so many questions when asked to fetch something? From now on, would he have to run till he sweat on his feet to fetch the items by lunchtime? Ingrid spoke with his eyes, and Craeus understood. Turning his body around, Craeus moved briskly. He had to, or it would be trouble. Although it had been done a few times before, depending on the time Craeus took to fetch things, Ingrid too would have to hustle. Now was the time to rest. Ingrid leisurely ate his breakfast. A soup containing finely crushed barley and wheat, hard bread, and dried meat made up the morning meal. Meat was served only once every 3 days. Fortunately, today was the day. If not, in the repetitive days, he wouldn't even have seen meat. Usually, he would have dissolved the bread in saliva, but today he crumbled it into the soup. After mixing, the broth thickened just right. When he put it in his mouth and chewed, it had a chewy texture but was still bland. After tearing and mixing the dried meat, the seasoning was just right. Ingrid chewed thoroughly. The meal became energy for movement. Regardless of skill differences, a soldier who had eaten well showed a difference in combat power compared to one who had starved for days. Warm broth went down his throat and settled in his stomach. After repeating this a few times, the bowl was empty. Tasty? Does exploiting the labor of a comrade taste good? Ram approached grumbling. Very. It's good if you're not picky. I've never seen a guy who's picky about food last long. We have such a guy in our squad, don't we? It seems that friend is still doing well. Any moment now. Rem, who had been spewing venom about his squad mate, soon picked up his bowl and moved on. It was time to diligently wash the bowls after filling his stomach with the soupy mix of bread and dried meat. Ingrid took out a cloth soaked in oil and carefully wiped his sword, then wiped it again with a dry cloth. The newly acquired sword was neither made of renowned steel nor crafted by a famous smith, but it was quite usable. Its balance was good, and its blade was sharp enough. It could slice through thick cloth armor or thin leather armor just fine. After finishing the sword maintenance and stepping out of the barracks, Craeus appeared. Turning his head from side to side, Ingrid called out to him. Big Eyes. Craeus approached with a bundle in his hand. Here. The bundle was, of course, the items Ingrid had requested. As expected, it contained 5 poorly purified throwing knives. The quality was poor, but they were wrapped with properly oiled leather chunks and a large needle. I barely managed to get the dear leather gloves. Ingrid rubbed the blade of a throwing knife with his finger as Craeus spoke. Indeed, that was the case. There was only one glove for the left hand, not a pair. So here. Craeus returned a coin. The dear leather gloves were calculated as 2 coins. Big Eyes was always sharp about money. It was a known fact. He could have argued and received it, but that would have taken time. It was better to focus on today's tasks. There wasn't much time for anything else. The white steed flowers he had brought were withered. You're not confessing with them, are you? Couldn't get the fresh ones. Swindler. Ingrid nodded. This was within expectations. Who in the middle of a battlefield would manage to gather 10 fresh flowers? Instead, there are 12. A swindler with some conscience, at least. And here. Craeus extended a small pouch. Opening it, Ingrid found rice inside. Probably, if the deal had gone sour, Craeus would have feigned difficulty in obtaining the rice and later claimed he managed to find it just in time. Transparent trickery, but Ingrid didn't mind. He had obtained everything he needed. Good work. But what are you really going to do? Craeus was quite curious about what this well-liked squad leader would do. Sew and maybe brew some alcohol. That was why Craeus could only tilt his head in confusion. Suddenly sewing? And why brew alcohol? Well, okay. Craeus asked no further and left. Ingrid securely placed the knives at his waist and threw the rest into the tent. Then, he strode forward. His destination was already set. Walking non-stop towards the outskirts of the barracks, a soldier saw Ingrid walking and shouted at him. Hey there, what's up? The squad leader? If you're going to relieve yourself, don't go there. Why? Some guy peed there yesterday and got bitten by a snake. A viper. It's not a very venomous one, but he's been scratching his body all day. I'm in a hurry. I'll be quick. I've said my piece. It wasn't something to actively discourage. The soldier just let Ingrid go. Unless he's incredibly unlucky, he should be fine. The soldier thought this as he turned away from Ingrid. Ingrid walked at a moderate pace, looking around. The outskirts of the barracks, designated for relieving oneself. Several pits emitting a foul smell were among the large trees, thick with dry leaves. Ingrid avoided the stinky area and scattered the rice. Then he squatted in a spot without grass and picked up a fallen branch nearby, whittling the end with a throwing knife. Using the blade like a saw, he repeatedly scraped the branch and forcefully pushed the blade outwards, shaping the end of the branch. After several cuts, the end of the branch split into two, resembling a spear. To an outsider, it might look like he was just passing time, but his intentions were different. While working on the branch, Ingrid kept an eye on the dry grass. It wasn't long before the rustling of the grass signified movement. Snakes dislike rice. It was natural for the snake to avoid the area where he had scattered the rice. Snake hunting had been an occasional activity for him. A decent viper could be sold for a good price. Once, when he sold a snake to a drunkard in the city, he had asked what it was used for, and the lush had laughed heartily. "Haven't you ever drunk snake alcohol? If you haven't, don't talk." A hardy drunkard he was. Shh. A creature wriggled through the dry leaves. It had a brown body with a suitably angular head. Ingrid pressed down on the neck area with the end of the branch. Poke. He mixed in a stabbing motion he had learned. The snake couldn't escape. He then smacked the back of the snake's head with the knife handle to knock it out. One down. He repeated the process several times. After scattering the remaining rice, he continued until no more snakes appeared. It didn't take long. The job was done before the sun had fully crossed the sky. Ingrid had caught 5 snakes. One by one, he grabbed the mouths of the snakes and pressed them against a thin leather pouch. The frightened snakes dripped venom from their venom glands. He repeated this 5 times and then stuffed the remaining snakes into a thick leather bag. Constipated? I was about to check if you really got bitten by a snake because you weren't coming out. It was the same soldier who had warned him earlier. He looked serious. He seemed genuinely concerned. "Thanks to you, it was a quick job," Ingrid said and walked briskly. Right behind Ingrid's barracks, the squad leader of that section had been doing piecework sewing since childhood. This buddy had decent craftsmanship, having learned sewing over his mother's shoulder, and his skills were not bad. Thinking he couldn't live by sewing alone, he enlisted. Moreover, he terribly loves alcohol. That's what Ingrid knew about the sewing squad leader. Ingrid threw the chunk of leather in front of the hungover squad leader. Got a moment. His complexion wasn't great, but his sewing was really useful. He had done it a few times before. Even if he threatened to report to the company commander about his drinking, he would do it, but then the sewing would be sloppy. Make some hand, knee, and elbow guards with this. Why should I? The squad leader scowled. A natural reaction, given they usually had little interaction. It was too urgent to spend time persuading. Even if he started right away, it would be a close call to get it before the battle. Want some hidden booze, right? At those words, his complexion changed, and his eyebrows twitched. He looked like an angry boar. In fact, his appearance did remind one of a wild boar. With such an appearance, having delicate sewing skills. This will make for a killer drink. Saying so, he casually dropped the bag of snakes he had caught. The snakes danced wildly on the leather. A frenzied dance. "It's snakes," he said without even looking inside. "Ever tried snake alcohol?" At that, the squad leader nodded as if it was obvious. "Did you know that it's fucking good?" Ingrid hadn't tried it. But thanks to a hardy drunkard, he knew. "If you haven't tried it, you don't know the taste, right?" he reiterated, and the squad leader vigorously nodded. "I'll give you the snakes. Just make this for me." "How did you know I'm good at sewing?" "I heard the company commander talking the other day." There was no such incident. The buddy had told him himself when drunk. Well, it wasn't important. Damn, blabbermouth. Even as he grumbled, he grabbed the needle. It was a fair trade. Then, please. Shit. Okay, Got it? The fellow soldier's eyes didn't leave the squirming snake pouch. He really liked snake alcohol. Ingrid returned inside the barrack, gathered the remaining items, and moved to the place where he had sparred with Rem. No one spoke to him. It was times like these that being in the troublemaker squad was advantageous. It also helped make them ostracized, residing behind a small hill where few people passed. Ingrid, wearing deer leather gloves, crushed the white steed flowers with a stone until their white petals turned dark green. He repeated this until the mixture was right, then added the snake venom. Originally, the venom of the snake only caused itching. However, mixed with white steed flowers, it was different. It was the 77th day when he had been paralyzed by this venom, and the enemy soldier who had giggled in front of paralyzed Ingrid had spilled the beans on how to make it. What's so good about making this, he had thought. So he had made it a few times, and it was pretty decent. After crushing the flowers and mixing the venom, he smeared the sticky green liquid on a flat stone over the blades of his throwing knives. The knife gleamed in the sunlight, reflecting a dull dark green light. The preparation is done. Bang! Bang! Squad, assemble! Just then, a loud call came from within the barracks. It was a well-known routine to Ingrid, repeated many times. It was the assembly call for battle orders. Chapter 9, A Different Man Every Day. Battle orders didn't mean there would be a detailed strategic explanation. All they had to do was prepare. As soon as Ingrid heard the orders, he headed to the barracks in the back. By now, the sewing master, who had sent a squad member to the squad leader meeting claiming he was sick, must have finished making the items. You didn't give me any thread. Indeed, he had. The hand, knee, and elbow guards made from sturdy leather greeted Ingrid, looking quite impressive. Thread. Feigning ignorance, the liquor-loving squad leader snorted. What am I supposed to do if you only bring the leather? What indeed? You'll unravel the blanket thread and twist it properly to make it? This was something that had been done several times. Even without giving him any thread, the friend who received a wriggling gift did a good job on his own. I forgot. You don't look like you forgot at all. Despite his hangover, he still had some wits about him. No, I really forgot. Tisk. He didn't seem to believe it, but what did it matter? Ingrid gathered up the leather guards. The stitching was meticulous. Though Ingrid had made some himself before, his comrade's work was definitely of better quality. He was satisfied. I feel like I've been tricked. Thanks for your hard work. He patted his shoulder once and returned to the barracks. As soon as Ingrid came back, he simply said there would be a battle in the afternoon and sat down to work busily. Srrrng. Ingrid drew his sword and cut the deer leather gloves he held in both hands, slicing them back and forth smoothly. After cutting the leather roughly in half, he elongated it and swiftly made sheaths for the throwing knives. Finally, he cut the ends of the leather into several long strips, creating ties and fastening them like a belt. It wasn't his first time doing this. Having done it dozens of times, Ingrid was familiar with it. His hands moved smoothly. Seeing this, Ram poked his head over his shoulder and asked, "What are you doing? You have small knives, why are you using those?" "Just testing if the blade is sharp." "Nice hand skills. Hope your sword skills are just as good." This guy always had a jab for everyone, but they weren't hurtful. Even when there was no progress, it wasn't a big deal. Ingrid ignored him. "I went to all that trouble to get them, and you just tear them up to make knife sheaths." Craus poked his head over the other shoulder. "Why are these guys so interested in me? Were their heads broken and they saw him as their actual mother? That's kind of disturbing. I used them all up. I don't understand what you're thinking. Did you eat something bad somewhere? Come to think of it, you've been running around all day. What's up?" "Nothing." He brushed it off. After wiping the blade once more, Incred sat quietly and closed his eyes. Then he recalled the countless battlefields he had experienced. Events flashed by like a panorama. It was the battlefield he had repeated 125 times. Incred reflected on it. All this preparation was to survive, not to improve his swordsmanship. The battlefield is not a swordsmanship training ground. Even if his swordsmanship wasn't great, his long experience of surviving wouldn't disappear. Was it really the sword that kept Incred alive all this time? No. It was the situation, luck, preparation, and composure. He survived by combining all these factors. So, today as well. The same. He would do his best to survive. Incred decided to move past today. Charge! The cry of his allies was heard. Incred was soon pushed into the heart of the battlefield. He wasn't flustered. He didn't run in excitement. He lifted his head, observing the battlefield with his eyes and regulating his breathing with his mouth. Whew! A short but calm breath. Enemies came into view. Allies came into view. Charging enemies, retreating allies. SRRRNG. He drew his sword. And then a flying blade came into sight. Incred struck the spearhead with the shield in his left hand. Thud. It was a process he had repeated countless times. There were no mistakes. He struck away the spearhead and took a step forward. Hi-ya! He thrust his right foot under the heel of the startled enemy and bent his knee, bracing for impact. It all happened in one breath. Like a prearranged sparring session, the enemy, naturally tripped, fell backward. Thud. The opponent, who fell head first, blinked in confusion. He probably had no idea what had happened. He had tried to stab and retreat but had tripped and fallen. It had all happened in an instant. As Incred passed the fallen enemy, he kicked his chin with his toe. Crack! With a crisp sound, pieces of teeth and blood dripped from his mouth. He was knocked out. There was no need to kill him. Moving forward, Incred raised his left arm. Bang! Crack crack crack! A club aimed at his shield glanced off, grazing his elbow. Crrrk! It was a spiked club. No injuries. The leather armor wrapped around his elbow had done its job. Damn it! The enemy gritted his teeth. The muscles in his jaw were visibly tensed under his half-covering helmet. This one would be a hassle to handle properly. Many of Incred's today's had involved taking hits from this guy on his left arm. He gripped the hilt and stepped forward with his left foot. It was Valen-style swordsmanship. Their eyes met. If he drew his sword, there would be a fight. Both the enemy and Incred knew this. Their eyes met, and an implicit agreement was made. They would fight, crossing sword and club. The enemy's eyes were fixed on Incred's right hand. SRRRNG. Before the sword could even be fully drawn, Incred's left hand moved first. A throwing knife strapped to his waist flew through the air. The enemy, flustered, raised his arm. Thud. The blade embedded in the enemy's arm. Even after wearing a cloth armor, the arm couldn't be thickly padded. Otherwise, it would restrict movement. Thus, the blade must have reached and pierced the skin. You coward! The enemy shouted. There was no such thing as cowardice or dishonor in a fight. Incred silently resheathed his sword. Valen-style swordsmanship involved pretending to draw the sword while throwing a knife or stone. You bastard! The enraged spiked club enemy had veins popping on his forehead. That would only make the poison work faster. The enemy, starting to charge, suddenly fell forward. The paralyzing venom had worked. Thud, he fell face first into the ground. He then gasped and sputtered. Incred calmly passed by. The next enemy, he kicked in the groin, then pushed aside. The next, he quietly approached and shoved from behind. A confused enemy's head was then struck by an ally's hammer. Thud. Even with a helmet, a blunt weapon could crack a head. Moreover, it wasn't a metal helmet but a leather one. Ingrid hadn't done anything particularly remarkable. He just performed the necessary movements and actions at each moment. Of course, all these actions contributed to minor victories for his surrounding allies. "Thanks for saving me," a stranger said. Ingrid nodded roughly and passed by. "It wasn't anything significant." "You saved me." Fourth squad leader? Luck or skill? Either way, let's have a drink later." "Damn, I almost died." There were more than a few such people. The growth compared to his first death was incomparable. At the core of it was, naturally, the heart of the beast. Calmly. And again, calmly. The heart of the beast did not beat recklessly. With a wild nature, it calmly observed everything. In the midst of the battlefield, Ingrid felt the beat of his heart and walked again. A battlefield he had repeated dozens of times. However, that didn't mean he wasn't tense. The more familiar it gets, the more vulnerable you are to variables. Just because today was repeated didn't mean everyone did the same things. The enemy's actions changed depending on how Ingrid responded. Thus, he walked slowly, prioritizing taking in the surrounding situation. Here. Swish. Someone swung a dagger from below. A novel attack aiming at his leg during a fall. This has happened before. He had tried to dodge it a few times. Then he found an easier way. It's like blocking arrows. If you can't avoid it, block it. Thud. The dagger that struck the leather greave did not cut Ingrid's shin. It was natural. Huh. The enemy's single word of surprise became his final words. Ingrid struck the back of the prone enemy with the iron rim of his shield. Crack. Ugh. The scream was short and quiet. Why? Instead, the roar of the battlefield echoed. Ingrid's efforts did not change the course of the battle. It just made things a bit easier for those around him. Can't save them all. This was a battlefield, a place where dozens or even hundreds died. Trying to save everyone here was foolish and stupid. Come on. You bastards. The shout belonged to a spearman from another squad. He could tell without seeing the face. Ingrid had taken down over 5 enemies while walking. That confident shouter had actually died dozens of times. If Ingrid hadn't intervened, he would have died today as well. Usually, he would have bled to death from a leg wound, rolling on the ground. He straightened up and took a deep breath. This is the first. A battle he had repeated countless times. Ingrid had set his own standards. The first goal was to join the front lines without getting injured. No injuries. He had just achieved that goal. The second goal was finding familiar faces amidst the chaos. Of course, even in the chaos, avoiding injury was crucial. Only then could he properly face the sadistic stabbing enemy. Having rolled on the battlefield over 100 times, he had one thought. I want to fight in top condition. Would the skills he had honed and learned by repeating today be effective? Could he win against the sadistic enemy who preferred stabbings? Could his efforts allow him to pass today? Thump. His heart raced. Apart from the courage the heart of the beast gave him. I'll surpass today. With a clear goal, a clear purpose. Ingrid's heart beat faster. He walked the battlefield again. Sometimes he ran. But why? Damn, spare me. Yeah. Bastards. Amidst the chorus of curses and shouts, Ingrid turned his head sharply in all directions. The one crouching and being cautious. That was who he was looking for. He spotted him without difficulty. He saw a figure sneaking around among the enemies. First task. Before facing the stabbing enemy, there was a task to be dealt with. The backstabbing clubber. He even gave him a nickname. If left alive, This guy always bashed Ingrid's head from behind. Was it fate? Of course, Ingrid didn't believe in fate. Everything is predetermined from birth? That's bullshit. If the sword broke, he would use the broken blade. If there were no weapons, he would use his fists. If there were no teeth, he would use his gums. He would do anything if talent didn't suffice. I'll climb up like this. What are knights? What is the power to change the tide of battle? An unachievable wish becomes a delusion, but if he could get closer, that would become a dream. Ingrid never gave up on his dream. Who? He exhaled. Tuck. He pulled out a dagger and drew his arm back forcefully. In the middle of the murky battlefield, he felt the weight of the dagger on his fingertips. He focused on the target, drawing an imaginary line. A throwing technique taught by a bar's knife throwing champion one day. This, too, was practiced dozens of times by repeating today. He slightly lifted his left foot, then lowered it, rotating his waist and extending his right hand forward. Lastly, he focused on the sensation at his fingertips, adding a wrist snap. Swoosh. The dagger flew along the imaginary line Ingrid had drawn. Ouch. The flying dagger embedded itself in the shoulder of the clubber. The armor was poor, so it wasn't a difficult task. Which bastard did that? The enemy cursed, looking around. There was no need to make eye contact. Without an antidote, he would have to lie down quietly. Soon the enemy fell, and Ingrid calmly began searching for the second target. This time, it was the enemy who was good at throwing axes. This guy always threw axes to disrupt. Taking him out beforehand would prevent interference in the duel. God! A devout ally soldier shouted. Swearing and menacing words echoed everywhere. Ingrid walked, precisely seeking what he wanted while observing his surroundings. He blocked minor attacks with his shield. If he saw an opening, he tripped them. He struck their heads with the flat of his sword. Those who stupidly wore helmets, he slashed from above. This made it much easier for the allies around Ingrid. 3 throwing knives left. The enemy who threw axes was nowhere to be seen. His position changes every time. But this general area was correct. Let's start with Bell. He had to save the ally who might get his head pierced by that eagle-eyed guy. To the right from here. He walked, watching the allies' movements. Walking, he blocked a few attacks, then discarded the broken shield. Despite having repeated this countless times, the shield always broke. Around here. A battlefield repeated over 100 times, even if it changed every time, some things were naturally ingrained in his eyes and body. A rolling shield. Ingrid stepped on the edge of the shield. The shield, wedged on a stone, shot up into the air with a thud. He caught it in a swift motion. It was closer to a trick, but after countless repetitions, it was easier than bending down to pick it up. You've got skills. A voice of an ally who happened to see it. Enemy behind. A comrade who had died several times watched him, dumbfounded. He turned his body sharply. He faced an enemy charging with a spear. Damn, a sneaky bastard. The two fought for their lives. The ally won. He had watched this fight about 20 times. So there was no need to see more. The battlefield was not only familiar but ingrained in his body. Ingrid mentally divided the area, drawing a map. Let's go to Bell first. He moved. Arg. Bell fell. Thud. An arrow blocking shield. Whoa, I'm alive. Don't lift your head. Crawl back. More arrows coming. Bell followed his advice faithfully. In many of today's, the second arrow had pierced Bell's head dozens of times. Crawling back was the correct move. What? Are you secretly fucking Lady Luck? It was Rem. Damn, that was savage. He said things that would make a devout believer of the goddess flinch without a care. Not a scratch. Facing the stabbing guy in perfect condition. That was Ingrid's ultimate goal today. Go do your job. I will. But you seem different today. I'm a different man every day. There wasn't a single same day among the repeated todays. Each day was a why of growth. You should take some medicine, squad leader. With that, Rem left. Was I too unlucky earlier? Maybe, but what could he do? The truth was the truth. Just then, Ingrid saw the guy who enjoyed throwing axes. It was an enemy with an axe dangling from his waist. What was the point in waiting? Ingrid drew a dagger coated with poison. Chapter 10, he stabbed. Gurk. The man hit by the dagger let out a death rattle. A poisoned dagger was embedded in his side, and a spear had pierced his throat. Gurgle. Foam bubbled at his mouth as the light faded from his eyes. That was the end. Ingrid looked into the man's eyes before stepping back. Why? An ally right next to him screamed. The enemy in front of them also screamed. Rayarg. Both were large men. When they clashed, it was like two carriages colliding. They grabbed each other and started spinning around. Seeing this, Ingrid stepped back. What must one do to preserve their life? After over 120 times of risking his life, Ingrid had learned many lessons. Preserving his life meant fighting as little as possible. Ingrid took care of himself. Die. You fucker. Instead of shouting battle cries, they cursed as they swung swords, spears, axes, and clubs. Don't mess with my brother, you bastard. A dying soldier left his last words. Doesn't matter what you say, I won't take responsibility for your brother. A soldier pretended to be unfazed by the death of a comrade. Die. Die. A rookie lost his sanity in the heat of battle. That crazy bastard. Leave him. He's just pretending to be a berserker. A veteran cared for his squad mate while watching the rampaging rookie. My name is Bardash. An enemy trying to announce his name died mid-sentence. An ally laughed while pulling out the spear that had killed him. Stomp. A foot hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. In the sunlight, the dust floated lazily. Beside it, an enemy spat blood. Nearby, a comrade lay with his head smashed. Flesh scattered on the ground, blood soaking the earth. Even if one tried to stay out of the fray, it was impossible to survive in the heart of the battlefield without doing anything. Huff, hoo. Ingrid inhaled shortly and exhaled long. He controlled his breathing. As soon as he steadied his breath, he saw a spearhead flying through the dust. Ingrid loosely held his shield, blocking the spear. Thunk. The spearhead bounced off the shield. By holding the handle loosely, he could absorb the impact. At the same time, a club swung diagonally from the side. Ingrid ducked forward, dodging the club, and lunged at the attacker. Thud. He slammed his shoulder into the enemy's chest. As they fell, he drew a dagger and stabbed their thigh. Crunch. The blade tore through the thick cloth, making a deep cut in the enemy's thigh. You bastard! The enemy shouted, shoving Ingrid away. Using the force to steady himself, Ingrid drew his sword and slashed horizontally. The thigh injury hindered the enemy's movement. The staggered enemy couldn't avoid the blade and was struck on the neck. Slash. The blade half embedded itself. Ingrid pulled it out with force. Crunch. The blade tore through muscle, nerves, tendons, and bone as it came out. Blood gushed as the soldier tried to cover his neck with his hand. Of course, such a wound couldn't be stopped with a hand. Ingrid didn't look back. He knew an ally would deal with the spearman who had attacked him. You bastard! It was Bell. He hadn't saved him for nothing. Once saved, Bell stayed close and watched his back. He was a loyal friend. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Ingrid lost interest in the fallen enemy and picked up a stone from the ground. Then he turned and threw it immediately. The enemy, who was evenly matched with an ally, paused when hit by the stone. Smash! Bell swung his spear and struck the enemy's head. It was an excellent hit. I think I've repaid my debt. Bell panted as he spoke. Do you really think so? Did he think repaying a life debt was that simple? Maybe I've only repaid half. Bell scratched his helmet with his bloody hand. Not that it would make him feel any better. Bell stepped back slightly. After falling once, he had learned to be more cautious. Following the flow of the battle, Ingrid moved slowly. Save me! Gurgle! A soldier begging for his life foamed at the mouth. He recognized the face. A gambler who had died countless times. I can't save you, Ingrid said calmly. He had tried many times, but saving him was impossible. Thus, he stepped into the battlefield. Among the approaching enemies, he searched for the sadistic attacker. It wasn't hard to find him. The moment he found him, Ingrid drew his last remaining dagger and threw it in rhythm with his steps. Thud, whoosh, whiz. A perfectly timed throw that few could dodge traced a thin line through the air. Thunk. The enemy twisted and caught the dagger on his shoulder. The slanted dagger struck his scapula and bounced off. A reflexive action, yet an almost perfect defense. Ingrid felt the enemy's gaze on him. Blocking the dagger and immediately identifying its source. He had thought it many times, but this sadistic attacker was no ordinary person. The enemy charged. With each step, blood-soaked dirt flew backward. It wasn't far. So, it was time to test everything he had learned from repeating today. His condition was better than ever. Thus, he was ready. The enemy brought his sword down vertically. Ingrid raised his shield. Thud. The blade striking the oiled wood felt heavy. The basics of swordsmanship. Its strength. One of the swordsmanship instructors had said. Beat strength with skill? Ha, that's laughable. Try beating a giant with just skill. Do you know how many died trying to deflect against giants? The basics of swordsmanship are strength. Strength. So train hard. Thanks to that teacher, he had built his body well. Holding the shield, Ingrid didn't easily get pushed back. His strength was on par with the enemy's. Humph. The sadistic attacker sneered. While Ingrid's vision was obscured by the shield, the enemy kicked his ankle. Ingrid blocked it with his greave. Steel-plated boots were weapons themselves. Thud. A sharp pain shot up his shin, but it didn't break. That was enough. He pushed his shield out and drew his sword, swinging it upward. Whoosh. The sadistic attacker had anticipated it, already stepping out of the sword's range. Then he jumped forward, deeper than the distance he had retreated. It was a charge timed with Ingrid's sword swing. Ha! Ingrid shouted, putting all his strength into swinging his shield like a club. The sadistic attacker tucked his chin. Thwack! The enemy was hit in the head and fell to the side. Ingrid, about to swing his sword again, stepped back. Whoosh! The enemy, still on the ground, drew a dagger and slashed diagonally. If he had charged, the dagger would have hit above the greave. In a short moment, the enemy saw the position of the guard and found the gap. People would call that talent. Ingrid had to die and die again, learning the heart of the beast to achieve that. The enemy had none of that. He had no experience of rolling on the battlefield countless times. Ingrid could see it. The enemy was either a rookie or had little battle experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't charge so recklessly. It had been the same when they first met. He had almost fallen for the enemy's stab. No experience but brilliant talent. But he wasn't envious. I can catch him. He could do it. Confidence built up. He intuitively knew today's efforts weren't in vain. It was time for the efforts made with death to pay off. "You bastard!" A venomous look showed in his eyes. The enemy got up, and in that moment, another ally stepped between Ingrid and him. The sadistic attacker crouched without hesitation and struck the ally's shin with his sword hand. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking. Whenever an ally stepped in, this was the pattern. The next move was always to stab the ally's neck with a dagger. A fluid attack pattern. It was a known pattern. The sadistic attacker drew his dagger and stabbed. The shocked ally couldn't do anything, his eyes wide open. Just before the blade pierced his neck. Whoosh, the ally's body was pulled back. Slash, crunch. The blade slashed his cheek, grazed his temple, and scratched his helmet. Huh! The surprised ally fell back, speechless, gasping for air as he sat on the ground. Ingrid stood before the soldier, clenching and unclenching the hand that had grabbed the ally's neck instead of a sword. Back off. This was his fight. That was his opponent. He had to confirm his achievements. Thump. His heart raced. Ingrid felt a mix of emotions. Whether surpassing today was the right thing. Whether he could defeat the enemy. An inexplicable sense of competitiveness. The baseless intuition that overcoming this opponent would lead to the next step. "I won't hold back," the sadistic attacker said. "Look at that, how ridiculous." A lack of experience, despite talent, was evident if he were truly serious. He should have shown a gap instead of talking. If he wanted to win, he should have done that. So, Ingrid did it instead. Huff, huff. He deliberately breathed heavily. He flinched at every gesture from the enemy. At one point, the enemy's eyes, which had seemed red, were now a dull brown. Those brown eyes sparkled. The sadistic attacker stepped closer, slashing his sword. Whoosh! It was a different speed from before. Thump! His heart raced. There was no panic or closing of his eyes. The heart of the beast remained calm. Watch closely and just dodge. Rem always said that. He had thought it was just teasing. But it wasn't. He saw it. He tensed his ankle and twisted his body. Whoosh, the blade grazed his shoulder. Right after dodging, he slashed horizontally. Ting! The enemy raised his dagger. Ingrid's sword and the enemy's dagger formed a cross. Ting ting ting! Pressing down with force, the blades clashed, sending sparks flying. The enemy twisted his dagger, deflecting the sword sideways. Ingrid stopped his thrust and pulled his shield close. Clang! The blade struck the edge of the shield. Sparks flew again. The sadistic attacker had already pulled back and swung his sword. He had experienced this pattern before. He knew it well. Turning his head quickly, the enemy was already out of sight. Ingrid didn't hesitate and drove his sword vertically into the ground. The enemy, who had charged low, stopped. Thunk! The blood-soaked ground swallowed the blade. The enemy, bent over, lifted his head. Murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Tricks! He clenched his teeth. Tricks were skills too, you bastard. Ingrid didn't respond. Instead, he kicked dirt at the enemy. Thud. Ugh. The enemy blocked his face with his arm. Blocking with reflexes again. It wasn't the first time he had seen this. It was no big deal. You bastard. When he had the upper hand, he boasted and spoke of mercy. He reveled in despicable joy in his eyes. When cornered, he quickly got excited. His personality was clear. As he stood up, the enemy charged again. Clang! 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 Blocking the relentless sword strikes with his shield, it began to creak. Closing the distance, the enemy thrust a dagger at his side. Before, he had been stabbed like this and died, gasping. Ingrid raised his elbow. Thud. The blade struck the tough leather guard. At the same time, Ingrid pushed his forehead forward. It was a Valen-style close combat technique. A headbutt. Thwack. Ugh. He headbutted with all his might, making his head spin. Usually, there would be someone swinging a club from behind at this moment. But not today. There was no one throwing an axe either. Instead, there was Belle. Fuck, I'm helping. Belle shouted. Just block anyone who interferes. This is my fight. Suppressing the nausea and regaining his balance, he heard the enemy muttering. You crazy bastard. If my head is spinning, so is yours. The dizziness quickly faded. I'll watch you struggle and die. The sadistic attacker took a stance. One foot forward, the other back. A stance like a charging cavalryman. From that stance came a thrust as fast as an arrow. Tension gripped his heart. He exhaled to release the tension. Stay calm. Could he overcome the wall of talent with repetition of today? It was time to find out. The enemy moved. He was just a dot. That's how he appeared. Despite having experienced it many times, it was still the same. The dot became light, then a blade that pierced Ingrid's body. No, he barely dodged it. Whoosh. The blade grazed his side. Predicting the target and dodging according to the blade's movement. Ingrid's body followed his thoughts faithfully. The burning pain followed the graze on his side. He ignored it. Instead, he stepped forward with his left foot, drawing his sword hand back. Pulling his right elbow tight. Like an arrow on a string. He shifted his weight onto his left foot. He had watched and learned. He had learned through being stabbed. Completed through sparring with Rem. Thud. When advancing, focus on balance over strength. Imbue the blade with his will. Stab. Firm will infused the sword. Releasing the tensioned muscles, he thrust his sword. Thunk. The sharpened blade stabbed at the enemy's heart. It pierced through the leather and thick cloth armor, reaching the heart. It felt as if the sword, hand, and arm had become one. A moment to savor the satisfaction of achievement as a reward for his efforts. Hey! Someone shouted. Ingrid didn't even register the shout. Before he could bask in the joy of victory. Thwack! An immense impact struck his left side, lifting him off the ground. Huh! What was this? It was a situation he had never encountered in the 125 times of repeating today. It's a damn frog. Whether it was Belle or someone else shouting, he didn't know. That was Ingrid's last memory. He fainted. Chapter 11, The Frog. Damn it! Rem spat on the ground, twirling his axe like a toy. He had just lost track of the guy they called Hawkeye. It felt as uncomfortable as not wiping after taking a shit. How long has it been since I last failed on a hunt? The archer was quick-witted and fast-footed. As soon as he sensed Rem's presence, he bolted. Even the arrow he fired while escaping was sharp. Rem rubbed the spot near his left side where the arrow had grazed him. There was no wound. He had just failed to dodge it perfectly. Annoyance aside, he charged in, slicing through the enemy ranks at an angle. Rem started heading back to where he had been. Who the hell is this guy? Kill him. There were a few allies around him. He had gone in too deep, but it didn't bother him much. Instead of grumbling or cursing, Rem swung the axes in his hands. He had picked up the axe in his right hand from an enemy, but its balance was terrible. However, that wasn't something to worry about. If he wasn't going to use it, he could just throw it away. Whoosh, thud. He slashed the jaw and neck of an enemy blocking his path with the axe in his left hand, causing a fountain of blood to gush out. Rem swiftly avoided the blood spray and swung his right hand forcefully. The axe sliced through the air. Whoosh! Even though it wasn't a throwing axe, it flew fiercely and hit its target. Thunk! The axe split an enemy's head in half. After causing chaos among the enemy, Rem returned to his allies' ranks. I wonder if our squad leader is still alive. He wasn't someone who would die easily. Rem had never met such a tenacious person before. Even among my tribe, there was no one like him. He was probably holding out, being careful and hanging on. It would be a waste for him to die here. Although, he wasn't exactly fit for the battlefield either. The heart of the beast would suit him well, but his talent is truly unfortunate. Feeling sorry, he had taught some of his tribe's secret techniques to Ingrid. It wasn't out of a desire to be a mentor. There are just some people you don't want to see die in front of you. It can't be helped if they die out of your sight. That's how he returned to his usual position. You caused a mess and have nothing to show for it? It was Jackson, one of the key members of the 4-4-4 squad. Apart from the squad leader Ingrid, nobody got along well. It was amazing that the squad even functioned at all, which pointed to Ingrid's inexplicable charisma. Oh? Are you asking to die? Do you want your head split by an axe? The archer you missed has made a mess of the battlefield. This was clearly picking a fight. You didn't need to look far to see the impact on the battlefield. It wasn't the archer's fault, it was because of the frog. The frog had suddenly appeared and disrupted the battlefield. Whether it was due to his luck being good or bad, he hadn't crossed paths with Rem yet. Shut up. If you don't want to die, don't talk to me. Crazy barbarian. They both turned away from each other. They had just happened to cross paths. Criticizing each other was part of their routine. The 4th squad didn't maintain formations. Everyone fought their own battles. Even without formation or gathering, they stood out. Except for Big Eyes. Even Rem had probably drawn some attention by slicing through the enemy ranks. Jackson's specialty was appearing silently out of nowhere. Far away, he saw a few other squad members. They were all making their own marks. One was lazily swinging his sword. Another was methodically beating people to death. None of them were ordinary. Of course, the standout was the squad leader. Despite lacking talent, he had survived through sheer determination. Who would call that ordinary? Just in case. Rem decided to find and protect the squad leader. He planned to watch his back without him noticing. He still thought Ingrid was too valuable to die. He's the first person on this continent to learn my tribe's secrets. With various reasons in mind, he moved. Soon, he spotted Ingrid. While he was distracted, an enemy charged. Instinctively, Rem tripped the charging enemy and struck his jaw with the axe handle. The enemy spat out broken teeth. Rem spun around, elbowing the enemy's helmet. Crack. Thud. The sound was similar to thick firewood breaking. It had broken the enemy's neck in one blow. Rem twirled his right arm, but his gaze remained fixed. Despite dealing with the charging enemy, his eyes had been on the squad leader the whole time. Skilled. It was a sight he hadn't seen before. That skillfulness made him watch instead of stepping in to help. He didn't seem like he would lose. It was a reality close to intuition. Ingrid was fighting a fairly skilled enemy. There was an unprecedented calmness and boldness in his actions. How? How could a person change so much overnight? I'm surprised too. Beside him, Jackson appeared again. It seemed their paths kept crossing. Had this guy also come to watch the squad leader's back? I've been watching all day. While you were messing around. So. I thought he must be living together with the goddess of luck. What? He got lucky. Just luck? It didn't seem like luck alone could explain his current state. His skills have also improved remarkably. Jackson got along well with other squads but had a bad relationship with Rem. Well, that was true for everyone in this squad. In fact, the conversation they just had was the longest and most ordinary one since Rem joined this squad. That meant Jackson was equally surprised. Rem was just as shocked. Moreover, Rem saw two even more surprising things. The first was Incred dodging an enemy's thrust and countering with an almost perfect sword strike. Nice. Rem muttered involuntarily. Jackson nodded slightly. Persistent effort. Knowing how hard the squad leader worked, he couldn't help but cheer for him. Talent is funny. Sometimes it lets you leap several steps at once. Both Rem and Jackson had experienced that, so Incred's current state didn't feel alien to them. He seemed to have leaped several steps in an instant. He won. The opponent wasn't easy. Rem could have beaten him with a few axe swings. The squad leader, however, who would have lost 10 out of 10 times against this enemy, ended up winning. It didn't look like an easy victory. He bore minor wounds. The shield in his left hand was a broken piece of junk. His hand and knee guards were torn and tattered. He was panting heavily, his breath labored. The heart of the beast. Rem quickly assessed the squad leader's state. Calmness and composure. The foundation for that was the secrets Rem had taught him. But to this extent, it was astonishingly refined. Rem felt a sense of pride. Frog. Just then, someone shouted. It was another soldier behind the squad leader. What was his name? Bell. He remembered because the name sounded similar to his own. Just as Bell had said, the frog darted forward like a shadow. Frog, the frogman. His face resembled a frog's. So did his skin. His skin was slick, like it was coated with oil, causing all blades and blunt weapons to slide off. To kill him, you had to pierce his heart or burn them with magic or sorcery. That was no easy task. Frog had superior strength and combat instincts, being part of a natural warrior race. As a combat-specialized species, they could master any weapon in just days. Frog sprinted, his body parallel to the ground, and kicked Incred's side with his foot. It didn't seem like he intended to finish him off with that one kick. Seeing Incred fly sideways, Frog landed and assumed a stance. He reached back, grasping a spear. Leave him alone, and he would die. He would definitely die. As soon as Rem saw the black shadow, he sprang forward. Bang! The ground caved in with a boom. His forceful step sent the earth up like a small fountain. In a flash, Rem was beside Frog. Whoosh! Without a word, he swung his axe in a long arc. It curved down like a whip, transferring force from his shoulder and arm to the axe blade. Frog, instead of throwing the spear, performed an incredible trick. Mid-throw, he sidestepped with his right foot and swung the spear shaft upward like a wooden stick. It all happened in an instant. Clang! The axe and spear collided. A shock wave radiated from the impact. Grr, an intruder? An ugly human. Damn Frog, that's our squad leader. The squad leader is weaker than the squad members. Frog instantly assessed Rem's skills. Dash, axe swing, judgment. Frog were a natural warrior race. If anything matched their combat skills, it was their insight. Their bulging eyes assessed an opponent's strength in an instant. They were a species born with the talent to discern talent. Frog's eyes rolled, and he stepped back. Fine. I've calmed down. What the hell? Ugly human, that man has pierced it of a person I know. I got excited for a moment. But I taught him, so, fine, fighting to the death here isn't worth it. Frog's insight wasn't limited to assessing people's talents. Their combat instincts instantly determined the odds. Rem didn't think the situation was entirely unfavorable, but if he could avoid a fight, that was good. Being paid peanuts to fight Frog was a losing battle. He fully understood what Frog was saying. As long as their heart wasn't pierced, frogs regenerated their limbs. They were sensitive about the word heart. They didn't use the word heart at all. Seeing someone die from a pierced heart could make them lose their minds. A berserk frog exuded a truly savage aura. An undertrained frog wouldn't even step onto the battlefield. Ram reflected on what he knew. Damn, I guess I'm getting used to this place. Reciting details about frogs so smoothly meant life on this continent had become ingrained in him. Frog tapped his heart armor. A piece of armor designed solely to protect the heart, called heart armor. It was a certification of sorts. Their city would rather break an unrefined blade than send it out. The heart armor was a badge of identity for frogs. See you again, ugly human. Why did he keep calling him ugly? Frogs liked jewels and had unique aesthetics. They preferred attractive humans. That face is too good to kill. Frog flicked his tongue. It shot out and snapped back like a frog catching a fly. That was his smile. He glanced at the squad leader and slowly retreated. Females liked handsome men. Males liked pretty women. That was the frog way. Their criteria for mating were different from how they judged humans. But they liked attractive humans for some reason. Well, that wasn't Ram's concern. Are you alive? Ram saw Jackson holding the squad leader. His ribs cracked from a kick. But in that short moment. Yeah, he blocked with his arm. Impressive. Worth teaching. Blocking at the moment of impact showed he had learned well thanks to the heart of the beast. Ram felt a sense of pride. The impact seems to have shaken his head. He might not die, but if left like this, he could. The battle is cooling down. Carry him. Let's go. You carry him. I'll clear the way. You'll get an axe to the head someday. You better watch out for a knife in your back. Ram huffed but didn't escalate it. Fine, the squad leader had performed well. That was enough. Ram carried Ingrid. Jackson led the way with his sword and shield. From a glance, he didn't seem exceptionally skilled. But close observation revealed he was clearing the way with less than half his ability. Sneaky wildcat bastard. Ram cursed Jackson inwardly as he walked. The squad leader on his back breathed softly, as if asleep. Chapter 12, 2 Days. Frog recalled the scene he had witnessed. I thought he would win. He had even taught the guy. He had quite a bit of talent. Frog didn't like his personality at all, but that wasn't his concern. A soldier trained mainly in stabbing. A guy with considerable talent. He wasn't someone who should die on such a trivial battlefield. If left alone, he could have at least reached the level of a company commander. Frog thought about why the soldier had died. Lack of experience. No, this wasn't the first soldier raised in this manner. He wasn't someone who would die so easily. Bad opponent. So, it was just bad luck. He had been abandoned by the goddess of fortune. Frog chuckled, making a grating sound. Luck is also a skill. As he entered his camp, his lieutenant approached. I've been looking for you, General. Oh, really? Did you go to the enemy's territory? I just went out for a stroll. You seem to be in a good mood. I saw a guy die from a stab wound in that place. For Frog, the heart was a forbidden word. He loathed seeing it pierced, even from a distance. Yet here was Frog, talking about it and laughing. The lieutenant should have suspected something was wrong with the general's mind, but he didn't. The experienced frogs occasionally mentioned the word heart. And the frog before him was a seasoned soldier. He could mention the word heart if he chose to. So, seeing someone die from a pierced heart could make him laugh. To be precise, Frog could laugh when he saw something more interesting than someone dying from a pierced heart. You must have seen something amusing. Well, just a strangely interesting guy. He couldn't be an ally. If he were, Frog would have brought him back already, he said nonchalantly as he walked on. Frog had thick soles. He didn't even need boots. In fact, some frogs occasionally embedded nails in their soles because they were too slippery. But General Frog disapproved of those who embedded nails in their soles. With excellent senses and proper training, slippery soles could also become a weapon. He imitated the stabbing perfectly. It wasn't a matter of talent. Frog could gauge the level of the technique the opponent had mastered. General Frog had seen the enemy soldier stabbing. He knew because he had seen it. A skill honed through countless repetitions. It was more like a technique mastered at the risk of one's life rather than something learned. Not a matter of talent, but of overwhelming effort. He lacked talent. If luck piled up tens or hundreds of times, it wouldn't be impossible. If you survived countless stabbings in front of your eyes, you could move like that. Everything else was a mess, but the stabbing was passable. But does this make sense? With that kind of skill, surviving on the battlefield repeatedly? To learn at the risk of one's life meant he narrowly survived many times. It was a movement that could only be shown by colliding and breaking against stronger opponents countless times. Does this make sense? No, it doesn't. That's why it piqued his interest. I'd like to see him again. General Frog didn't think it would happen. The goddess of luck was unfair. She was partial. She sometimes favored someone with luck. But even luck had its limits. He must have used up his lifetime's luck. There would be no next time. That didn't mean he would die today, Thughi. Even though he kicked him in a fit of excitement, the guy somehow blocked it. Seeing the two who came to protect him in the end, he didn't seem like he would die on the battlefield now. But it wouldn't last long. Even if you recklessly challenged someone better than you, your skill might improve, but you'd need hundreds of lives. General. Let's eat. Frog stopped thinking about that matter. It was time to focus on something else. In other words, it was time to eat and strategize. The blonde lieutenant nodded at the general's words. Let's go. I'll prepare the meal. He saw the ferryman. Ingrid realized he was sitting on a ferry. A dream. He had experienced this once before, hadn't he? It was a rather old memory. When was it? When I first woke up again. The ferryman without a mouth. A curious voice. He recalled the faint memory. Back then, he thought it was just a meaningless dream. What was the importance of meeting a ferryman in a dream? You survived another day. The boatman spoke. Just like back then, Ingrid couldn't say a word. It seemed that all he could do here was listen. Even with eyes, you cannot see. Even with a mouth, you cannot speak. Even with ears, you cannot hear. The boatman spoke as if singing. The words were mixed with melody and rhythm. He couldn't even blink. None of his senses moved as he wished. It was stifling and frustrating. What can I do now? In a dream, shouldn't you be able to cast spells from your hand or something? It was a dream, but not a dream. Realizing this, Ingrid knew that all he could do was listen. Can you keep enduring? Can you do that? You will be blocked continuously. He didn't understand what was being said. Didn't the ferryman just say he couldn't hear properly even though he had ears? You still can't hear my name. He looked at the ferryman. A blurry figure appeared over the black veil. Like dew on a spring morning, drops seemed to block his vision. It was that blurry. All black. At first, he thought the ferryman just had no mouth, but he had nothing. What you can hear now is my whim and goodwill, he said, giggling. It wasn't that he saw him laugh. It felt like the ferryman was letting him know he was laughing. So what? Child, nothing has ended, and you cannot escape. The wall blocking your path will always be there. It will become your destiny. The word wall sounded strange. It felt like he actually said something else, but Ingrid heard it as wall. What is this? Can you survive? He had no idea what nonsense this was. Of course. Oh. He could talk. There was no need to question it. The ferryman seemed more surprised. You. The ferryman whispered something, but Ingrid's mind soon became hazy. Splash. The ferry disappeared. Ingrid fell into deep water. Over the water, beyond the dew, a black mass conveyed words. No, it conveyed will. This won't stay in your memory. But. Snicker, snicker. The ferryman laughed and continued speaking. You're really interesting. And that was it? As he fell into the deep water, Ingrid lost consciousness. He was drawn into the deep abyss. Who is the hero of this battlefield? Cyprus. Who is the master of this battlefield? Cyprus. Who runs towards tomorrow? Cyprus. Who delivers the verdict? It was a song. A cheerful tune, deep voice, with perfect rhythm. A marching song. No, it wasn't. He had learned a few marching songs since joining this unit, but this wasn't one of them. What he learned here was more like a rhythmic chant than a song. We will win. Blessed by the invincible sun. With the power of the heavenly God. Something like that. No melody, just a shout with rhythm. But now there was melody and rhythm. It was a familiar song. A bard's song. Not all bards are the same. Some take sides and follow the army to boost morale. This must be one of those times. What bard would want to make and sing a praise song for Cyprus? Moreover, that bard wouldn't have even seen the night Cyprus. You're awake. Turning to the voice, he saw Ram. His side ached like crazy. When he tried to lift his hand to touch it, Ram grabbed it. It didn't break, just barely. Instead, they say your head got quite a shake. Here, how many fingers? Ram wiggled his fingers. Go eat shit. Ingrid tried to process the situation. Today was over. Accepting that fact alone was mentally exhausting. He couldn't entertain Ram's jests. See, he's out of it. It's me, Ram, your eternal buddy. You crazy bastard. You forgot me? That's too harsh. Ingrid closed his eyes for a moment and opened them again. He had survived today. Which meant that a day had passed. His mind was in turmoil. The dream was too chaotic. Didn't he say I wouldn't remember? But it was all too clear. Black water, a ferry, the ferryman without eyes, nose, or a mouth. He remembered everything the ferryman said. It felt a bit hazy, like a distant memory. He had a good memory from his childhood. Ingrid remembered everything. I haven't forgotten. The noble hunter. Reciting what was once Ram's nickname made him stop joking. SHH, I said that's a secret. Finally, the jesting stopped. He looked at him with reproachful eyes as if asking why he brought that up. Ingrid composed himself. First. What happened to me? Finally, he got a proper explanation. A dead soldier, dramatically improved skills, and frog. The frog intervened. He had been a mercenary for years but had never seen a frogman in person. Of course, he had never been hit by a frogman either. It was a miracle that all his ribs weren't broken. What do you do if you meet a frog as an enemy on the battlefield? Run. Hide. Die. 3 experienced mercenaries gave different answers, but the conclusion was the same. If you can't run or hide, you die. Frogmen were that dangerous and terrifying. That's what combat species were like. Be it giants, dragonkin, or elves, every species had superior abilities compared to humans, but it was mostly humans who reached the level of knights. That's why humans held the largest power on this continent. After that, I personally carried you off the battlefield. It was a rough road. Almost died. If it had been truly dangerous, he wouldn't be speaking like this. I owe you. If you understand that, you could do the dishes for 10 turns. This bastard, really? Ingrid sighed inwardly but nodded. Despite telling him to leave, Rem didn't get up easily. He had the same smiling face as usual. Did you practice alone? When I wasn't looking. What nonsense is this? Ingrid thought as he looked at him. Your heart was ripened. Huh? Didn't I teach you? Oh. Ingrid realized that Rem had been watching him. Well, he had seen him, so he could help in time. It just happened. After surviving a few close calls, I figured it out. He had thought of dozens of plausible excuses. This was the most convincing one. It was also the truth without any lies. Just slightly understated. Saying he didn't survive those close calls and died wouldn't make sense. Well done. Rem finally stood up. Rest well. Your body needs to recover for the next time. Ingrid finally looked around. He was in the medical tent. A place where the injured gathered. Should he try to get up? As he tried to rise, a soldier sitting nearby spoke with a blurry voice. You shouldn't move yet. If you overdo it, it'll get worse. Your head was shaken badly. A mere soldier seemed like a medic. For mere soldiers, if they were injured, it was lucky if there was a comrade who knew a bit about herbs. Otherwise, dying was common. How did I get to the medical tent? It didn't matter how he got here. He could find out later. More importantly, I survived today. The start of a new day was more important. Looking towards the entrance of the tent, light seeped in through the gaps. It wasn't sunlight. It was the light of flickering torches, along with passing shadows. The bard's song continued. Who is the hero? Cyprus. The soldier's chants followed. He survived today and lived to see the next day. But it seemed he had been unconscious throughout the morning and afternoon, waking up only in the evening. Did I pass today? He asked the medic standing by. Today? It's been 2 days. It was quite a shock. Ingrid thought about it as he closed his eyes. Surviving today was crucial. He had defeated the stabbing soldier. He had surpassed him with his skills. Afterward, Ingrid thought about the ferryman. He recalled and pondered the ferryman's words. He had no choice. The ferryman had said it would repeat. Therefore, if I die, today will repeat. The ferryman had spoken as if to impose a punishment. But why is that a punishment? To Ingrid, it wasn't a punishment, but a reward. Chapter 13, Replay. After being unconscious for 2 days straight, Ingrid slept for another half a day. When he woke up, there was bread and soup in front of him. A long shadow passed over the bread and soup and then disappeared. He turned his gaze to the half-open entrance of the tent. It seemed to be early morning. There was no sound of people moving about. A few torches had been set up, so the light entering the tent was much less than before. Everyone inside the tent was asleep. Ingrid reached for the bread. I can move my arm without any trouble. Seizing the opportunity, Ingrid tried to sit up halfway. Zing! Pain shot up from his side, making the back of his head tingle with the intensity. But if it's just this much. Rem had said it wasn't broken. Ingrid agreed with his own assessment. Though he had fainted from a concussion, but thankfully, his head seemed to be fine now. He wasn't dizzy and his eyes, nose, and ears were all functioning normally. He tore off a piece of bread and dipped it into the cold soup, putting it into his mouth. My tongue's fine too. He was so hungry that even this simple fare tasted delicious. The subtle sweetness of the flour reacted on his tongue. The soup, which had barely any seasoning, was enough to fill his empty stomach. Ingrid chewed the thick soup and bread slowly, as if it were a meal from a proper restaurant. If you eat hastily after fainting, your stomach will turn. He knew this from experience. It was something the soldier guarding the medical tent should have told him, but the soldier he saw last evening looked too annoyed to bother. A soldier guarding the medical tent, was that even a necessary role? He must have some connections. Otherwise, why would an able-bodied guy be stuck here guarding injured soldiers? After filling his stomach, Ingrid forced himself to sit up. If you lie down immediately after eating, you won't digest properly. When injured, it's crucial to eat well and rest. Proper digestion was part of eating well. Whew! Ingrid let out a small sigh and stared blankly at the flickering light at the entrance of the tent. His eyes were on the swaying torches, but his mind was full of other thoughts. The repeated days, today, and the day he finally surpassed. Ingrid replayed and replayed that today. He recalled the moment so vividly that it even appeared in his dreams. The stab itself was excellent. Even he thought it was a perfectly clean strike. It wasn't bad to lead the fight to that point. The Valance-style swordsmanship had helped a lot. It was also thanks to the countless repetitions of today that he had trained, but he couldn't say he did everything well. It was clumsy. This was the conclusion after endlessly revisiting that moment. Someone passed in front of the tent. The shadow of a soldier walking past the burning torch stretched long. The extended shadow turned into a stabbing maniac in Ingrid's imagination. When I stabbed. What if the opponent had dodged? The shadow dodged the stab. Then, spinning its sword, it slashed. The blade easily cut through the neck of the shadow that played Ingrid's role. Then I'd be the one dead. Did I prepare well? Hardly. It was insufficient. If the opponent had been a bit smarter, a bit more skilled in fighting. If they had just a little more experience. If they had survived until the next battlefield. No, that's going too far. This was an exaggeration. Thinking this way, there was no end. The shadow with the sword was a product of imagination, disappearing when he shook off the thought. Ingrid stopped worrying about what had already happened. Rather than pondering if, think about the next step. Rem said you should know how to stab with all your strength, but that didn't mean every attack could be like that. So, he racked his brain. Show the stab once. Before that, keep scratching at the opponent's nerves. When the provoked opponent attempts a stab, counterattack. I bet everything on one stab. A stab that would fail if it didn't work. Was that really the right approach? You shouldn't lead the fight that way. Ingrid knew that too. If the stab didn't work and he faced anew today, what should he do? If the stab didn't work, should I rely on luck? No, that wasn't acceptable. It wasn't allowed. Not luck, but skill. Ingrid believed that using his skill was the best way to make use of the opportunity given to him. Thinking about it didn't plunge him into self-loathing. It was simply a process of revisiting facts, separating what was lacking and what was well done. Just as he always did after a fight or spar. If you survive a fight by risking half your life, that fight will become your asset, Inky. The old swordsman was a fencing instructor teaching children in a quiet coastal town. In terms of skill, he might be embarrassed to make a name for himself even in a small commercial town, let alone a big city. But he was good at teaching. At least to Ingrid, he was an excellent teacher. If you plan to eat sword rice until you die, digest and excrete everything you gain from each fight. That's how you'll survive. The old teacher had likely experienced and walked that path himself. He limped on his left foot. His body was covered in sword scars. Those were lessons learned the hard way. The instructor charged a lot for his lessons, but it wasn't a waste. It was a valuable time. Now was the time to recall what he had learned from him. There must be another way. You can't always stab with all your strength. If you did, you'd be the one to die. Rem wouldn't fight that way either. But when sparring with that crazy Rem bastard, every axe swing felt weighted with serious intent and killing intent. How can he do that? The joy of succeeding in the stab was very brief. Ingrid didn't get drunk on his sense of accomplishment. No, he was happy. He was satisfied with overcoming a wall through his efforts. But he didn't stop there. Naturally, Ingrid envisioned tomorrow. After the successful stab. Seeing the tomorrow that was invisible before succeeding. He was reaching out and walking towards the sun of that tomorrow. What if I stab with all my strength but not with all my heart? He was getting closer to the answer. You can't learn everything just by thinking. But that's okay. Now wasn't all the time Ingrid had been given. The faceless ferryman had said. This wasn't the end. The wall would keep appearing. He said it would repeat. Then I just need to challenge it with my life again. Knowing that such a moment would come again, his heart raced. A peculiar heat starting from his lower abdomen spread throughout his body. Ingrid ignored the heat. Now wasn't the time to push himself. First, rest. Even without a doctor's diagnosis, his aching side indicated he needed a few days of complete rest. But how did I end up here? What usually happens when a soldier gets injured? Regardless of the severity, you either get treated in your tent or die. If you're lucky, you have a doctor treating you. Or if the goddess of fortune showered you with coins, you might receive a priest's prayer. Divine healing required a combination of luck and connections. Of course, it's different for high-ranking officers, but Ingrid wasn't any of those. So, someone must have intervened to get him here. I don't know. With a belch, he felt his digestion was done. Ingrid lay down and slept. He slept very deeply. Eating well and sleeping well was the best when injured. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he saw big, round eyes. Move your face back. As he pushed Craeus's face with his hand, Craeus stepped back even before being touched. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you. Perfect timing. Yeah, right. He was lucky if Craeus didn't kick him awake. Who do you think got the squad leader in here? Craeus puffed out his chest as he spoke. So, it was his doing. Among the squad members, only Craeus or Jackson had the resourcefulness to do something like this. I spent a bit for this. You owe me. Don't forget it. I never asked you to put me here. But good things were good. The medical tent had better food, was located at the rear, and he didn't have to do anything. He was exempt from all duties. If he weren't here, he'd have to hold his aching side and manage the squad. Will the squad function well without me? That was a pointless worry. The weakest in the fourth squad worrying about others. Oh, the weakest one is Craeus. Craeus was terrible at fighting, but he wasn't without skills. Somehow, whenever a battle broke out, he'd manage to retreat to the rear as a special forces member. He had skills indeed. This time, Ingrid benefited from those skills. Should I thank you by bowing my head? No need for grand gestures. Just don't forget it. Why is it so important that I don't forget? Got it? Good. I'm busy, so I'll leave. Despite being busy, Craeus had come to visit him, which was quite a courtesy. Not only Craeus and Rem visited, Jackson also dropped by and tossed a small jar. Apply this to your side once a day. It should help with the pain. Don't tell anyone where you got it. Especially our squad members, right? Jackson shrugged and left. Opening the thumb-sized jar, he saw dark green ointment. Did someone grind herbs to make this? If it was made just for him, it was a great effort. Of course, it wasn't. He had seen this item before. Though it was his first time using it. He scooped a bit with his fingertip, slipped his hand under his clothes, and applied it to his side. Every movement sent pain shooting through him. But the ointment warmed the area, easing the pain. Not bad. Ingrid decided to use it sparingly and carefully put the jar under his bed. Was the medical tent this close to our tent? It doesn't seem like a place to drop by casually. No matter. Getting a good ointment was enough. After that, 2 more squad members came and went. Sorry, squad leader. I can't do much to help. One acted as if they could help but hadn't. The squad's a mess without you. Here, take this. Another tossed a half-eaten apple and left. The last visitor had clearly just dropped by. He often got lost. Ingrid overheard him outside the medical tent, asking, "Our squad leader is here? Why? That guy didn't even know I was injured." Raising squad members was futile. Not that I raised them. Everyone, except Ingrid, fought well and retreated skillfully. I should worry about myself. Even if he wasn't there, the squad would function well. They'd all manage just fine. He set aside unnecessary worries. Hey, you bastard. This was more concerning. A new guest had entered while he was resting. Someone had joined the tent in the afternoon. The medical tent was large enough to hold over 10 people lying down. Yet, there were only 3 patients in the large tent. Ingrid, with his aching side. A squad leader staring at him, having joined today. And a blonde lying in the corner, lazily moving their fingers while staring at the ceiling. The one who spoke to Ingrid was the squad leader. A soldier with the lowest skills, a mercenary turned squad leader. Do you take turns screwing your squad members? How did you become a squad leader? This was the problem. This squad leader was a familiar face. A leader from the neighboring company who always seemed eager to eat him alive. His name was Vengeance. Whoever named him did a good job. Why did Vengeance hate him? Ingrid had no idea. From the first meeting, Vengeance had been growling at him. And you're in the medical tent, lucky bastard. Yeah, I think so too. It was indeed comfortable. It would have been perfect without Vengeance. Nice to meet you, squad leader. Nice to meet you. Should I say it's shit to meet you? Ingrid was an adult. He knew how to wear a mask. Yes, a little. A little. Not very much. You bastard. Vengeance fumed but didn't make a move. More accurately, he couldn't. He had deeply cut his thigh in the previous battle. It was hard for him to even stand up. So, isn't this the perfect opportunity to tease him? Ingrid was an adult. He knew how to wear a mask. And he knew how to tease someone he disliked. Chapter 14, Night. Hey, you. Come here. Keep your voice down. This is the medical tent. So what, you bastard? Even if it growled, no matter how fierce a beast was, it wasn't a threat if it couldn't reach you. It seems we have some sort of fate. The first time we met was in the lower village, wasn't it? It was a bad fate. A fate that kept bringing them together. Why are you acting all friendly, you unlucky bastard? The one who spoke first was Vengeance. Ingrid didn't bother to argue. He wasn't petty enough to bother with such things. Right. Instead, he turned his body. The ointment Jackson had given him was very effective. He could move like this without feeling much pain. What are you doing? You told me not to act friendly, so I'm pretending not to know you. You bastard, are you joking? Vengeance shouted. If he had known it was a joke, he wouldn't have needed to get so angry. But maybe it was because I'm usually surrounded by such fierce squad mates. Seeing Vengeance after a long time, he seemed almost cute. Compared to watching Rem, Jackson, and the other squad members fight, this felt like it was shortening his lifespan. Oh, you noticed. As expected of the platoon leader, the future of the Cypress Brigade. You. Vengeance, with a vein bulging on his forehead, threw his boot. Ingrid caught it swiftly. A gift. I'll kill you, you bastard. At some point, Rem had said that he could irritate people pretty well himself. But I don't want to argue with a squad leader who's determined to run his mouth. With a calm face, Ingrid held the boot. Watching this, Vengeance huffed out a breath. And then, pa-ha-ha. A soldier, who had been idly killing time, laughed loudly. It was a laugh that sounded like he was about to go mad with joy. Vengeance's fierce gaze whipped around at the sound of the laughter. The blond man, who had laughed heartily, wiped a tear with a bent finger and said, "No, is this a gift? I couldn't hold it in. I tried to ignore it from the start. Phew." Creak. Ingrid thought that Vengeance's molars might break before he turned 40. Grinding your teeth isn't good for your gums either. Should he mention this? If he kept going, Vengeance might not be able to hold back his anger and would die from a rush of blood to the head. What's your affiliation? Vengeance was calm. Instead of cursing, he asked for the man's affiliation. Me? Well, I'm just a passing soldier. Oh. Ingrid was inwardly impressed by his ambition. He was a squad leader, after all. But the other guy seemed to really be just a soldier. But with that attitude. However, speaking like that made it seem like he was hiding his affiliation and rank. Vengeance wasn't stupid either. Are you saying you can't reveal your affiliation? It's kind of like that, but I'm really just a soldier. I forgot my affiliation. How carefree. Ingrid saw a noble's demeanor in the blond man. If he wasn't a noble, he deserved a beating. He deserves to be beaten to death. If he got beaten to death, he wouldn't have any complaints. The attitude he was showing was one of dignity. Grind, grind. Vengeance couldn't do anything. But you shouldn't be looking at me right now. You should be looking behind you. Ingrid and Vengeance had been staring at the blond man. So, they both turned their heads back. There was someone behind them. When did they get there? He couldn't say his intuition was sharp, but he had experience on the battlefield. He had some level of intuition, but he didn't notice anyone behind him. He didn't hear any sounds either. Is this the place where the fourth squad leader is? It was a woman. She belonged to a race with generally slender bodies, clear eyes, and ears larger than those of humans. She was an elf. She stared intently at the blond man and spoke. Judging by her natural tone, she was his superior. Ingrid judged as much and raised his hand, opening his mouth. 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad Leader Ingrid, here. The elf woman's gaze finally moved away from the blond man. Then the soldier guarding the entrance of the medical tent came in and added an explanation. Yes. He is the squad leader under your command. An elf. Quite surprised, Vengeance finally reacted. Hearing that, the elf didn't move an eyebrow and just turned her head. That's the 3rd platoon leader of this company. The medic, without being asked, added this. The elf woman's tone was very dry. Someone had said that elves were symbols of grass and trees, but her voice was like the sand of a desert. Does the 2nd Company teach its members to mention races when they see a superior? I know I'm an elf better than anyone. She's amazing. Ingrid saw natural dignity and charisma in the elf woman. She subdued the opponent with just one word. And no. I'm the 3rd platoon leader of this company, V Vengeance. I have one request. Yes. Vegan, while I am here, I'd like you to keep your mouth shut. You don't need to respond to my request. If you open your mouth, I'll want to put a knife or a fist in your face. Is that clear? Ingrid didn't bother to correct her that his name was Vengeance. Vengeance tried to open his mouth, then covered it with both hands. I heard you're leading an interesting squad member. The company commander's gaze returned to Ingrid. Yes, thank you. There was nothing good about falling out of favor with the new company commander. He answered politely. In the following conversation, Ingrid felt a strange sense. Why did this woman come here? It was all useless talk. She said he performed well in battle. From Ingrid's perspective, it was true. He pierced and killed enemy soldiers. In the process, he saved quite a few Allied soldiers within his reach, but did it affect the battlefield? Not really. It wasn't that kind of achievement. Regardless of his skills, Ingrid had a good eye for the battlefield. You survived meeting Frog. Yes, I was lucky. Luck is a skill too. It's not often that the goddess of fortune drops a coin. Yes, thank you. Did she come all the way here to have this kind of conversation? Ingrid couldn't understand her intention. Anyway, the elf company commander, with her green glowing eyes, spoke to him. Ingrid answered faithfully. Not long after, the company commander said, I look forward to your continued success, and turned around. Just before leaving, she looked back again towards the blond man. What's your name? Krang. He said his name, rolling his eyes and frowning. Anyone could tell. He just made that up. It was a name like that. I see. The company commander answered indifferently and left the tent. Until then, Vengeance, who hadn't been able to breathe properly, finally exhaled deeply. Damn. Company commander. Hearing the curse, Ingrid spoke, and Vengeance was startled. No, wait. He's just a passing soldier. You bastard. The platoon leader, who had become Vengeance today, was furious. The blond man, who introduced himself as Krang, laughed loudly again. The medic, who had been watching them, wondered why these three were acting like this and slipped out. Ingrid thought that he wouldn't be bored as long as Vengeance was around. Reviewing the fight was the direction to move forward. Ingrid focused on two things. Stab with all your might but don't put all your heart into it. He found a clue in less than a day and felt his body itch, but he couldn't exercise immediately. His side was still painful, so the only training he could do was grip strength training. Ingrid trained his fingers and forearms. It might seem like a foolish thing to do. The body is the foundation of all techniques. Even the smallest leaf had weight, and even a drop of water could pierce a rock over time. So this seemingly insignificant effort would help in the future. Ingrid believed this and had built his tower until now. You're working really hard. It was Krang. 2 days after the company commander left, Ingrid did nothing but review the fight and train his grip strength. He dedicated himself to resting. Resting was also important. The only change was Krang, who had introduced himself and claimed to have forgotten his affiliation, was now lingering around him. Why are you working so hard? Krang spoke informally to everyone. Of course, to Ingrid and to Vengeance as well. I'm a platoon leader. I'm your superior. He even teased him. Seeing that, it seemed he hadn't come here due to an injury and he seemed quite skilled. Watching him walk past Vengeance, narrowly avoiding being caught, showed he wasn't ordinary. What? Since he said he was a soldier, Ingrid also spoke informally. You keep clenching and unclenching your hand every day. And other than that, you stare blankly into space. I wonder what you're thinking about and why you're working so hard on your hand. He wasn't a child, but he was very curious. It wasn't that annoying. I'm bored too. Teasing Vengeance could only go so far. Small talk and having someone to talk to were good tools to overcome boredom. This is grip strength training and staring into space isn't spacing out. I'm reviewing my mistakes from the last battle. So why are you doing that? Why, indeed. So I won't die in the next battle. I haven't seen a soldier work this hard just to avoid dying. Then are there any soldiers who've lived long? Hmm, quite a few. What had he been watching? Ingrid had long thought that the other was pretending to be a commoner. It didn't change anything, though. If he wanted to, he could play along with this. It didn't cost him anything. He didn't envy what the other had. If he were to envy something, he should have been half mad with jealousy over swordsmanship talent. But Ingrid wasn't. He had a path to walk and felt more fulfilled by the joy of growing. I think I need to practice stabbing more. Full effort training was necessary. The heart of the beast still protected Ingrid. One step forward. One step every day. Even if today didn't repeat, nothing would change. Of course, not everything stayed the same. What do you want to become? Krang asked. It was similar to when Rem had asked before. The memory of that time surfaced. Why does it feel like that was a long time ago? It was a day that no longer existed. It disappeared because he had died. So the ambition he had playfully spoken of vanished like a joke. If he spoke of the future or dreams now, would today disappear? It wouldn't. Even if dreams were silenced, torn apart, and devoured by reality, traces remained. Traces, yes, just traces left around his heart. He used to think so. But now? Are only traces left? Ingrid looked at his palm. It was a palm with calluses that had formed and burst several times, making it ugly. The calluses on his finger joints would probably never disappear. It was something he had longed for. Is that really so? Were only traces left? He asked himself and sought an answer. It wasn't so. He didn't believe it. Ironically, even in the time when only traces remained, Ingrid never gave up. A knight. A low-ranking soldier from a third-rate mercenary background. A mere squad leader. A lowly rank with insignificant skills. And yet he aspired to be at the top. Vengeance, hearing this from the side, tried to laugh loudly. But Krang's response was quicker. Right. A knight. It was strange. He should have laughed. He should have. But Krang's attitude stopped him. It wasn't forced, but instinct said he shouldn't. It was just a plain tone, but it was weighty. It had gravitas. Krang accepted the ridiculous dream sincerely. With all his effort, wholeheartedly. He showed that even listening could be done with such seriousness. Seeing you, I think I have an idea of how I should live. Krang said. Ingrid shrugged. The strange atmosphere that had enveloped the medical tent vanished as quickly as it had come. A knight? How funny. So Vengeance laughed heartily, but it was pathetic. Neither Ingrid nor Krang responded to him. I'm your superior. Vengeance attempted a timid rebellion. Of course, it didn't work. In just a week Ingrid's side no longer hurt. Is it thanks to the ointment? He healed quickly. Just before bedtime, Krang asked. You're going back tomorrow? Yeah. Today was simple. The bard, who had returned after a week, sang the praises of Cyprus right next to the medical tent from the morning. The medic, guarding the medical tent, slept in late in the morning. In the afternoon, while taking a light walk, he saw Craeus. Big Eyes looked unwell. Before he could ask, Craeus had walked away briskly. Nothing happened after that. Since the patients in the medical tent didn't keep watch, they had really rested well. Sleep well, Ingrid. You too, Krang. Just you wait until we return, both of you. Vengeance also greeted them as he did every day. With that, Ingrid closed his eyes and fell asleep. And Cyprus. Cyprus. He woke up to the bard's song. Today again. He had heard that this guy, who tasted money and became a battlefield bard, sang while going around various tents. So, he didn't stay in one place for 2 days. Today, the singing should have been farther away. Why was he in the same place for 2 consecutive days? Damn, why isn't breakfast here yet? Is he slacking off? Vengeance, who had woken up, grumbled. Hearing that, Ingrid's hair stood on end. He had heard those exact words yesterday. No, it was today that had repeated. Was the soldier late with breakfast yesterday? Ingrid asked. Vengeance stared at him, then chuckled. What kind of nonsense is that? Yesterday, he brought it on time. Ingrid let out a hollow sigh. Now it was certain. Today had repeated. This meant. I died in my sleep without anyone knowing. That's what it meant. Chapter 15, just one word. Did I get killed in my sleep? Ingrid was so dumbfounded that he couldn't even laugh. Was I that dull? So dull that I could die from being stabbed in my sleep without even knowing it? That couldn't be right. If he were that dull, he wouldn't have survived until now. He couldn't even guess how he died. Ingrid recalled the moment just before he fell asleep. There was nothing unusual. He didn't feel any signs. He fell asleep. He didn't wake up afterward. Did he hear insects in his sleep? Did he have a restless sleep? No. He slept soundly. He was supposed to return after just one more day. He slept without thinking about anything. He considered it his last rest. After that, he felt like he was possessed by a ghost, but he didn't let himself stupidly be overwhelmed by astonishment. Freezing up in confusion would get him killed. Another today had just started. Having done it once already, Ingrid knew what needed to be done and what to ponder. There were 2 things to think about. One was how. Whether his throat was slit or his mouth and nose were covered. How could someone kill without causing any pain? The second was why. Why me? He didn't even know the moment of his death. It wasn't done clumsily. If the assailant was an assassin, they were at least first-rate or better. If they were an enemy soldier, they'd be worse than a first-rate assassin. The medical tent was at the rear. If someone could sneak in here and slit throats, they were an assassin who could slap a knight and still return unscathed. The answer to why was practically obvious. In the tent, apart from him, there were only Krang and Vengeance. No one of such caliber would come for Vengeance. So, there was only one answer. Krang. A soldier who claimed to have forgotten his own unit. There was no way someone like that was just a soldier. The answer to why was clear. How would be figured out tonight. Strangely enough, he thought the pain he felt each time he was killed by the stabbing maniac wasn't the worst part. Seeing that bastard's eyes was the worst part. This is worse. It was disgusting. Dying without knowing what was going on. It felt incredibly disgusting. Rolling in shit wouldn't feel as bad as this. I really feel like shit. But nothing changed because of that. Ingrid dismissed his feelings. Instead, he thought about what he needed to do and organized his thoughts. I'll figure out how they killed me tonight. As for why, it's because they came for Krang. Another question arose. Beyond how and why, there was who. Who was the assassin? Assuming they weren't an enemy soldier. Someone who knew the location of the medical tent, could hide, and was skilled at assassination. Someone who had already confirmed their target and had easy access. One person came to mind. The company commander. It was a reasonable suspicion. Elves had quiet footsteps, stealthy movements, and were quick. A race perfect for assassination. Moreover, she had a reason to come here. Wasting time with trivial talk a few days ago made sense if her goal was him. It all fit together perfectly. What are you doing? Beside him, Vengeance asked. Ingrid responded reflexively. Thinking. Thinking? Your words are really short. Have you gone mad, you crazy bastard? Vengeance stood up, limping, his thigh wound somewhat healed. Oh, I thought you were Krang, sir. My mistake. Is it all fixed if you call it a mistake? I apologize. Does it end with an apology? He's caught me. Shall I get some food? Ingrid ignored Vengeance as usual and stepped out of the tent. Behind him, Vengeance's angry voice mingled with Krang's lazy shout. I'm not eating. He wasn't annoyed at Krang for causing his death. Sure, it felt disgusting. It certainly made him irritated, but Krang didn't kill him. Ultimately, he died due to his own lack of skill or incredibly bad luck. Ingrid thought so. If I know, I won't get caught. An assassin snuck up on him. Making a fuss would bring allies running. Catching a cat that sneaked in at night would be enough. There was no need to catch it himself. Soon, the soldier in charge of the medical tent came, rubbing his eyes. Dragging his feet, he looked incredibly bored. This guy was consistent. The platoon leader is really pissed off because you were late. Because I was late? Isn't it because you keep teasing him? Officially, this soldier was also squad leader level. So, we were of the same rank. Are you getting bold for a low-ranking soldier? As they met and walked back together, the lazy soldier asked. His question was cut short, but it wasn't hard to understand. Why do I keep provoking without fear? Vengeance. He's a mid-rank soldier. Not just the Cyprus Brigade, but the entire Naurulia Kingdom army classified soldiers by rank. It was a kind of incentive system to boost morale. Prove your skill, and you'd be given an appropriate rank. I heard there was a bonus for each rank increase. Ingrid thought it was a useful system in many ways. Low, lower, mid, high, highest. 5 ranks made soldiers train fiercely. Since Naurulia valued martial arts, most commanders had at least high-level martial prowess. And knights were excluded from the ranks. A knight was simply a knight. They surpassed human limits. They couldn't be confined within the system. So, a platoon leader would be at least a mid-rank soldier. A squad leader would be lower or mid. Of course, no matter how skilled, they wouldn't be promoted to disrupt the command structure. Platoon leaders and higher were carefully selected. But there were always exceptions. Ingrid was a low-rank soldier yet a squad leader, however his squad members were at least mid-rank soldiers. You're quite a peculiar person. The soldier spoke without thinking. Ingrid felt a strange sensation. Me. He had always been told he was ordinary or lacked talent. 2 servings will be enough for the meal. Ingrid said. The soldier looked at him, muttered something about him being odd, but prepared only 2 servings. Returning to the tent, he placated Vengeance a bit. After breakfast, he trained and reviewed past battles as usual. Krang didn't eat breakfast and had left. So, only Ingrid and Vengeance ate. Krang left without saying anything. Yeah, I guess so. To Ingrid's question, the medic nodded indifferently. He suspected the elf company commander. This guy was also a strong suspect. This soldier can come and go here anytime, right? There were guards outside, but they wouldn't stop the medic. Let's not jump to conclusions. Even if it all fits perfectly, deciding would make the mind rigid. It's better to keep options open. Krang returned only after lunch. It was the same day, but Ingrid moved differently. You're busy. When Ingrid spoke, Krang tilted his head. Then he smiled and approached. Do you know? He suddenly asked. Know what? It's the first time you've started a conversation. Really? Come to think of it, maybe that was true. He didn't really think about it? Maybe. What's the big deal? Krang chuckled and sat on Ingrid's bed. Ingrid wasn't really curious about Krang's identity. He wasn't, until now. But since this mysterious soldier started repeating today, he became curious. What did this guy do to attract assassins? He could trick him into revealing his identity, but he was also the one who had sincerely listened to his dream. Sometimes, it's better to convey sincerity directly than to beat around the bush. Ingrid did that. Sitting beside him, he looked Krang straight in the eyes and asked, "What's your identity?" Vengeance, who had been dozing, woke up and was about to say something but stopped. He had heard Ingrid's question. He was curious too. Ingrid waited calmly for an answer. Krang smiled. But it wasn't the relaxed smile from before. He continued smiling as he stared into Ingrid's eyes for a while. Is he trying to have a staring contest? Ingrid waited leisurely for him to speak. Vengeance, who couldn't hold it in, was about to say something. I can't tell you." "Why?" "Because it would be boring. I also have a promise to keep." "Really?" "Yes." Ingrid nodded at his reluctance. Vengeance, watching from the back, heard the entire bizarre conversation. He thought, "What kind of monster fart conversation is this?" He asked, "And then why is he agreeing? There's definitely something he's hiding. Is there a reason he can't reveal it? Is he an enemy? A spy?" Vengeance finished thinking and spoke. "Are you a spy?" "I'm the fourth squad leader." "Not you, bastard." "Me? No." Krang shook his head. He denied it immediately but then stood up from the bed. Ingrid watched him quietly. He walked to the center of the medical tent. The medic, who had been dozing, saw him and opened his eyes sleepily. "I can't reveal my identity, but I can say one thing." It was a strange feeling. His steps, attitude, gestures, smile, eyes, and breathing as he walked to the center were all perfectly in sync. It was like watching an actor on a prepared stage. He naturally drew everyone's attention. Ingrid unconsciously focused on Krang's lips. If one knows how to listen wholeheartedly, perhaps they can also speak words that captivate others' ears and hearts. "I can't betray this kingdom." His words were neither fast nor slow. It was just a single sentence. Sometimes it becomes a lie. Sometimes it becomes meaningless noise. Sometimes it's used to whisper fleeting love. It was just such a sentence. Depending on whose mouth it comes from, it changes drastically. Krang's words sounded like the inevitability of spring blooming, autumn coloring, and winter falling. It sounded like an unchallengeable law. Ingrid saw a vision. The tent seemed to expand suddenly. Krang appeared to be standing in the exact center. It was wide. When he was a mercenary, he had passed through the breadbasket of the Naurelia kingdom. The surroundings opened up like that vast plain. Even with such an open view, Krang stood vividly. His presence seemed to encompass the wilderness. He's not ordinary. A type that couldn't be ranked. A knight? No. Would a knight of that level hide their skill? It was intuition. He wasn't a knight. Well, you don't have to believe me. When Krang casually said that, the vast plain and wilderness vanished. Krang, who had been vivid, appeared as he originally did. "I'd appreciate it if you believed me." "I think I have to." "Really?" "Yeah, because you said so." Ingrid couldn't guess Krang's identity. It doesn't matter much. As long as he stopped the assassin, that was enough. It was just curiosity. It would be nice if he told him, but it didn't matter if he didn't. Whew. Vengeance, who seemed to have been holding his breath, exhaled deeply. Then he looked at Ingrid and Krang and was about to say something. "Damn." That was all he said, then turned around. It seemed Vengeance thought Krang's identity was extraordinary, and he couldn't say more. Seeing this, Krang laughed and said, "Don't worry, platoon leader. I'm just Krang right now." "Who said anything?" "Tisk, he's really scared." Ingrid found Vengeance cute. It was curious how he still picked fights with him, even though he acted like this. And he fell silent when facing Rem. He didn't pick fights with other squad members either. Come to think of it, why does he only do that to me? Ingrid thought about it while passing time. Another same day passed. Sleep well, Ingrid. You too. Humph. Platoon leader Vengeance seemed to fear future repercussions, so he skipped his nightly greeting. It felt empty. Soon, the assigned guard stood outside the tent. Ingrid didn't sleep. He could fall asleep easily if he wanted, but staying up for a night wasn't hard either. When he was a mercenary, his stamina and wit saved him more than his swordsmanship. Time passed. The night deepened. The guard changed twice. Vengeance snored beside him. Ingrid lost himself in various thoughts. If I stay lying down like this, I'll fall asleep. He was about to get up to pee when. Prick. His neck stung. Thinking it was a bug, he rubbed his neck. He felt something small. A needle? A poisoned needle. Carefully, he pulled it out with his fingers. It was a thin wooden needle. This is unexpected. He planned to make noise if someone showed up, but a dull pain started from the pricked area, soon numbing all sensation. It felt like someone had cut off his neck and body. It was there, but he couldn't feel anything below his neck. What is this? Soon, he felt dizzy, and his head spun. Poisoned needle. He was caught. It was the answer to how. No matter how dull a person, no matter how asleep they were, how could they not know their neck was cut or heart pierced? The answer was here. It was a severe paralytic poison. Ingrid tried to keep his eyes open to the end. He couldn't waste this day. He saw blurry shadows. The figure was small. Unless it was someone with a peculiar build, it wasn't an adult male. A woman or a child. It looked like such a figure. The shadow approached and swung its arm, and that was the end. Cyprus. Cyprus. He heard the praises of Cyprus. A new day started. Technically, it was the third today. Is he slacking off? Why isn't breakfast here? It was the same. Platoon leader Vengeance complaining about the missing breakfast. There was no need to delay today. I'll go out. He stepped outside without dealing with anyone. First, fetch the soldier. Let's start anew. Honestly, he didn't even know where the poisoned needle came from. So what to do? Don't lie down and be prepared. What was needed now was a suitable excuse. Even in the rear, it was a battlefield. There were plenty of excuses to stay up and alert. Let's try again, assassin. Ingrid began his preparations. Chapter 16, Lack of Skill. The third today. Ingrid continued his grip training and battle review as usual. He didn't waste any time. It was the same day, with nothing unusual during the day. At least, that's how it appeared on the surface. I just didn't notice. Today was different. Krang skipped breakfast and only returned after lunch. The medic from the medical tent was also absent for a long time. Normally, the medic's job was to always stay at the tent. Other than that, everything was the same. There were a few patients in other nearby medical tents. Ingrid sat in front of the tent, observing the soldiers passing by. Since this was the rear, there were fewer combat troops compared to the front lines. One of the wheels on a handcart broke, causing it to tip over. Groans from the patients could be heard from all around. A soldier complained loudly as the strong wind blew. Overall, it wasn't a highly vigilant situation. But it's not enough to miss a few assassins. His goal remained unchanged. To cause a commotion when facing the assassin, and that would be the end. He steeled his resolve. He spent the rest of the day as usual. Aren't you tired of that? Krang asked his usual question. When we get back, you guys are dead meat. Vengeance mumbled his usual meaningless grumble. Night fell. Ingrid lay down and then got up, sitting with his hips half off the bed. He went over the information he knew. The assassin's arrival time was after the third guard change. The weapons used were poisoned needles and blades. The figure appeared to be a woman or a child. The prime suspect was the newly assigned company commander. The target was likely Krang. That was all he knew. But it was enough. The target wasn't him, and all he needed to do was cause a ruckus. Watching the changing of the guards, Ingrid stood up. "Yawn, going to take a leak?" The soldier on guard yawned as he asked. "No, just can't sleep." "Aren't you supposed to return to the main unit tomorrow?" The soldier smiled slightly. He had freckles and droopy eyes, giving him a gentle look. Ingrid, as a squad leader, outranked a regular soldier. "Yeah. Are you too nervous to sleep?" "No, the moon is too bright." At Ingrid's words, the freckled soldier looked up. It was a pitch-black night. The clouds obscured the moonlight in the night sky. Far away, a few stars twinkled, but the darkness was so deep that you couldn't see a thing without a torch. "The moon." "I'm joking." Ingrid glanced at the guard of the neighboring tent. No matter how strict the military discipline, there would always be soldiers like that. He saw a guard leaning against a tent pole, dozing off. "Ha ha." The freckled soldier laughed awkwardly. "Actually, the torchlight is too bright for me to sleep." "You're sensitive." "I've been like that since I was a kid." It wasn't an empty remark. Ingrid was more sensitive than most people. He could hear well, smell well, and distinguish tastes well. His senses were sharp. "Yet, I've been caught off guard twice already." The opponent was highly skilled at stealth. After all, if an assassin wasn't confident in stealth and infiltration, what else would they be confident in? It was dark. Looking at the stars in the night sky and the burning torch, Ingrid made some trivial conversation. Where was his hometown, and how did he join the military? The freckled soldier talked about himself without hesitation. Ingrid didn't listen closely. While talking, he kept his senses alert to the back. He also kept touching his neck. "Because it hit my neck, the poison took effect immediately. If it had hit his arm instead, he would have had time to respond." Preparedness. If he stayed awake, he would have enough time to shout. "Laura said she's waiting for me." The freckled soldier was talking about his girlfriend back home. At that moment, something pierced through the freckled soldier's neck with a swoosh. A blade. A blade as long as a finger protruded from his neck. No blood gushed out. As long as the blade remained, it acted as a tool to stop the bleeding. The freckled soldier staggered to the side, his mouth covered as he silently collapsed. Ping! Something flew towards Ingrid. It all happened in a single breath. Ingrid reacted. Instinctively, he covered his neck with his hand. A poisoned needle stuck into the back of his hand with a flick. Now it was time to shout. An assassin was here. It's an attack. Or at least. Ah. Such meaningless screams would suffice. But then. Thud. Something covered his mouth. There was no sound, no warning. Ingrid felt someone grab his neck and twist. Crack. Then, he felt a sharp pain behind his neck as a blade was thrust in. He had been stabbed so many times that he could roughly gauge the depth and severity of the wound. He wouldn't last long with this. Ingrid collapsed to the ground, the blade still in his neck. Warm blood flowed from his neck, soaking his chest. The opponent didn't deliver the final blow. Ingrid didn't have the energy to check on their situation. Krang? What about platoon leader Vengeance? Coughing up blood, Ingrid checked on the two lying in front of him. One was the freckled soldier. His neck had been pierced, and blood pooled on the tent floor. What was that guy's name? He had talked about many things but hadn't paid attention to any of them. Inside the tent, Platoon leader Vengeance was also visible. He had been strangled and lay with his eyes wide open, but Krang was nowhere to be seen. Ingrid used his last bit of strength to lift his head and look inside the tent. As he moved, the blade shifted, bringing excruciating pain. Grrh. A groan escaped his lips. Nevertheless, he stubbornly lifted his body and looked. He saw a slender woman. Behind a torn part of the tent, blocking the way, was the elf woman. It was you. The newly assigned company commander. No matter how poor his eyesight was, he couldn't fail to recognize this. Already taken out. Another voice mixed in. That was the end of his memory. Cyprus. Cyprus. Today started again. Damn. A hollow laugh escaped. The opponent was an assassin. The heart of the beast, Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship, none of it mattered, there was nothing he could do. First, he had to face and fight the assassin to do anything, but they stabbed and poisoned him without a word. He kicked off his blanket and got up. Are you going crazy this early in the morning? Platoon leader Vengeance, half covered by the thrown blanket, asked. No, sir. That wasn't the important part. Fine, come at me. This is mutiny, isn't it? Ingrid ignored the limping Vengeance and stepped outside. Hey! Are you running away? You're dead if I catch you. Behind him, Vengeance yelled. What's all the noise so early in the morning? Krang's voice, just waking up, followed. The same day repeated again. Let's try again, assassin. Ingrid prepared for the fourth night. This time, he armed himself with several daggers. He also coaxed the freckled soldier into coming inside the tent. There are people to guard here, too, right? Persuasion was easy. This naive country boy quickly fell for Ingrid's words. He brought a torch stand inside and set it up. The tent was now brightly lit. Let's see if the assassins can work in this light. They could. He didn't know when they snuck in. Or how they got close. A shadow fell from the top of the tent. The shadow stuck poisoned needles into both Ingrid and the freckled soldier. Just before dying, Ingrid saw the tent being cut. A white blade. A dark figure beyond. The torch inside cast light on their face. It was the newly assigned company commander. Cyprus. Cyprus. The fifth today dawned. Okay. He knew it was coming but still got caught. It was the fourth time. He was getting stubborn. He tried similar methods again, focusing all his senses. The result wasn't much different. The beds in this tent were elevated off the ground. A shadow jumped out from beneath and threw a short arrow. It was a throwing arrow. The arrowhead was coated with poison. It was a deadly poison. The pain from being stabbed was on a different level. It felt like ants were biting his heart. He couldn't breathe, and he died without doing anything. The sixth today was similar. There were slight variations. Just before dying, he heard the assassins talking. You, ho. You. This is a fair. Of course, hearing this didn't change anything. He couldn't make out anything. At best, he caught a few words. No matter how hard he tried to piece them together, there was no answer. Determined, Ingrid tried various methods. Not giving up was a strength, but it could be a weakness in this situation. The truth of all times was that stupidity causes physical suffering. Endless attempts were not always the answer. Fortunately, Ingrid was no fool. After 20 attempts, he realized. Shouting is pointless. The assassins were just that skilled. Once, he tried shouting for help before they could do anything. Soldiers from the nearby tents gathered around Ingrid. He even saw Krang waking up, rubbing his eyes. It was just after the third guard change. He timed it perfectly for a preemptive strike. An attack? Where? In the end, he only got kicked in the shin by the neighboring platoon leader. Nothing happened when he shouted first. Would today just pass like that? If so, getting kicked in the shin was a small price to pay. After the commotion ended and Ingrid made an excuse that he had a bad dream. How did you know? For the first time, Ingrid heard the assassin's voice. A man with a metallic tone. And then he died with a blade to the throat. If there was this attempt, there were others. Platoon leader Vengeance, are you angry because of me? What the hell? Not me, it's Krang, right? Because Krang keeps talking nonsense. Ingrid casually chatted with them, trying to divert their attention and give a warning. An assassin will come tonight. Go mad properly, you crazy bastard. Vengeance didn't believe him. Do you have a secret birth? Why would an assassin come for you? Krang didn't believe him either. They lacked trust. It failed. He tried various methods, but the reason for failure was the same. Lack of skill. It all boiled down to one reason. The assassin was too skilled. He needed to find a method. The heart of the beast, Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship, none of it was helpful now. Should I bring Rem here? That could be a solution. If Rem or any other squad members were here, they wouldn't be easily caught. As long as it's not Big Eyes. They wouldn't be caught, but how to bring them here? There was no way. He was just a squad leader, and they were mere soldiers. Regardless of skill, their ranks were fixed. What if he talked to the platoon leader responsible for the medical platoon? Like they'd listen. What excuse could he use? Some things were possible, others weren't. Bringing squad members was impossible. So, was there another way? There was. In the repetition of the same day. Ingrid knew the time and place to find Big Eyes. Should I ask for advice? All his squad members were exceptionally skilled. Even if I can't bring them, he could at least get their opinions. It was a better strategy than stubbornly persisting. Ingrid decided to find Big Eyes. Where are you going? Platoon leader Vengeance asked from behind. Krang had left early in the morning. Ingrid figured Vengeance asked because he was also leaving. Ingrid tilted his head and answered the question with a question. Are you feeling lonely? What the hell? If not, never mind. Hey, you, damn it. Ignoring him, Ingrid walked out. Once I recover, just you wait. Platoon leader Vengeance shouted from inside the tent. Ingrid scratched his ear. Finding Big Eyes wasn't hard. His expression was awful, but who cared? This side had repeated today 20 times without even seeing the assassin's face. Big Eyes. Big Eyes, walking hurriedly somewhere, turned at the call. He frowned when he saw Ingrid. Squad leader? You're all better. Can we talk for a moment? Oh, I'm busy. If you need someone to talk to, Jackson is over there. Big Eyes, apparently busy, pointed his thumb backward and walked quickly. There wasn't even a chance to stop him. Ingrid had intended to ask Big Eyes to bring another squad member. He headed to the tent Big Eyes had pointed out. It wasn't a large tent but a small one. A maintenance tent for unused supplies, where broken items were stored, so it wasn't frequently visited. A small tent between maintenance tents. It looked just big enough for 2 people. Squad leader Jackson was inside. Reddish-brown hair and red-tinged brown eyes. A squad member with a bland smile. And, according to Ram, the most backstabbing guy. He preferred exploiting gaps and stabbing rather than confronting directly. That was Jackson's description. Scratching his head, Ingrid asked. He seemed to have come at an inconvenient time. Do you have time? Jackson nodded casually. Behind him, a woman with curly blonde hair peeked out from between the tents, then quickly disappeared. I'm done with my business. Jackson stood, throwing a half-unbuttoned shirt over his shoulder. Chapter 17, If you grow eyes in the back of your head. If you were talented enough, you might even meet a prostitute here inside. I heard the prostitutes preferred entering the military base over city or rural villages. First of all, they could receive more money than usual. Although it's unofficial, this doesn't happen within the confines of military law and regulations. The men who met them here, whether soldiers or commanders, avoided causing any commotion. No one would enjoy the hassle of being caught calling a woman. So, this place was full of wealthy clients. Even so, talented indeed. No matter how much you desire it, there are those who can and those who can't. Big Eyes must have arranged it. Well, I'm envious. You're quite talented. There's no need to live with unmet desires, is there? He wasn't wrong. If you can do it, living that way isn't bad. Jackson walked while buttoning his shirt. He didn't even look back at the woman he left in the barracks, indicating their relationship was purely transactional. A red kiss mark could be seen through the gaps in his buttoned shirt. It looked like he had a very heated moment. Jackson's reddish-brown hair slightly fluttered in the wind. His appearance was strangely attractive. He looked ordinary yet handsome. Yeah, it's no wonder women would be drawn to him. What's the matter? Jackson asked, glancing at Ingrid. As usual, his demeanor was relaxed and unpretentious. Jackson, a member of the troublemaker squad. Rem described him as a pervert who liked to exploit any weaknesses. Ingrid briefly recalled Jackson on the battlefield. If Rem was like a rampaging beast, then this guy was. Not particularly. Ingrid had never seen Jackson fight properly. What he knew came from Rem's words and the one time he saw Jackson jab a spear into an enemy's back. That was all. However, he could infer Jackson's skill. Even Rem often sustained minor injuries, but this guy had no such wounds. His injuries were rare and minor. Are you not going to fight properly? Sometimes Rem would growl at him like this. At those times, Jackson would openly mock Rem. I don't enjoy seeing blood. If you don't enjoy seeing blood, just die or don't stay here, you sneaky bastard. That's none of your business. Shall I split your head or your body? Before that, I'll put 2 thumb-sized holes in your heart. The conversation ended there. When Rem, bleeding from his arm, wielded his axe and stood up quietly, Ingrid intervened between them. If you two want to kill each other, wouldn't it be easier if one of you joined the enemy? Even after that, the two would glare at each other as if they were going to kill, but they didn't fight. Although mere words weren't enough, they would calm down like magic when Ingrid stepped between them. He had broken up quite a few squad fights that way. Rem called Jackson a sneaky stray cat. Jackson called Rem a mad barbarian. Ingrid also saw Jackson stab an enemy's back with a spear he picked up from somewhere. Even after being stabbed, the enemy couldn't locate Jackson. While looking around, the enemy had his ankle kicked by the crouching Jackson. The image of the enemy writhing on the ground with a spear in his back was vividly remembered. Curious about how that was possible, he asked during a spare moment. It's because the opponent's attention was entirely focused on the front. There was no detailed explanation. Rem was the type to easily share what he knew, but it couldn't be expected from Jackson. Not that Ingrid gave up easily. Squad leader. Jackson stopped. They had arrived in front of Ingrid's medical tent. Upon hearing the question of what the matter was, he fell into thought. There was no need to ponder the answer. Ingrid hadn't intended to become the squad leader of the 4th Company, 4th Platoon's troublemaker squad. Who could plan such a relationship? So, no need to worry. If you're curious, ask. If you need something, demand it. That was how Ingrid dealt with his squad members. If a guy like you were to stab my back, how would I avoid it? Jackson understood Ingrid's words at once. How persistently he had pestered him to teach the methods of sneaking up behind. It was relentless. Every few days, the same question repeated. If he had whined, it would have been easier to deal with. Scaring him off would have been enough, but the squad leader didn't do that. His eyes only showed the desire to know, to learn. He wasn't impressed by the passion but was certain of one thing. If left alone, he would ask the same thing every few days for as long as he stayed in this squad. If he knew this man for life, he would ask for life. Jackson didn't lightly use the word persistent. He knew too well the limits of people. He knew the hollow nature of words like mental strength, conviction, and willpower. Nevertheless, to him, Ingrid was a persistent man. His passion for swordsmanship and martial arts was hotter than anyone else's. Was that passion what drove him like this? Why do you want to learn so badly? Knowing it would slightly increase my chances of survival. What's the point of staying alive longer if you spend all your money on training? Jackson wanted to ask what he wanted to do with it, but he stopped. What's the use of knowing? After all, it wasn't a lasting relationship. After that, though not easily, Jackson explained sincerely. Of course, the squad leader couldn't master it. Naturally. It wasn't something this type could use, but today's question was somewhat refreshing. Do you think your ribs were broken by a blind sword? No, a blind kick. For Jackson, it was a natural question. It would be a huge misunderstanding if he thought he couldn't sense the kick from the previous battle. No, that was because the opponent was a brute. Then. A rare follow-up question. Curious? Ingrid rather asked back. He knew Jackson's usual attitude well. He wasn't curious. He simply kept everyone at a distance, neither too close nor too far. No one thought of him as particularly intimate. Except for the 4-4-4 squad, no one particularly disliked him either. A suitable distance. That was Jackson's usual demeanor. So, it could be awkward to ask like this. And Ingrid knew that asking like this would get Jackson to answer without further questions. Not that their relationship was intentionally built this way, but having spent time together, he knew their usual reactions and stances well. No. If there's a guy who stabs from behind, just notice him first. As expected, the explanation was terrible. Rem claimed he was bad at explaining, but compared to Jackson, he could be a renowned swordsmanship instructor. Fortunately, Ingrid had met various teachers and experienced them. Among them, some were better at teaching than their skills. Others had decent skills but were terrible at teaching. Ingrid extracted value from all those experiences. Therefore, he knew plenty of ways to learn well. How do you notice first? Ingrid asked. Always be aware of your surroundings. What if I get hit despite being aware? Be more aware. I can't spend all day turning my head. You can, squad leader. No, I can't. Sometimes, Jackson made him seem like a strange person. Unlike Rem's jokes, Jackson was serious. Ingrid had learned from experience. Sure enough, at Ingrid's firm response, Jackson looked around and moved slightly to one side. It was a place where various supplies were stacked next to the medical tent. He casually perched on top of it and leaned against the adjacent tent, speaking. It seems like a long conversation. Today is a long day. At least until bedtime, he had plenty of time. You need to eat, right? Will skipping a meal kill you? I'll be your meal duty substitute for life. Well, at least as long as we're in the same squad. Promises made that would vanish after today. Ingrid made many such promises. If that's a joke, it's not funny. Ironically, everyone in the 4-4-4 squad hated kitchen duties and meal duties the most. They preferred battle over that. Reason. They hated preparing food for other squad members and cleaning up after them. Though all were lunatics, there was much to learn. At least in the battlefield and combat, they were invaluable teachers to Ingrid. If Jackson couldn't solve this, instead of worrying, focus. If that didn't work, he planned to approach Rem or another squad member later. A soldier who didn't get minor injuries on the battlefield. Whether Jackson was truly skilled was unknown. He had never seen it with his own eyes. But the conclusion spoke of his excellence. Rem's attitude validated Jackson's skills. There must be something to learn. Even if it wasn't immediately useful, it would be someday. When learning the heart of the beast, was it useful from the start? I don't have time for empty words. You said we have all day earlier. That's a different story. All right. You'll keep your promise, right? Ingrid nodded. He also sat down in front of Jackson. A few passing soldiers noticed them but didn't engage. Amidst the passing soldiers and supply carts, the two sat facing each other. One sat on the pile, making his eye level higher, but it wasn't bothersome. Jackson felt a strange sensation. Ingrid plopped down and looked at him. There were pebbles and rocks on the ground, making it uncomfortable. Moreover, the dust kicked up by passing carts didn't seem to bother him. He focused on Jackson's words without any doubt. Moved by that serious gaze, Jackson began to speak. Humans have 5 senses. You mean eyes, nose, ears, that stuff? Yes. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Why bring this up now? Ingrid showed no such sign. He just listened attentively. It was a good attitude. Enough to evoke unexpected words. Originally, Jackson intended to say that honing the 5 senses was enough, but started explaining. It was from the heart, not the mind. If you can't always turn your head, grow eyes on the back. Even from the heart, kind words were rare. Jackson thought his words were nonsense. The explanation was wrong. I see. But Ingrid nodded. This is interesting. Jackson chose his words. He hadn't expected to teach something like this, but it wasn't impossible. He would teach part of what he had trained. From observation, he knew. The squad leader was ordinary. His senses were, too. Nothing innate. But that was fine. This training was effective for ordinary people too. With consistent practice for a few months, there would be good results. Usually, it was training done in caves. A better method would be, say, having assassins threatening his life multiple times, but that wasn't realistic. You can't always look around with your eyes, but you can with your ears. Still, the explanation was like monster urine. Ah, right. Sound doesn't distinguish between front and back. The listening Ingrid quickly understood. Precisely, sound does distinguish front and back. Training your hearing will develop it. You can do it even while sitting down. Listen. Naturally, various sounds were heard. The sound of carts rolling, soldiers grumbling, patients moaning, the indifferent doctor's voice urging them to endure, and the fluttering of the tent flag in the strong wind. After a short silence, Jackson spoke. It's a west wind today, the doctor is in the 3rd tent from here. That cart's left wheel axle is loose. It might break in 2 days, or today, if unlucky. It was as he said. The cart wheel, which had been rolling smoothly, suddenly collapsed to one side with a creak. Damn it! The soldier driving the cart cursed in frustration. If you distinguish and identify sounds, you can always look around. Ingrid was amazed. Was this possible? Jackson just showed it was. The method of growing eyes on the back and training hearing. Can you do it? This hearing training was more about the environment, not the method. Just distinguishing sounds. Of course, it wasn't easy. It helps to keep listening to and distinguishing the same sounds repeatedly. And when that becomes familiar, try different ways. The squad leader understood well despite his martial skills being separate. Understanding quickly meant learning quickly. The squad leader quickly grasped Jackson's point. Yes, that's right. One way to detect the steps or presence of an assassin moving silently is by distinguishing the sound of the surrounding air. If you know an assassin well, have him secretly aim for your throat. That would be the best training. The rest was half a joke. He even smiled slightly while speaking. Though a joke, it was a necessary explanation. Jackson unconsciously said it, impressed by how easily his trash explanations were understood. Thinking there would never be a connection with the squad leader. And then. Really? The squad leader's eyes shone even brighter. A truly incomprehensible person. That's how Jackson evaluated Ingrid. Chapter 18, Still Alive? When night fell, he tried to listen for the sound of the assassin approaching. It didn't mean much. There were no sounds or signs to be felt. Let's do this for now. No worries. Once a training method is decided, just follow it like an ox plowing a field. Ingrid did just that. Before the poison dart flew, the assassin would surely enter the tent. He would listen for that presence. Each day, he would fall asleep and wake up to the same morning. However, he didn't foolishly repeat only nighttime training. If he was doing it anyway, it was best to do his utmost. During the day, he would seek out Jackson. Today was the day right after he learned auditory training. Ingrid had to wait modestly in front of the tent. He had come too early compared to usual. Since he heard whispering inside, he didn't get closer. Whatever secret conversations they were having, there was no need to eavesdrop. After waiting, he met Jackson. Let's walk together. As they walked, they talked. The same questions, the same attitude. Even though Ingrid heard the same words every time, he unconsciously showed the attentive listening attitude that Krang had demonstrated. Good listening was closely related to good learning. One must listen well and understand to proceed to the next step. Even if he didn't realize it, instinctively he knew listening was important, so Ingrid listened well. In that regard, attentive listening was an excellent tool. Jackson repeated the same words every time. Sometimes, Ingrid had to mimic being a genius. Having eyes on the back of your head means listening, right? You mean hearing with your ears. You don't even need an explanation. Sounds have directions. You can distinguish front and back, left and right. You can use the direction and intensity of the sound, right? Were you a genius? What? Nothing. You're smarter than I thought. Did I look like an idiot to you? That's not it. And then he died again. The day repeated once more. It started with the complaints of vengeance. Ah, no breakfast? Where did that bastard go? Yes, it's natural to get grumpy when you're hungry. What? I'll go get breakfast so our platoon leader stops whining. Are you crazy? Not really. It didn't matter what he said, so he started by teasing. He watched those passing by. Using part of the routine as a reference, he slightly changed how he spent the repetitive day. Ingrid spent the morning half jokingly and then repeated his day. 5 times, 10 times. As he repeated, he got used to pulling Jackson out of the tent. At first, it was awkward, but after overhearing their whispered conversations, he became shameless. They talked about where they enjoyed it today, where it was good before, and their preferred positions. In the repeated today, Ingrid unhesitatingly pulled back the tent flap. Jackson, do you have time? What is it? If you want to continue, I'll step aside. You sure know how to kill the mood. Then come out. The woman next to him gave him a bewildered look as if to say, what's with this guy? At first, it was embarrassing, but he got used to it and became shameless. He ignored her. More importantly, even when he did this, Jackson didn't particularly express dissatisfaction. He was just curious about why Ingrid was acting this way. His curiosity was always resolved in the same manner. Are you curious about that? No. Never mind. The same went for training. Once he got used to hearing sounds to some extent, Jackson expressed doubt. Did you learn this before? My grandfather taught me a little when I was young. Ingrid was a war orphan. He didn't know his parents, let alone his grandfather. I see. Even with such an implausible excuse, Jackson just let it pass. Ingrid always spent his day valuably. When training to thrust, it was all about moving his body. This time, it was all about sitting still. There were results. Ingrid continued his steady progress, albeit slowly. Let's do as I learned. If he couldn't take a full step, he would take a half step. If not even a half step, then a quarter step. If even that was not allowed, he would start by wiggling his toes. About the 20th repetition of the same day. I can hear it. He heard the sound of the wind striking the feathers. Creak. He heard the grating sound of the wagon wheels. It sounded like the gears meshing in a broken clock. The sound of braking. There were different kinds of sounds. Some sounds conveyed information as if they were speaking. For instance, the sound of the flag fluttering. Figuring out the west wind is easy. First, check where I'm sitting, then find the north. Follow the direction of the sound of the flag fluttering. It was easy to say, but no one could do this instantly. Repeat and repeat again. As always, splitting the day and living each day did not change his mindset. Everything created a synergistic effect. Follow the sound of the fluttering feathers. Depending on where he was sitting, he could determine the direction of the wind. It wasn't particularly practical for everyday life or the battlefield. You could tell the direction of the wind even while sitting. However, the significance lay in figuring it out by sound alone. Distinguishing voices and estimating their size, and measuring distances. If mastered properly, it would be useful even on the battlefield. Come to think of it, Jackson always avoided dangerous battlefields one step ahead. Did he listen, judge, and then move? Is that even possible? Right now, he didn't know. The first step of this training was distinguishing sounds. The second step was measuring distance by sound. Ingrid had just completed these two steps. The third step was distinguishing even the smallest sounds. The best training was said to be listening for the presence of an assassin. It's funny, but it was the best environment. Not knowing what happened and just dying was truly much more unpleasant than expected. The very situation of dying without any resistance was the worst. Even so, could this be an opportunity? Such thoughts naturally came to mind. He didn't get up from the bed. If he got involved with the freckled night watch, he would die repeatedly. There was no need for that. Lying down, he closed his eyes and concentrated. First, listen. The next steps could be considered later. During the day, he listened to the sound of wheels turning, wooden nails breaking and shaking, and the sound of intact wheels. He distinguished the sounds of flags, tents, and people's voices fluttering in the wind. Repeating the same thing could be tiresome and painful for someone. It's fun. For Ingrid, it was different. Even the smallest growth brought him joy. It wasn't like learning the heart of the beast where he had to move his body, but it consumed a lot of mental energy. When he concentrated too much, he often got headaches as if his head was going to split. But even that became manageable, after about 30 repetitions. Although small, he lived a different life today than yesterday. Ingrid loved that immensely. So, on the 56th night. SSS. The sound of the torch burning on the stand. The sound of a night guard startled awake, striking the ground with his spear. The sound of the freckled medic night watch occasionally lifting the tent flap. Among those sounds, a tiny sound pierced his ears. The swish of air escaping. I heard it. It was clearly different from usual. Ingrid's ears distinguished the subtle difference. The moment he heard it, he rolled to the side without hesitation. I dodged it. The initial plan was to roll away and then shout. Ingrid couldn't do that. Swoosh. He heard the sound of air being sliced behind him. There was no time to draw the dagger hidden in his bosom. He rolled forward again. Swish, swoosh, swoosh. Indescribable small noises kept coming. By distinguishing the direction of the sound, Ingrid barely, really narrowly, avoided the attacks. The blade tip grazed his thigh. That was lucky. If he had made a mistake, his thigh would have been cut. Even a scratch was dangerous with this opponent. Would someone using poison darts not coat their blades? Rolling repeatedly, he dodged and bounced his body. The heart of the beast shone. Despite the continuous dangerous moments, his heart cooled and settled. There was no need to get excited if it was just listening and dodging. It's okay. I can handle this. If he gave up on counter-attacking, he could avoid it. The blade targeted his back, drawing a long vertical line. The opponent's intent was clear. To at least make it graze. Ingrid rolled towards Vengeance's bed, who still didn't seem to wake up from this commotion. As he rolled, he pushed the bed with his shoulder. Thunk. A heavy impact returned to his shoulder muscles. Even though he rammed it with all his might, Vengeance didn't wake up. Poisoned dart. He wouldn't wake up. It must be a paralyzing or sleeping poison, he thought. Persistent bastard. This time, perhaps in a hurry, the assassin muttered and kicked the ground. Ingrid, breathing heavily, gasped for air. The assassin, sensing his opponent's labored breathing, thrust the knife in his right hand while throwing a poison dart with his left. It was almost a deadly move. Despite his heavy breathing, Ingrid responded swiftly. He dodged the knife and blocked the poison dart by raising Vengeance's arm as a shield. Thunk, the poison dart embedded itself in Vengeance's forearm. Seeing it blocked, the assassin hesitated, and Ingrid rolled towards the tent entrance. His heavy breathing was a ruse. This is the Valen-style mercenary sword, the feigned breath. It was a trick to create an opportunity by appearing to give an easy finish to the fight and exploiting the response. It worked perfectly. Rolling, Ingrid used the momentum to half-rise and dashed towards the tent exit. The assassin lunged forward. That too was a feint. Ingrid headed for the tent wall instead. Drawing a dagger from his bosom, he aimed to slash the tent wall. Winning the fight meant tearing through and escaping. Rip. The tent wall tore before he could. Beyond the torn tent wall. You're a bit late. A voice accompanied by glowing green eyes. It was the elf company commander, the mastermind behind the assassination. Instinctively, Ingrid attempted a thrust. Although it was a dagger in his hand, it was a technique he had repeated countless times, ingrained in his body. Pivoting on his left foot, he twisted his body and thrust at the opponent in one swift motion. His right arm extended like a spear. The elf company commander, with glowing eyes, stepped inside and swung her right hand from inside to outside. Thunk, swoosh. With that gesture, the trajectory of the thrust was diverted. At the same time, the commander kicked Ingrid's supporting leg. The world spun, and Ingrid soon rolled to the ground. Then, the elf company commander displayed an incomprehensible move. Tinkle. Ingrid turned away, grabbing his cloak and flinging it in front of him. Thud, 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 something embedded into the cloak. Poisoned darts. Are you all right? In a dazed state, he saw Krang crouched outside the tent. Was there a guard? The assassin's voice was evidently shaken. Assassination makes me nauseous. The elf company commander said, letting the cloak fall. Ingrid's mind raced to understand the situation. There wasn't an assassin. Was he on the defense? So, the one he saw when dying was not the one who killed him but someone who arrived late. "You don't seem hurt." "I'm just startled." Ingrid replied to Krang's question and turned his body. The assassin, upon seeing the elf company commander, seemed to have decided to escape, and his center of gravity shifted backward. The commander didn't seem to intend to stop him. Soon, the assassin backed away, then bolted out of the tent entrance and fled. Even while running, his footsteps were almost silent. "Well then." Krang chuckled awkwardly and stepped into the tent. The commander approached the tent entrance, grabbed the shoulder of the seemingly unconscious freckled soldier, and dragged him inside. After a glance at Vengeance, the commander turned around. Her green eyes met Ingrid's. A brief silence. After a moment, the commander tilted her head and spoke. "You're alive." That question carried a note of surprise. Chapter 19, Fire. He endured today. The cycle of training and practice. Ingrid did just that. And for the first time in his repeated today, he had reached this point. "Will I die?" That was his first thought in response to the company commander's reaction. Ingrid quickly corrected himself. If she intended to kill me, she would have done it earlier. When did Krang slip away? He hadn't even noticed his presence. Tisk. Despite this situation, I'm still lacking. Ingrid felt the inadequacy of his trained hearing. It was in his nature. As a result, he missed the timing to respond. The newly appointed company commander, an elf woman, was staring at him intently. Didn't she ask, "You're alive?" What should he say? Ingrid opened his mouth. "Should I have died?" No." The company commander replied, moving only her lips. She stared at Ingrid for a long time before turning away. Then she picked up the fallen poisoned darts, checked Vengeance and the guard she had brought along, rolling their eyes back to check their condition. Is she checking to see if the soldiers are dead? Then she brought the poisoned dart to her lips and lightly touched it with her tongue. Is she knowledgeable in herbal medicine too? He had seen mercenaries do such things occasionally. Elves were often close to nature, so it wasn't surprising they were knowledgeable about poisons and medicines. Ingrid just sat and watched. He wasn't in the mood to get up. Of course, if someone aimed for his neck right now, he would roll or dodge, but it was still exhausting. Although not as draining as the first repeated day, it was still tiring. If the first repetition was physically exhausting, this time it felt like he had used up all his mental energy. He had evaded numerous repeated attacks by sound alone. In the process, he hadn't sustained a single scratch. It wasn't mere coincidence. How many times had he been attacked? Sometimes without any signs, but he had narrowly dodged the first attack several times. Repeated patterns became learned behavior. Even assassins had patterns in their actions. Ingrid instinctively learned them. Having experienced it once helps. Would the second time be easier? No. It was never easy. If someone who had seen Ingrid's repeated today had been there with him, they would never say such a thing. But no one could. In the isolated today, he was always alone. Ingrid pressed his temples with his fingers. His excitement hadn't subsided, and his head throbbed. In time, it would turn into a headache. He instinctively sensed this. SSS. Someone was near. The presence of something close to his neck made Ingrid reflexively twist his body and extend his palm. There he saw Krang pretending to strike Ingrid's neck with the edge of his hand. "Do you really have eyes on the back of your head?" Krang said, seemingly amazed. "It's not the time for jokes. What's with this irresponsible guy?" Krang chuckled and spoke casually. "Ah, sorry. Was it really an assassin targeting this guy? Then why didn't they just kill him, instead of coming after me first? Was it just bad luck? Could it be as simple as bad luck? No way. The assassin must have targeted Krang. It didn't make sense for an assassin to come after Vengeance and him. If it were Vengeance and me, it would be easier to frame us and kill us. Sending an assassin to handle two powerless soldiers. There's no need. Why send an assassin? To eliminate quietly and discreetly. Take care of it without causing a commotion. What to do with the corpses after killing them? Burn the tent. Who would care about the wounds on a body burned to death? Even if not that, there were many ways to dispose of bodies. Wipe the blood and traces, and dump them in a secluded place. People would think it was a desertion, not kidnapping and murder. Especially since this was an outlying medical tent. It was an improvised medical tent for soldiers, not officers. No one paid much attention to it. Of course, this wasn't a place one could just come to if they wanted to. They probably targeted me. It was when the company commander roughly surveyed the inside and peeked outside the tent. Krang, crouched next to him, spoke abruptly. Why? You don't seem very surprised. I am surprised, plenty. You're good at keeping a straight face. Is now the time to focus on that? Ingrid was about to snap but held back. He knew from experience. Krang was easygoing. Of course, he knows when to be serious. It was a repeated today, so Krang wouldn't remember, but Ingrid had a vivid image of Krang speaking as if he was absorbing everything around him. You don't intend to reveal who you are, do you? The company commander, who had approached silently, spoke. Krang nodded slightly and spoke again. Anyway, I'm sorry. Is this supposed to be an apology? Krang stood up and looked around, making eye contact with the company commander. I'm not in a position to order anyone, so I'm asking for a favor. Krang addressed not only Vengeance but also the company commander casually. Unless he was a high-ranking noble, this was impossible. Otherwise, he'd be risking death by the sword. He wasn't just speaking casually. He took a step. Just one step forward. It was like that time. When he asked who he was, it was a similar atmosphere. Krang quietly accepted the gaze. Two spectators, one actor. But the actor was like a vortex. An entity that absorbed and swallowed everything around it. Can I ask for a favor? Consider it a debt I will repay. Please. The company commander answered humbly. Krang spoke with a gentle smile. I hope no one dies today. Small but firm, calm but storm-like. If a voice had magic, it would be like this. It made one want to fulfill his request. The tone and manner induced that thought. How could one make someone feel this way? Ingrid felt a strange sense of déjà vu. It was because he had experienced it once. The vortex that absorbed everything around it soon subsided. Krang spoke and extended his hand to Ingrid. Are your legs weak? No, it's not that bad. Ingrid took his hand with a complicated feeling. Is this the reason you changed your mind? Seeing them, the company commander asked. Let's say it is. Krang replied. Ingrid couldn't understand their conversation at all, nor did he want to ask. Not like they would tell me. The company commander let out a small sigh and spoke to Ingrid. Can you keep today's events a secret? Yes, of course. There was no other answer to give when she asked, seemingly ready to put a hole in his neck if he refused. He had seen the new company commander's skill earlier. Just one move, but could she really deflect it like that? One move to push away with the back of her hand. With one gesture, Ingrid had lost his balance and fallen. He wanted to see that again. If not, he would just die and repeat the day again. If he refused to keep quiet, would she kill him? No. That wouldn't work. There were many ways to make him silent without killing him. It was useless to resist. He had no desire to commit suicide either. I ask you. More than anything, Krang spoke like this. Though only for a few days, just a few conversations, Ingrid felt a strong bond with Krang. Their relationship was peculiarly intimate despite the short time. Keeping secrets is my specialty. It wasn't an empty statement. How many secrets did he know within the squad? Some were important, some were not. He had never spoken of any of them. Then, we just need to resolve this situation, the company commander said, looking at the torn tent and the two fallen soldiers. That wish of no more deaths includes those two, Krang said, and the company commander nodded nonchalantly. No one knew what had happened here. But if they found out? Judging by the look, revealing Krang's identity seemed difficult. The company commander was deep in thought. If the guard wakes up, will he realize he was attacked? Ingrid asked, brushing dirt off his bottom. I guess not. Even if he did, he wouldn't have seen anything. The company commander spoke with half confidence. Ingrid thought so too. How many times had he been attacked without knowing anything? That freckled guard would have passed out without knowing anything. So, could you carry one outside? Ingrid's words made the company commander look at him. There's a simple and convenient solution. I might take some flack for it, but you can cover for me, right? He explained the plan. Krang laughed, and the company commander nodded without a smile. Whoosh. The guard, dozing off in front of the tent, felt a sudden sting on his cheek and opened his eyes. Half asleep, he turned and froze for a moment. Fire! It was a fire. Flames were climbing up the front of the tent. Thud! The sound of the spear he was holding dropping to the ground woke him up completely. Fire! 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 The guard who dropped his spear shouted. His tongue was tied in surprise. Fire! 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 Instead of shouting fire, out loud, he kept repeating just fire, but his urgent cries quickly alerted everyone nearby. Fire! A nearby patrol guard shouted, making the situation clear. The medical tent is on fire. The quick-witted patrol guard's voice echoed loudly. Get water. Only then did the other soldiers start to poke their heads out and assess the situation. Damn it, is anyone inside? Were there people in there? Yes, those damn soldiers. The flames quickly spread from the front of the tent to the entire tent. It was chaos in the middle of the night. Black soot and smoke rose into the sky. Even the bravest soldiers couldn't enter in such a situation. Get water! The supply company commander yelled. Those who were quick on their feet brought water in buckets. Splash! They poured water over the flames. For a moment, smoke rose. Line up and pass the buckets. The supply company commander shouted. His experience in carrying supplies paid off. Passing buckets was a method of handing objects along a line. The soldiers lined up and started passing the water buckets forward. Splash! One idiot dropped a bucket on the ground. Are you joking? Pick it up quickly. Understood. The commotion continued. The flames reflected on the soldiers' faces. The supply company commander stomped his feet. The important thing wasn't the tent burning. If it spread to the next tent, it would be an unmanageable disaster. The problem of the fire spreading was bigger than a few soldiers inside dying. As the bucket passing calmed the flames bit by bit, the supply company commander let out a sigh of relief. But why the sudden fire? Was it the season for fires? The weather wasn't dry enough for that. Fortunately, the fire didn't spread. The flames seemed to have been waiting, as they only burned the one tent. There's someone here. In the midst of this, a soldier with good night vision shouted. Bring them over, it's fortunate they're alive. The supply company commander spoke words he didn't mean. More fortunate than their survival was the fact that the fire hadn't spread. Ingrid laid the freckled soldier next to Vengeance, whom the company commander had moved outside. Here! He shouted, and people gathered. "Are you okay?" A sudden fire. "What happened?" Ingrid, his face covered in soot, coughed. He looked like someone who had just escaped the burning tent. "I, cough, don't know." Ingrid spoke between coughs. The midnight fire ended up being considered an accident. Hoo-woo. In the distance, the cry of an owl or something similar was heard. Probably from the direction of the forest. The elf company commander listened to the sound, matching the map in her head and her current location, and walked. Not far from the base, it was a pebbled stream. Upon reaching her destination, the company commander spoke. If it weren't for that squad leader, it would have been dangerous. Just by looking around the tent, she grasped the assassin's intention. Eliminate the one at the entrance and then the target. The one at the entrance was Ingrid. Thanks to him, he survived. Had he held out even a little less, he would have died. Both he and the guard would have died. Really? Krang spoke and took a deep breath in and out. The company commander turned to look at him. Then, a simple farewell. The unique light steps of the elves made no sound at all. She was currently the company commander of the 4th Battalion, 4th Company of the Cyprus Brigade. It was time to return to the base. The figure of the elf fading into the darkness soon disappeared from sight. Krang thought of Ingrid's dream. A night. Seeing you, I think I know how I should live too. Krang had responded this way after hearing Ingrid's dream. It wasn't an empty statement. Though he might deceive others, he had never said empty words to someone who approached him sincerely. Krang had a secret about his birth. But he didn't like his birth or his secret. So far, he had avoided facing it. I'll face it too. He recognized Ingrid's skills at a glance. Such a person dreamed of becoming a knight. Out of 10 passers-by, 5 would say it was an unattainable dream. The remaining 5 would be busy laughing. Still, he dreamed. He didn't give up. Though it had only been a few days, seeing him repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fists, Krang sensed he wouldn't change. Such people don't change easily. You were an interesting friend. A strange intimacy remained. The clouds above Krang's head parted. The moonlight began to peek through. He walked. A slightly different life awaited him ahead. Chapter 20, Squad Leader Ingrid. There was a torch stand between the tents and the supply tent had oil. For several days, he had been repeating today, training his hearing. He could find everything around him with his eyes closed. Just a moment. It was really simple. Ingrid used sounds to locate the patrol guards and stealthily got oil from the supply tent. Then, he poured the oil roughly over the tent. The rest was even easier. He just had to kick the torch stand over. Since no one was watching, he crawled in the shadows and pulled the torch stand, toppling it over. The flame at the end of the torch stand met the oil with a whoosh, greeting it warmly. You've got some skills. The company commander said blandly. Was that a compliment? Ingrid thought so as he set fire to the tent. Of course, the fire started where he had poured the oil first. Ingrid made sure to get some soot on his face and inhale a bit of smoke. Reacting genuinely was much easier than faking it. Cough. Coughing, Ingrid carried the freckled soldier and exited through the tier in the tent where the company commander had entered. He collapsed in front of the medical tent. That was enough. Fire. He had timed the fire to when the patrol guard would be coming. No, he had to. The night watch of the neighboring tent was an expert at sleeping while standing. He didn't wake up at all. Ingrid thought the assassin had shot a poison dart at him too. It didn't require much preparation to get here. He had simply stolen oil from the supply tent and toppled the torch stand. However, Krang and the company commander, who watched, seemed quite impressed. Honestly, you'd make a great leader for a band of thieves. Krang's words just before leaving lingered in his mind. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Running his hand through his hair, his fingers caught on the tangled strands. I should get a haircut. He lay down without even thinking about wiping the soot off his face. It wasn't a big fire. It wouldn't be a major incident. No one had died. He had already thought up an excuse about the night watch. Ask me tomorrow. Tomorrow. Without exaggeration, he really wanted to just lie down and sleep like this. It had been a long night. A really long today. His headache had surpassed throbbing and left his head feeling numb. He didn't want to think about anything. Survivors. Over there. I think he passed out now. He knew they were talking about him, but he ignored it and closed his eyes. Fatigue washed over him. Though he wasn't the freckled night watch, Ingrid felt a one-sided closeness to him. You don't know this, but Ingrid had talked to him. He knew where he was from. He knew about the girlfriend he left back home and why he joined the military. Today was something he had but not the other guy. That closeness came from that. Besides, the fire and the attack weren't his fault. So, he came up with a reasonable excuse. He said the night watch had shouted as soon as the fire broke out and tried to rescue those inside, but inhaled smoke and fainted. He was a fresh recruit who had just finished training. And there was no fire training during the drills. Everyone accepted the reason. Did I really do that? Though he asked bewilderedly, not remembering a thing. Must have lost your memory. The supply company commander just let it pass. Ingrid had wondered if anyone would suspect him, but no one did. It was too perfect a cover. He thought someone might find it suspicious, but thankfully, no one did. The supply company commander was just relieved the supply tent hadn't caught fire. That had been part of his plan, so the situation went as he intended. A new bright morning. Today didn't repeat. Ingrid woke up still feeling a headache, but he was satisfied. After all, he had survived another today. You saved me. With his face and body washed and his soot-smelling clothes changed, holding a dagger to roughly trim his hair, Ingrid headed out. Vengeance sat on a supply box and asked. I couldn't just watch you burn to death in front of me. Vengeance muttered at Ingrid's words. After mumbling something, he asked. Why? Ingrid wondered if such a thing needed a reason. With his head still pounding, he didn't want to talk much. Because you're my comrade. So, he spoke without much thought. Vengeance's expression hardened at that. Tisk. Seeing his hardened face, Ingrid spoke. The flower of the battlefield is the infantry. It was the infantry company's greeting. With that, Ingrid turned around. He had just received orders to return. I've only been a jerk. Vengeance's grumbling voice faintly reached his ears. Sounds he wouldn't normally hear were now audible. Hearing training. Ingrid reflected on the abilities he had gained. He also recalled how the elf company commander deflected his sword last night. He thought about dodging the assassin's attacks too. A natural question arose. Am I still in the same place? It wasn't serious. Just curiosity. How different were yesterday's Ingrid and today's Ingrid? Suddenly, he wanted to face Rem in a match. First, returning to the main camp and resting was a priority. His head still throbbed. The weather is nice. Without walking far, Ingrid noticed a long shadow stretching to his right. Looking up, he saw a clear blue canvas in the sky. Cumulus clouds were scattered across, with a refreshing breeze and warm sunlight. It was a very clear day. Just walking made him feel his headache was easing. Kreis outwardly appeared calm, but internally he sighed deeply. Ingrid had been gone for a week. How did we manage back then? In the face of the current situation, Kreis mentally retreated. He recalled the days without Ingrid. So, I'm the squad leader here. So, you have to listen to me. So, Gather in front of the tent now. The squad leader kept repeating so. He had shown a coercive attitude. And he had died screaming on the first battlefield. Follow me. He seemed to have heard some strange rumor. Though the troublemaker squad was small in number, their skills were top-notch. Did he really think they would quietly follow him? He charged alone and got his head impaled by a spear. When his helmet flew back, Rem had kicked it away. The next squad leader. I heard you guys are good fighters. Wanna test your skills? Anyone wanna go against me? He was a noble's son. Rumor had it he had committed some crime and was conscripted. Details unknown, he said he'd stay here for a few months before returning. The noble was full of confidence but lacked experience. Can we spar with the squad leader? Rem scratched his head and asked. Not you. Yeah, you. The one with the reddish-brown hair. He picked Jackson as his opponent. Rem looked like a thug, so anyone could see he was a fighter. And calling out Craes was too much. So, he picked the relatively harmless-looking Jackson. Naturally, it was a big mistake. Me? Yes, come on. Let's spar. Haha, I've never lost before. What if someone gets hurt during the spar? Are you scared of that? Let's just keep it off the record. The arrogant and cocky noble squad leader. Got his arm broken. I expected him to dodge. Though usually amicable, Jackson could turn quite vicious after being provoked by Rem and the other squad members watching the match. You should have stepped forward with your left foot there. Funny, just trip him and he'll fall. You're losing your grip on the sword. Hold it tighter. Underestimating your opponent will get you hurt. Tisk, this guy can't even take down a prick properly. I'd have finished by now. Boring. Those comments turned Jackson fierce. The company commander got furious over the broken arm. Are you assaulting a superior? You are the one who said it's off the record and insisted on the fight. Right. A man's word is his bond. If a man changes his words, he loses his manhood. With each squad member chiming in, the company commander couldn't say much. Facts were facts. The noble squad leader soon withdrew. At his family estate, he might have had plenty of mercenaries to lose to him for money, but this was a battlefield. The company commander hadn't intended to bring the noble to the battlefield anyway. She had just given him a nominal position. The next squad leader was also the same. A hot-tempered squad leader had a quiet chat with Rem outside and applied for a transfer, calming down. Others left for similar reasons. Those who stayed just tolerated each other. Phew. Craes turned his head at the sigh behind him. Finally. He muttered in relief, recognizing the face. What's this? It was Ingrid. He pressed his temples with his index finger as he approached. Ingrid looked at the two facing each other in front of the fourth squad tent. It was the reality Craes had avoided. I said I'm the acting squad leader without a squad leader, so follow orders. Ragna squad member. Address me with sir added to my last name, you barbarian. Has this picky eater dressed up in noble's attire? It's offensive for a beast to call my name. Oh, really? Maybe you need a rough lesson from this beast. Rem's hand bulged with veins, ready to split Ragna's head. The squad member called Ragna faced him indifferently. He stood calmly with his hands down. That was Ragna's ready stance. Jackson watched indifferently. One remaining squad member prayed quietly, trying to intervene. Brother, fighting and violence are wrong. Stay out, you religious nut. Step back. There's no mercy in swords. Rem and Ragna replied simultaneously. The squad is a mess. Just a week and they were like this. The headache that had disappeared while walking returned. Craes, any spare medicine? Jackson spoke indifferently, Fight or not? He greeted Ingrid with a nod and asked Kreyas. Not right now. Squad leader, you're back. I was going to find you. There's been some trouble. Kreyas shook his head at Jackson and spoke to Ingrid. Hold on. First, he had to stop those two. Left alone, there would be bloodshed. It was the same the day he arrived. Back then, it wasn't Ragnar but the praying squad member. Many things can't be solved with fighting and violence. The one speaking like that wasn't normal either. Hey. Ingrid ignored his throbbing headache and stepped between them. The way to stop their fights was simple. Words wouldn't work. You had to physically intervene. Ingrid walked between them. Really, they say ignorance is bliss, don't they? Ram muttered. The veins in his hands twitched and then stopped. I can't just cut him. The squad leader, forget it. Ram and Ragnar stepped back. They didn't forget to exchange pleasantries. Don't die on the battlefield, I want to kill you myself. Ragnar said. Huh? What? Want to die tomorrow? Can't wait to taste my axe. Ram retorted. Enough. Ingrid shook his head in the middle. Why did they hate each other so much? He didn't know. They had been like this from the start. They were still glaring at each other. Just arrived, and it was already a fight. Anyway, all sorts of things happened while you were gone. Kreyas spoke again from behind. Did they? It was obvious. When in the medical tent, Ragnar said the tent was a mess, and he was right. It was somewhat expected. It was fine. After experiencing so many hardships, their mess didn't bother him. They missed meal duty and ate individually. They fought with the neighboring squad and punched one guy's jaw and ignored the squad leader's summons. Isn't it too much of a mess without me? He thought, but it was fine. Kreyas kept babbling. Ingrid realized the chaos wasn't limited to the troublemaker squad. A curse. Ingrid forgot his headache and asked. Yes, they say the whole camp is cursed. What nonsense is this? It was so absurd it made him forget his headache. Chapter 21, Sparring and Review. Boom. Suddenly, lightning struck out of the blue, and rain started to pour. Damn, this ruins the mood. Rem and Ragnar, whose tempers had flared, averted their gazes from each other. The fight was over. The two sought shelter from the rain and entered the tent. Despite the earlier clear skies, the weather had turned chaotic. It was the end of autumn. It was not the season for sudden showers. Such a sudden rain with clear skies was rare. Sudden rain. Kreyas remarked as he watched the lightning and rain. Ingrid also looked up at the sky, reflecting on the events that had occurred while he was away. As expected, the talk of a curse was nonsense. They'll probably say this rain is a curse too. Maybe. Anyway, in the past 3 days, Bone fell and broke his nose, Jack broke his arm, and Rod was bitten by a snake. All 3 were from the recon team. Bone was agile enough to do somersaults, so breaking only his nose was fortunate given he wore armor. Jack was a braggart who overestimated his spear skills. He broke his arm during a spar, and one could bet the opponent had intended to break it. Lastly, Rod was careless for a recon member. It wasn't the season for many snakes, but this plain was particularly infested. So, all 3 incidents were understandable. Besides those 3, someone also touched a hot pot. Big Eyes spoke excitedly. Would he speak like this if he genuinely believed in the curse? It was just something to talk about. Also, there was news that the medical tent caught fire. Oh, you were there, right, squad leader? Did you hear anything? Was the tent fire also considered a curse? Yeah, it burned well. Kreyas stopped entering the tent and turned his head sharply. Did you see it yourself? Did the fire suddenly flare up? They said there might have been a spy. Yes and no. I did it. Ingrid had started the fire. And as for a spy, there had been an ambush, but whether the attacker was an enemy soldier was doubtful. He still didn't know Krang's true identity, but he seemed to be at least a noble's illegitimate son. So, wasn't the attacker probably from their own side? Talking about curses, what could one say? The command would soon crack down on this talk. No commander likes such rumors spreading within their unit. Hey, did you see anything? Big Eyes pressed him. Ingrid looked into those large eyes and thought. Kreis was too loose-lipped to tell everything. Even if he weren't, there was no reason to share it. He had decided to keep it quiet, so he would. The tent I was in caught fire. Huh. Didn't you know? Not at all. So, it wasn't an enemy attack. The fire started suddenly. The night watch was dozing, and the wind knocked over the torch stand. There happened to be an oil drum nearby. The tent caught fire from the fallen torch. Ingrid clenched and unclenched his fist, mimicking the spreading flames with his hand. Nothing much. Aren't you worried you almost died? I'm alive and well here. Was that concern or what? If you weren't alive and well, wouldn't you be a ghost? Rem interrupted from behind, laughing. Was this bastard joking? The Lord says, let the spirits rest in peace. The religious squad member performed an exorcism with his words. Ingrid thought that if he were indeed a ghost, it would be unpleasant to hear. Only my hair got singed. His bangs had been slightly burnt, so he cut them. The roughly cut hair showed signs of poor trimming. You've got black hair, so it's not noticeable when it burns. Rem laughed continuously. Then is your hair ashes? Rem's hair was gray. Ah, how did you know? My hair is ashes. Did this guy really find this funny? Though it had been a sudden shower, the rain quickly stopped. The chatter didn't last long. Kreis left, saying he had business to attend to as soon as the rain stopped. Ingrid lay down, falling asleep to the sound of raindrops pattering at the edge of the tent. It was a sweet nap. When he woke up, his headache was gone. The fatigue was also gone. Ingrid got up and twisted his waist side to side. There was no pain in his side. Good. He felt refreshed. The tent was empty. Listening closely, he heard people passing by outside the tent and the grumbling voice of a soldier in the neighboring tent. What's with this on and off rain? Ingrid pushed the tent flap aside and stepped outside. Squad members were scattered in front of the tent, enjoying their personal maintenance time. It was no surprise that Jackson and Kreis were nowhere to be seen. The others were present. Among them, Ingrid approached Rem, who was scribbling on the wet ground. You look like you have nothing to do. Do I? That's right. I was just thinking about cracking someone's skull out of boredom. Starting fights with the squad was one of Rem's specialties. When the picked fight escalated, beating the opponent up was his hobby. Though it had lessened since Ingrid arrived, he hadn't completely abandoned the hobby. Then spar with me. Spar. Yes, spar. Rem nodded without hesitation. This had happened countless times. Ingrid's request for a spar was routine. All right. The two headed to the empty lot behind the tent. Thanks to the crazy weather, there was no one around. Even if there were, they wouldn't care. Ingrid and Rem faced each other with 10 paces between them. Rem grinned, twirling his wrist. The newly sharpened axe blade reflected the sunlight with every movement. Though it had rained, the sky was now clear. The air was humid, and the smell of earth filled the air. The ground was soft but not muddy, slightly damp but not sinking. The clouds covered the sun enough that it wasn't blinding. A perfect day for a fight. Yeah. Ingrid responded and awakened the heart of the beast. He strived not to waste time, repeating the same day over and over. This included physical training and hearing exercises. It also involved using his head. The Valance-style mercenary sword doesn't work. Having sparred countless times with Rem while learning the thrust, he knew. The Valance-style mercenary swordsmanship was useless against Rem. So, what to do? Considering his weapon, the opponent's pressure, and his past experiences. What kind of attack would be effective? How to make an effective hit? It was time to test the answers to these repeated questions. SSS. Rem stepped forward. His steps were confident, showing no hesitation. Ingrid thought so. Do I have to go first? Instead of answering, Ingrid matched his breathing to the opponent's. Inhale and exhale. Rem's breathing was long and slow. In the middle of that long exhale, Ingrid closed the gap in an instant. He pushed off his back foot and moved forward, closing the distance. Whoosh! He swung his sword horizontally. Rem bent backward, almost lying down to dodge. It was a trick he could pull off only by accurately predicting the range of the slash. Even in a half-lying position, Rem's eyes never left Ingrid. Seeing this, Ingrid reflexively pulled his sword back to guard himself. Whoosh! Thud! The axe had flown and struck the sword blade. The impact wasn't significant. No matter how strong he was, it was a swing from a lying position. In that position. Whoosh, whoosh. The axe flew repeatedly. Thud. Thud. Clang. Ingrid held the sword with both hands, blocking continuously. He tried to pause and adjust his stance to attack, but Rem didn't stop. Ingrid felt like he was standing under a guillotine. The axe storm ended as Rem fully straightened up. A brief gap appeared, but Ingrid didn't retreat. He didn't adjust his stance. Rem straightened his back and pulled his arm back. Seeing this, Ingrid, instead of retreating and catching his breath, snap! Step forward and thrust, a move he had repeated countless times. With the blade extended from the blocking stance, he aimed to pierce. Everything happened in an instant. As he thrust toward Rem's waist, Ingrid's vision overlapped with the blue sky and Rem's face. Huh! Ingrid saw Rem's face upside down. Whoosh! As he thrust, Rem kicked Ingrid's ankle. A split-second decision. Thanks to that, the sword tip missed its mark. Rem didn't swing the axe but dropped it, grabbed Ingrid's collar, and threw him sideways. Ugh! Rolling sideways, Ingrid quickly understood how he had been defeated. It was a feint. He had timed the backward movement of the axe. Rem used that against him. Who? Lying sprawled, Ingrid shook his head. Such immense strength. Ingrid thought he wasn't easily outmatched in strength, but Rem could fling a person with one hand. Even without armor, he was relatively light, but it was still remarkable strength. Raising his head, he saw Rem's face. It was a peculiar expression. Rem usually laughed throughout a spar. But not now. His lips were tight, his expression composed. He wasn't smiling. Tisk, did you eat something good behind my back? Rem asked seriously. Thinking back, such a reaction was natural. He wouldn't remember helping with thrust training. After all, he had only assigned him to meal duty to escape that first today. I thought this before, but your skills have improved significantly. Especially that thrust. It was good. Not bad at all. Really? Yes. I don't give empty compliments. Hard to believe. Ingrid scoffed, knowing he was always full of nonsense. It's true. All right. Let's review then. The squad leader is really consistent. Don't you ever change. Reviewing after a spar. This was also routine. No matter how minor, Ingrid clung to his sparring partner. To learn and master even the smallest things. Often, the opponent had nothing to say. Only when skills improved could they offer advice. That had been the case so far. So, Ram used to say, "Grow some guts," after sparring. It seemed meaningless, but it wasn't. Ram knew the limits of the untalented. To survive, he taught what was necessary. He had also taught the heart of the beast for the same reason. But now, much had changed. The fact that Ram had much to say after this spar proved it. First, you made it too obvious you were waiting for my axe swing. Even if I don't fall for it easily, you should at least try to deceive me, right? Ram began. Ingrid nodded. As always, he listened intently. Ram chuckled at the sight. He always started by addressing the key points before moving on to minor details. That was Ram's way. Ingrid listened to every word carefully. There were no battles for 3 days, during which Ingrid sparred with Ram 3 more times. You should train your lower body. Your balance is off. Though usually full of nonsense, Ram had a knack for pinpointing the crux. Ingrid pondered and mulled over his words. He then focused on training again. He did so even during personal maintenance time. Everyone spent personal time differently. Some wrote letters. Others focused on rest. Ingrid poured everything into practice and training except eating and sleeping. Anyone would call it extreme. But to him, it was peaceful. He felt immense satisfaction in improving day by day. Thanks to this, he didn't mind the increasing pain from physical training. What a relentless guy. Training right after returning from the medical tent. He was quiet lately, but now he's on fire again. If I trained like that, I'd at least be at the edge of knighthood. Huh? Why are you talking crap? He focused on training and listening. Concentrating on hearing while his muscles screamed made the pain fade. Ingrid heard the idle talk of 2 soldiers from a nearby tent. They were from the same platoon but felt distant, the 3rd squad. He then extended his hearing further. He tried to guess the actions by the sound of rustling clothes behind him. He attempted to identify who was approaching by their footsteps. He was wrong 5 out of 10 times, but he could recognize familiar steps. Light and quick, the sound of feet on the ground was lively. Big eyes. He was right. Training again? It's creepy. Creepy. Craes approached and said. Ingrid ignored him. Repeating squats, his legs started trembling. Sweat dripped down his scalp, gathering at his eyebrows. The sky that had been fluctuating was now clear, with the dry breeze returning to its normal state. Sweating profusely on such a day didn't seem normal. Especially here on the battlefield. Training in a place where a fight could break out at any moment. Yet, everyone accepted it. Ingrid had been like this for more than a day or 2. It was their routine. Isn't that hard? How do you do it every day? Craes said, sitting and chewing on a piece of flat jerky. A drop of sweat rolled from his forehead, touched his nose, and fell to the ground. Heavy pain surged from his thighs. His muscles trembled and nausea rose. He was at his limit. Ingrid sat down, drenched in sweat. Closing his eyes, he felt the cool breeze caress his wet forehead and ears. Training for today was complete. Thinking so, he enjoyed the breeze. He heard the sound of strong footsteps. The footsteps stopped behind Ingrid. Still working hard, I see. He tilted his head back to see who it was. The figure cast a long shadow over Ingrid's face. Though the face was obscured by backlight, he saw a man with a bushy beard. Can we talk? It was the 4th platoon leader. Chapter 22, Temporary Reassignment. The 4th platoon leader made a trivial comment. Ingrid half listened, recognizing that the man had something to say. If you have something to say, just say it. He was enjoying the cool breeze after being drenched in sweat. It was the perfect moment of relaxation and unwinding. He wanted the platoon leader to get on with it and leave. I'd like you to transfer to the recon team and carry out a mission. The 4th platoon leader crossed his arms, displaying a defensive rather than commanding posture. Ingrid thought it over. The recon team. It wasn't a common reassignment. Moreover, he was aware of his ambiguous position. The only reason he could remain a squad leader was because this was the fourth squad. And they wanted to take him out for reconnaissance. Is it okay to take our squad leader? Rem suddenly poked his head in from behind, resting his chin on Ingrid's shoulder. Since they weren't much different in height, it was a comfortable position. Are you serious? Half smiling, he seemed to be protesting the idea. It's an order, Rem. The 4th platoon leader glared, but it was all show. Ingrid saw through it instantly. Rem was a troublemaker, a maniac who would swing his axe if things didn't go his way. Everyone including the 4th platoon leader, Ingrid, and Rem knew that waving authority at such a maniac was meaningless. Rem. Ingrid called his name, nudging him back before he could say anything more. Fine, do as you please. Rem grumbled as he stepped back. I can go instead. Ragna, who had been watching silently, spoke up nonchalantly. Was being lost your dream? Rem snickered. Ragna nearly exploded in anger but held it in. It wasn't a lie. Ragna had no talent for finding his way. Even with a map and directions, he would end up somewhere else. He didn't work well with others and had been transferred here for fighting however he pleased. He wasn't fit to be a scout. Anyone but you. The 4th platoon leader had no choice but to shake his head at Ragna. Ingrid sensed this situation wasn't a good sign. Considering everything, I am the best fit. His ambiguous position only held meaning within the 444 squad. He had caused quite a stir just by being absent for a week. And now, they were specifically calling for him. It suggested there was no one else available. The talk of curses had quieted down, but the effects lingered. Bone, Jack, and Rod were all part of the recon team. They were short-handed. Sigh, it's a headache. One platoon leader has food poisoning and can't even move. It was almost believable as a curse. All this trouble specifically hit the recon platoon. The platoon leader looked exhausted. He didn't seem eager to call for Ingrid either. This feels off. As Ingrid stared, the platoon leader sighed heavily. Don't look at me like that. I'll explain everything. Yes. Don't look at me like that. What did I do? He had just been staring, but the 4th platoon leader was overreacting with a deep sigh. What's with the eye language? Sometimes, you have to think about how the person on the receiving end feels. Especially if it's a superior. Rem laughed. Reacting to that joke would lead nowhere. Ingrid looked back at the platoon leader. To temporarily increase the number of recon members, we promoted a squad leader to platoon leader. But we're still short-staffed. So, we were ordered to recruit capable individuals from each unit. And you were suggested from above. So here we are. From above. The new company commander. You're not in trouble, are you? To silence him by sending him to the recon team where he might die unnoticed? No, there was no need for that. They could kill him secretly without such measures. Even if he wouldn't die easily, from their perspective, it seemed like a random suggestion. Ingrid concluded it was probably just a casual remark. It's an order from above. So, let's go. Rem glared at him from the side. Behind him, Ragna offered to go again. In front of the tent, the devout soldier, large as a bear, prayed to the sky. O most holy Lord, do not take our small and precious squad leader. Do not test this weak servant. The 4th platoon leader couldn't hide his astonishment. Who was taking anyone? And who was small and weak? The praying soldier's bulging muscles were weapon-like. If that devout soldier was considered weak, there were few normal people in the world. It's just this one time. Winter will come soon, and this campaign will end. They would reorganize the recon team for the next campaign. They wouldn't leave the troublemaker squad leader in the recon team. Ingrid understood the platoon leader's point. Continuing war in winter was foolish. So this war would likely stop after autumn. There was no need to worry. Such things happened often. Being called to fill in for various tasks wasn't uncommon. While lacking combat talent, he was more than capable in other areas. Recon missions were no exception. Despite his recent absence due to injury, his squad didn't want to see him leave. I am the best fit. It wasn't baseless confidence. If he got lost, he could repeat the day. This mission was favorable for him. Avoiding danger was his specialty. It's an order, 4th Squad Leader. The platoon leader's voice sounded like a plea for rescue. Ingrid turned around. Rem was sharpening his axe. Ragnar reiterated he could go. The praying soldier muttered about trials. What a mood. It felt like they might revolt if he came back beaten. Were they always like this? No, they weren't. When he first joined, they weren't this involved with each other. When did this change? Did they struggle without me? Even Big Eyes shook his head. But what could he do against orders from above? While his squad members were troublemakers, Ingrid wasn't. I have to go. He exhaled deeply and spoke. It was a decision from above. Disobeying wasn't an option. He could escape by any means, but there was no need. With Ingrid's words, the mood settled. It was natural. Even if it was just a title, he was the leader of this 6-man squad. Do as you wish. Rem snorted. I can still go. Ragnar persisted, but it wouldn't work. A scout who got lost even inside the camp? Impossible. Ingrid wondered how Ragnar had survived his wandering. Had he really traveled to the Eastern Sea? Or had he just gotten lost and ended up there? A reasonable question. But he didn't ask. Ingrid always kept a reasonable distance from his squad. If they didn't want to talk, he didn't ask. That was squad leader Ingrid. All right, fine. The 4th platoon leader turned away. He walked lighter than when he came, as if a burden was lifted from his shoulders. As the platoon leader left and he cleaned up, a minor commotion began in the tent. Are you practicing what you learned? Jackson, leaning on his cot, started the conversation. Jackson's cot was in the farthest corner. Ingrid's was at the front. Everyone heard Jackson's voice. Ingrid nodded reflexively. He had learned to train his hearing from Jackson and surpassed the repeated days, so it made sense to ask. But Rem's reaction was sour. What did you learn? Ingrid had learned various things from his squad members. From Rem, Ragnar, and the devout soldier, he had picked up survival skills for the battlefield. He diligently learned but didn't master them all, using them roughly. Perfect mastery was difficult. The heart of the beast was the only skill he fully integrated, but he had never learned from Jackson. What did you teach him? Rem sat up and asked. Keep it up. It'll help. Jackson ignored Rem completely. Rem's eyes burned with anger. This bastard. Don't. Ingrid grabbed Rem's shoulder. What did you learn from that sneaky guy? Learning anything might give you bad habits. Humph. Jackson chuckled. Oh, right. It's your time. Today's the day. Want to become monster food on the plains? Jackson ignored Rem's threats. Ingrid sighed and pulled Rem back. Take it easy. It's not like we're fighting to the death. Don't worry. I'll survive. That wasn't the point. Who's surviving? Oh Lord, may I send this faithless soul to you? If you permit. Ragnar and the devout soldier responded to Rem's words. Stop, stop, stop. I'll stop you every time you fight. Don't waste your strength on pointless things. Ingrid wondered if taking the recon mission was the right choice. Was it right to leave these guys? Don't worry too much. They usually don't go all out. Just clash weapons a few times and stop. Regresses said, counting silver coins from his pocket. That was the problem. Even those few clashes. To outsiders, it looked like they were killing each other. Despite being troublemakers, the commanders didn't discharge them. Why? Because of their exceptional skills. In battle, they were superior warriors. That's why it made sense for Ingrid to join the recon team. I'm not a loss to their strength. But these guys weren't. This realization hit Ingrid again. I have no talent. He had lost to a 12-year-old. Even if the kid was a prodigy. An adult couldn't handle the weight of a sword and lost to a child wielding it. It wasn't about pride. It wasn't a reason to be frustrated. It just made him reflect. Did he give up? No. He just acknowledged his limits and kept going. Was this the end? No. If he had no talent. Someday. If he couldn't take one step, he would take half steps. If he didn't stop moving forward. Ingrid never stopped moving forward. Feeling restless, he grabbed his sword and went outside. He needed to swing his sword and sweat to sleep. Ragnar followed him. Let's see your stance. I'm here too. Ram joined them. Their eyes met, and the tension was palpable. It felt like a storm would erupt between them. Practice consistently. It's better than sloppy swordsmanship. Jackson's voice came from his bed. Ram and Ragnar glared at him. Sloppy. Ram said. Swordsmanship. Ragnar continued. Didn't you both say you'd watch my stance? Ingrid stepped between them. After calming them down, Ingrid went outside the tent. He swung his sword, taking their advice and criticism into account. Another day passed, drenched in sweat. At dawn, he would temporarily join the recon platoon. He wasn't worried. He didn't think it would be difficult. After sweating, the mood had lightened. Ingrid, after washing by the stream, slept soundly. Company commander, why specifically send that guy to the recon team? The elf company commander noticed the first platoon leader standing by the torch stand. Move away from the torch stand. If it falls, there could be a fire. Pardon. Step aside. Yes. The first platoon leader stepped aside. The company commander's tent was larger and taller than regular tents. There was a torch stand in the center for light. There was also a rough table for meetings. They decided on the company's recon routes there. It was during one of these meetings that the first platoon leader asked. It was a reasonable question. The first platoon leader was also the company commander's adjutant, a long-standing tradition in the Cyprus Brigade. He's a perceptive soldier who knows how to find his way. He seemed suitable. Yes, I see. It wasn't a heavily weighted decision. It was an intuitive assignment. There wasn't a specific reason. If asked, she would simply say it felt right. The company commander's judgment was correct. Elven intuition was often sharper than a prophet's words. Chapter 23, Traces of the New. Listen for sounds that are different from usual, Jackson said. The recon team's departure was in the blue dawn before sunrise. As Ingrid gathered his gear, Jackson, who had been on the last watch, spoke up. All of a sudden. Ingrid asked, unsure of what he meant. You asked me how to avoid getting hit by a sword on the battlefield. Ingrid retraced his memories. The medical tent, the assassin's attack, the elf company commander, Krang, the fire. He had just returned from all that chaos to find his trouble-making squad fighting. No wonder his mind was scattered. He remembered asking that question just before dancing with death and the assassin. I understand how to listen well, but I can't stay focused on listening all the time in the middle of a battlefield. How do you dodge without looking back? Training one's hearing was fine, but it required intense concentration. Could he really focus on listening like that in the midst of a battlefield? It's difficult. Having tried it, he knew it might become second nature with practice, allowing for near miraculous movements against multiple opponents. But just listening wasn't enough. Jackson had been diligent. He hadn't ignored Ingrid's passing question and answered earnestly. And Ingrid was even more diligent. He never missed an opportunity to learn. You mean to sense the oddness? It's good if you can awaken a different sense, but that's not easy. So in a grassy field, listen carefully to the rustling of the grass and find the sound that doesn't match. Their recon area was a grassy field. The grass ranged from knee-high to waist-high. It seemed Jackson knew this and gave appropriate advice. As he listened to the detailed answer, Ingrid asked curiously, "Why are you explaining so thoroughly?" Jackson looked straight into Ingrid's eyes, as if to say, "You already know why." When Ingrid tilted his head in confusion, Jackson finally explained. "Because you're relentless." What? Where had this conversation gone off track? Why was he suddenly being called relentless? Jackson knew the squad leader's tenacity and passion for the sword. That's why he said it? But Ingrid had no idea. He was about to ask more but then closed his mouth. Did the reason matter? The trouble-making squad members were unpredictable. So reasons didn't matter. Here was someone to learn from, someone teaching, and teaching valuable content at that. Being pulled into the recon team, he could reflect on this and train while on the mission. Thus, he ignored unnecessary questions. How do I distinguish different sounds? Ingrid quickly erased any signs of confusion and got back to the point. Jackson's gaze was peculiar. It was as if he were looking at a three-headed dragon. Why? Nothing. Jackson continued explaining. What were odd sounds? How should one use their hearing? It was excellent. Ingrid enjoyed learning immensely and set off in high spirits. So that's how it is. Jackson continued to watch him with that peculiar look, but Ingrid didn't notice and turned away. I'll be back. He walked towards the outskirts of the camp for his recon mission. Watching him leave, Jackson thought. This doesn't make sense. He had recently seen the squad leader react to sounds from a considerable distance. His hearing range was quite wide. No one else might notice, but Jackson couldn't be fooled. It was just strange. Applying all the training methods he knew, how had the squad leader achieved this level? He has excellent hearing but is a novice at distinguishing sounds. It was as if he had intensely trained just to hear for a short period. But could that be achieved with mere training? If he had dozens of spare lives, maybe he could train like that. It's strange. The squad leader was truly strange. Regardless, Jackson had shared what he knew. And the squad leader would soon absorb it. Training one's hearing was hard. Distinguishing and categorizing sounds was just an additional skill. Returning to the tent after his watch, Jackson saw Ram lying sideways, smirking at him. Your eyes are annoying, Jackson greeted him. Ram smiled softly and replied. Have you fallen for the squad leader's charm too? Watching him makes you want to teach him, right? It's a fair trade. I owe him a debt, and I'll get equal value later. Equivalent exchange Jackson. That was his nickname within the unit. But even as he spoke, Jackson knew. Teaching the squad leader wasn't about getting something in return. It was an impulsive decision. Perhaps his recent impressive performance on the battlefield had left an impression. Jackson didn't think too deeply about it. Sometimes, acting on a whim wasn't bad. So this matter ended here. Fuck off, bastard. Acting shy like a girl. Ram laughed and lay down, pulling the blanket up to his chin and soon breathing evenly. Sometimes Jackson wondered. What gave that crazy savage the confidence to act like that? Go lie down. If you attack while I'm asleep, I'll split your head open. Rem, pretending to sleep, said. Jackson ignored him and found his spot. Arguing with him would only lead to more words. Damn bastard, never answers. As expected, Rem grumbled after speaking. The recon team's departure before dawn started off rocky. If we meet those Ajpen bastards, we'll crack their skulls. Got it? That was the recon squad leader's command. Ingrid almost asked what he thought recon was, but the squad leader spoke faster. Troublemaker squad leader, you're just a soldier now. If you disobey orders, speak up now. We'll settle it with our skills. Unlike some, I didn't become a squad leader by kissing ass. His tone was harsh. Ingrid wasn't angry. He didn't even feel particularly annoyed. He'd heard such insults countless times. Casual insults from those who didn't know him meant nothing. And he thought it better to quietly patrol and reflect on what he'd learned. Just bear with it. He seems to have a bit of an ego. A gruff, older soldier beside him said. Don't worry. Good. The soldier beside him smiled subtly, avoiding the squad leader's gaze. He had a pleasant impression. Let's move out. The team of 10, both recon and patrol, set off. Recon didn't always involve infiltrating enemy territory. This plain, known as the Green Pearl of the continent, was a vast grassland. To the east were gentle hills and a few modest mountains. But overall, it was a wide open area with no obstructions. To the west flowed the Penhanel River, the lifeline of Naurelia, which the enemy Ajpen Duchy also shared. Due to the terrain, ambushes in this plain were nearly impossible. So what did the recon team do? They scouted enemy positions and patrolled the area. Checking for any movements during the day or night. Watching for signs of enemy cavalry or any unusual activities. They also checked key locations. Of course, recon was dangerous. They could encounter the enemy at any time. Skirmishes between recon teams often escalated into full battles. But such incidents weren't frequent. They shouldn't be. Let's show the greatness of Naurelia's infantry. Ingrid thought the young squad leader was a fool, drunk on his own skill. Was he some noble's bastard? Or did he have connections in the command? He looked about 19 or 20. It was a rapid promotion for a regular Naurelia army squad leader. But compared to true prodigies, he was nothing special. The recon squad leader seemed to forget their role entirely. Some soldiers agreed with him. Of course. With your skill, a few enemies are nothing. Show us the strength that took down 5 mercenaries. This squad leader will be in for a surprise. It was obvious how this situation had come about. Recon soldiers had been injured, leaving them short-handed. That's why Ingrid and these idiots were here. Even so, these guys were below average. But there would be no problems. The recon route was predetermined. Patrol in a circle around the camp. The detailed route was up to the squad leader. Ingrid organized the information in his mind, hoping the recon squad leader wouldn't mess up. These are new footprints. The squad leader pointed to tracks. New were animals that roamed the plains in herds. They traveled in groups of 20 to 50. If we follow these, we'll feast today. Let's have a barbecue. Chase 20 new. The tracks weren't even new. They were gazelle. Well. The pleasant-looking soldier behind him murmured. He seemed just as dumbfounded, glancing at the squad leader's back with a smirk. On the first day, the recon team wandered aimlessly, searching for non-existent new. No animal would present itself to a noisy group. Damn it! The squad leader grumbled. If they had caught new, would he have really started a fire? It would have been a sight. A recon team trying to be stealthy lighting a campfire. Might as well shout, "We're idiots." It was probably fortunate they caught nothing. Before sunset, they found a spot with a hill and 4 large trees and prepared to camp. "Where are you from, troublemaker squad leader?" The soldier with the good first impression, who had been disdainful of the squad leader, asked. "Border guard. A professional soldier." Ingrid nodded. Border guard was a fortress city on the frontier. It had farms and merchants but was fundamentally a military city. Full of training facilities and professional soldiers. "I'm from a mountain village, good at hunting, but I was shocked when he called those tracks new. They were gazelle." Ingrid was just as shocked. They found common ground. The soldier's name was Henry. He had a gentle demeanor but clearly disliked the squad leader. "Tomorrow, I'll show you something interesting. The plains may seem pathless, but animals have their trails." After chatting for a bit, Henry quickly fell asleep. On his third watch, Ingrid recalled Jackson's lessons. He didn't hold a sword but mimed the movements, reflecting on what he'd learned. The duel with Ragna and Rem before the recon mission had been helpful. Strike from any stance. That was Rem's advice. He was training for that as well. Rem had shown him the technique. He had to train his lower body. Recon involved a lot of walking. Without horses, there was no choice. Walking is good. It was good for building leg strength. Despite only eating jerky, Ingrid didn't feel hungry. He was too focused on his training and techniques. His mind was occupied with what to do now and what to train in the future, his sword skills, Jackson's hearing lessons, and Henry's hunting tips. He purely enjoyed learning and improving. Of course, he also enjoyed applying what he learned. "When I return, I'll spar again." Throughout his watch, Ingrid practiced distinguishing sounds. He woke the next watch and fell asleep. On the second day, after sunrise, the recon team set out again. In the morning, Henry taught him to recognize animal trails. He listened to the sounds of the grass brushing against his legs. So much to learn. Ingrid genuinely felt this way. Henry's hunting knowledge was fascinating. He hadn't had the chance to learn such things before. This way. The recon squad leader led them into a field of tall weeds. Not bad. Despite his earlier bravado, the route was reasonable. It was one of the assigned checkpoints. But the squad leader soon shattered Ingrid's expectations. "We'll cut through the weeds and track the enemy scouts." How about it? Was he insane? Ingrid almost blurted it out but held back. What could they see or track in the tall weeds? How would this lead to finding enemy scouts? Instead of just checking for anomalies or ambushes. "Don't interfere. Not all squad leaders are the same." A subordinate spoke, trying to calm him. "Heh." Ingrid wasn't angry. He just wondered if he should let this slide. The decision was quick. He decided to let it slide. If things went wrong and he died, he'd reconsider the next day. If not, we'll just waste time and return. It wouldn't be a loss for him either way. Chapter 24, 3. The wind is blowing this way now, but see how these short grasses are bent in the opposite direction, and they form a circular pattern. Henry pressed down on the base of the tall grass with his foot, pushing it aside to reveal the shorter grass underneath. "You see the tracks here?" he continued. "Yeah, I see them," Ingrid replied while closely examining the ground. He understood now that Henry pointed it out, but finding these signs alone would have been difficult. They were in the midst of a field of tall grass. Looking around, all they could see was a sea of green. A traveling bard had named this area Green Pearl after passing through the plains during midsummer, signifying the lushness of the area. It made sense. This damned grassland was not a pleasant place for humans to navigate. The swaying grass would slap against their faces and eyes, while insects clung to their bodies and crickets and locusts jumped around them. In places where water had pooled, frogs could be found. Seeing the frogs reminded Ingrid of Frog, who had kicked him. Although Frog insisted that they were entirely different from frogs, Ingrid thought otherwise. Killing a frog in front of them wouldn't elicit a reaction, but threatening to burst their hearts would likely provoke a deadly response. One blow to the side. He had blocked it reflexively, but one blow was enough to knock him down. How long would it take for him to match Frog's strength? Not now, but could he one day fight Frog? He doubted it. Doubt was inevitable, not giving up didn't mean there was no doubt. But there was no time for doubt. He had no time to waste worrying about things he couldn't control. Ingrid dismissed the negative thoughts immediately. He couldn't afford to dwell on them. Spending energy on unsolvable issues was foolish. Thinking this, he refocused on Henry's explanation. The soldier, a hunter from the plains, was undeniably optimistic. He tolerated their foolish squad leader's actions and even urged Ingrid to be patient with him. Not that Ingrid had anything to tolerate, he was used to it. Despite the situation, Henry used his hunting skills to observe and analyze their surroundings. It was interesting to hear. There aren't many animal droppings. Why is that? Henry pondered. Is that a problem? Ingrid asked, pushing away the thick, long grass that kept falling over his head. This grassland may look like a useless weed patch, but it's actually a treasure trove for animals that feed on this grass. There should be more animal traces here, but they're scarce. Fewer animals. Why? Ingrid wondered as he picked off a bug clinging to his cheek. It wasn't a leech, but it extended something sharp from its mouth as if trying to suck blood. Seeing the bug and the obstructing grass made him want to grab a sharp sickle and cut it all down. "SHH, you talk too much," the squad leader said, glancing back. He frowned as a cricket jumped past his face but didn't complain. That's surprising. Ingrid hadn't expected him to whine about the situation since he had insisted on coming here. Despite being called green pearl, many of the grasses were tinged with a light brown hue, a sign that autumn was approaching. In winter, this lush grassland would disappear, leaving only traces behind. In the warmth of spring, new tall grass would grow, repeating the cycle. Death and rebirth. Was this the way of nature? What about his own repetitive days? Even though he tried not to think about it, the thoughts lingered. It was impossible to ignore the repeated days. But Ingrid had made a clear decision. Use everything. He didn't see it as a blessing. Even if it was a curse, nothing would change. After walking through the tall grass for a long time, someone tapped Ingrid on the shoulder. It wasn't Henry. It was the soldier who had stuck close to the squad leader. Our squad leader may seem childish, but he's got his reasons. He needs to make a name for himself, but they keep sending him on these recon missions, so he's frustrated. What a strange thing to say. And if you could forget about that asshole comment, I'd appreciate it. Odd timing, Ingrid thought. Even so, he accepted the apology. There was no benefit in creating tension during a mission. Sure. Thanks, you're a generous squad leader, the soldier said with a smile. His faded blonde hair and rugged face were the opposite of big eyes, making him quite unattractive. Nodding, Ingrid turned his focus back to his surroundings, a habit of his. At that moment, an unfamiliar sound reached his ears. A rustling sound, a hiss, and a crackling noise. What Ingrid had learned from Jackson paid off. That sounds different. The 10 members of the recon team walked close enough to touch shoulders but with enough space to see each other's backs. The sound of their movement through the grass was now familiar. But this new sound was different. It came from further away and was unmistakably the sound of people moving through the grass, mixed with the hiss of an animal and the rustle of grass underfoot. People. They weren't friendly. The tall grassland itself was not valuable. Its significance lay in the enemy territory beyond. Beyond this grassland was an open plain with no cover. Moving through it wasn't smart. Was there another squad leader as foolish as theirs on the enemy side? There are others besides us, Ingrid said. The soldier in front of him blinked. What? He looked puzzled, tilting his head and furrowing his brows. I think I heard something too, Henry added. What did you hear? The squad leader asked, stepping back to approach Ingrid. The enemy. No sooner had he spoken than they were attacked. Ping. Thud. Before the squad leader could react, an arrow struck the head of the leading soldier. Ingrid quickly assessed the direction of the attack and the type of arrow. A bolt. A short arrow, good for close range. It wasn't used with a longbow. A crossbow. The conclusion was clear. As the leading soldier's head was pierced, Ingrid shouted, "Get down!" At the same time, he grabbed the squad leader's collar and pulled him down. Ugh! The squad leader let out a grunt as he hit the ground. Just then, the sounds of pain and death filled the air. Front, right, left. Even if they avoided the first volley, death was inevitable. They needed to break through. They couldn't stop. Ingrid flattened himself against the ground and launched himself in one direction. Rustle, crack. The grass parted, alerting the enemy to his movement. As expected, a flurry of bolts followed. Foolish! Henry exclaimed, shocked by what appeared to be a suicidal move. Thwack! Luck played a part, but Ingrid avoided most of the bolts. One struck his left shoulder, but he saw the enemy. They had cleared some of the tall grass to create a space for movement. He saw a soldier in green clothing holding a crossbow. Drawing his sword, he advanced. Anytime, from any position. Executing the best attack. Ingrid acted on what he had learned. He closed the distance, pushing off the ground with his left foot and thrusting with one hand. The point of his arming sword pierced the air and slashed the enemy's neck. The sharp blade cut through the thin skin of the neck, sending a spray of blood into the air. The soldier clutched his throat and collapsed. Ingrid didn't stop. He moved left, dodging a spear thrust aimed at his chest. Pretending to advance, he halted, letting the spear miss. The enemy soldier's eyes, filled with a mix of excitement and fear, were visible. A soldier's eyes in battle. Crossbows, spears, green-dyed clothes. They were equipped for ambush. He absorbed this information quickly and took another step, slashing horizontally. The spearman dodged and countered with a thrust. Ingrid pivoted on his right foot and spun, delivering a thrust of his own. Combining attack and defense into one move. His sword pierced the enemy's torso, meeting resistance as it cut through the thick fabric of the soldier's armor. Grghhhh. The wounded soldier dropped his spear and grabbed Ingrid's sword with both hands, blood streaming from his palms. I can't pull it out. Quick decisions and actions. A rule for survival in battle. Ingrid let go of the sword and grabbed the fallen spear. Wham! Another soldier swung his crossbow at Ingrid's head. His crouched position saved him as the crossbow missed his head but knocked off his arming cap. The cool air hit his scalp. Ingrid drove the spear into the foot of the soldier who had swung the crossbow. Arg! Pain triggered a scream, which drew attention. A scream could demoralize the enemy. Ingrid twisted the soldier's knee, using a technique taught by the devout squad member. Though clumsy, it was effective. He grabbed the fallen soldier's short sword, stood, and positioned it against the soldier's neck. Grr! Before the soldier could react, he slid the blade into his throat and pulled it sideways. Squelch! The soldier clutched his throat, making gurgling sounds as blood poured out. He dropped to his knees, eyes wide in shock. Breathing heavily, Ingrid used the dying soldier as a shield, crouching behind him to catch his breath. One side cleared. They were surrounded on three sides, but now one side was open. It gave him a potential escape route if things went south. You're supposed to be a low-ranking soldier. Henry said, appearing behind him. That's right, Incread replied, still catching his breath. Henry shook his head in disbelief. This kind of skill is low-ranking. He muttered. Damn it, I'm just an asshole, the squad leader grumbled, his idiotic comment cutting through the tension. What was he even thinking? Stay behind, don't advance, the rugged-looking soldier advised, blocking the squad leader. That left 4 of them alive. The rest of the recon team was dead. About 20 enemy soldiers still glared at them. What the hell, one of the enemy soldiers said. He glanced between the dead bodies and Incread, who had killed 3 of their men. Incread didn't care about their shock. His focus was on surviving the situation. Crossbows were still a threat, and there were many enemies. I lost my sword. Run. Using the Valen mercenary sword technique, it was time to escape. Incread didn't hesitate, turning and sprinting away. Chapter 25, Tall Grass Field. Let's push through this grass field and follow the recon team's trail. What do you think? When I looked again, the recon squad leader's eyes were shining as he said this. Expectation, confidence, and a hint of tension mixed together. It was a new day. To cut to the chase, the escape failed. Incread opened his eyes and faced the new day by reflecting on yesterday. Where did it go wrong? Going east might have been a mistake. No, it seemed fine up to that point. Reviewing was Incread's habit. While fleeing east, he encountered the crossbow unit again and fell, bolts piercing his body. He writhed on the ground and died when a bolt lodged in his head. He hated recalling the pain from that moment, but if he didn't replay it, he would keep dying, and that was worse. Review and continuously search for the problem. Incread repeated his thoughts. Since I could hear it, I get the first opportunity. He caught a strange sound. What he learned from Jackson helped. Afterward, the heart of the beast made him view the situation calmly. He had to choose one side and break through. He failed, though. If I do it again. He felt he could do it. He had been unlucky to run into the waiting unit rather than being caught by the pursuing one. I just need to find the right path. As he was lost in thought, someone tapped his shoulder. It was Henry. Incread realized he had been too deep in thought. Just look around quickly and move on, please. What does he keep asking me to endure? You don't look well. Henry pointed ahead with his eyes. When he turned his gaze forward, he met the eyes of a rough-looking soldier following closely behind the squad leader. He looked like he was glaring, but he probably wasn't trying to start a fight. Considering he wants me to understand the squad leader, he seems to have some sense. He was probably thinking of finding an opportunity to talk to me properly. Judging that it wasn't the right time to speak, the rough-looking soldier averted his gaze first. Incread nodded at Henry and walked. He pushed the grass aside with his hand and entered. Soon, a familiar sight blocked his view. The tall green grass drastically limited visibility. Certainly, facing an ambush in here was bad. Risking your life to come in here was not something anyone would usually do. What if we didn't go in here in the first place? That wouldn't work. The reason this unit was here was to recon the tall grass field. What could they say if they returned without doing that? They noticed the enemy's ambush before entering? Even if they changed the reconning direction, the 10 men here would never agree with that. It was unavoidable. Most of the new today was always like this, but if you ask if it was troublesome. Not bad. He had only fought properly once. Henry had asked him how he could be the lowest-ranking soldier. The squad leader had belittled himself. Actual combat. It was just one battle, but that one experience was valuable. The heart of the beast didn't leave any room for panic. He used every opportunity to wield and stab with his sword. He predicted the enemy's actions and moved accordingly. He applied what he learned in between. Thump. His heart pounded. It felt like something thrilling pierced through his body. It's a good opportunity. Before setting out on the reconning mission, Rem and Ragnar had alternately evaluated his swordsmanship. What he learned from them. What he realized on his own. It was the perfect time to digest it all. Do you see here? The bent grass. Beast footprints. Ingrid was a man who knew how to use what he learned. He acted like he knew. Henry looked at Ingrid, rolled his eyes, and asked. You have hunting experience. He didn't. He had learned it from Henry. I just heard things here and there. He had heard it from Henry. After honestly answering, they continued with trivial conversation. While doing so, he quickened his pace and moved forward. He was right behind the squad leader. Ingrid was now assessing the recon team's formation. It was something he hadn't paid much attention to before. The squad leader was in the front, 2 on the right, 2 on the left. Right behind the squad leader was the rough-looking soldier. The remaining members followed behind like a rear guard. They're not just idiots. The formation was plausible. If the enemy appeared, it was a good shape for a response. It wouldn't help much if they met a unit armed with crossbows. In the failed today, the recon squad leader had stopped acting foolishly. He silently followed Ingrid's lead. Additionally, his swordsmanship was quite decent. The rough-looking soldier was a very skilled soldier. At least mid-level or higher. By Naurulia soldier standards, that's what he seemed. Both the squad leader and the rough-looking soldier. Both had good skills. Henry wasn't bad either. He walked with a short bow in his left hand and could shoot rapidly. Not that it was a level where he could survive a volley of bolts. Avoid the crossbow units at all costs. Ingrid deliberately stuck close behind the squad leader. The rough-looking soldier, perhaps watching the squad leader's reactions, didn't speak. Rustle. Hiss. Crackle. And he heard the same sound again. Duck. He grabbed the back of the squad leader's neck and threw him back. Last time, only 4 survived to escape. This time, he would save a few more. Ugh. The squad leader let out a cry as he fell backward. Enemy! The enemy shouted. Bolts flew in immediately. Meanwhile, Ingrid kicked the backs of 2 allied soldiers' knees in succession. Bolts whizzed over the heads of the fallen soldiers. Ingrid also spread his legs and lowered his body. A grasshopper, startled, jumped away in front of him. Ingrid rose using the rebound of his thigh muscles and erector spinae while throwing a knife. Ping! The knife cut through the air. It hit nothing, but the enemy flinched momentarily. A brief gap, enough. Whack! He lightly tapped the squad leader's forehead with his elbow. Pull yourself together, he said as he dashed forward. Pounding the dirt and grass underfoot, he drew his sword. He got into position and performed a one-handed thrust. All out. With the determination to pierce through, but without letting his muscles relax after the stab. How to keep strength while thrusting with full force. You need a sense for that. How do you get a sense? Keep doing it. You'll get it eventually. This was something Rem had said during training. Ingrid was now internalizing that here and now. Thwack! The tip of his sword pierced the enemy's chest. He twisted and pulled it out. The blade that sliced through muscles, nerves, and heart was withdrawn. He feigned a horizontal swing, then closed the distance and kicked the shin of another enemy soldier. The soldier was just about to aim with his crossbow. Ugh! The struck soldier involuntarily lowered his head, and Ingrid struck the back of the soldier's head with the pommel. Crunch! The move was like hitting a clumsy leather helmet with a blunt object. It felt like splitting solid green wood. After taking down 2, he saw a third charging, wearing a thicker cloth armor and holding a large round shield. Ping, ping, ping. Henry shot 3 rapid arrows. But the arrows didn't penetrate the armor. No blood seeped from where they struck. One poorly lodged arrow wobbled and fell to the ground. In his haste, Henry hadn't used the bow's full draw strength. Ingrid quickly switched his sword to his left hand and swung it. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade met the shield's edge. While it dented the shield frame, Ingrid's hand went numb. Harg! The enemy roared, bringing the shield down on Ingrid's head. Thump! A moment's distraction could mean death here. Panic led to death. That was the battlefield. The heart of the beast shone in moments like these. Its courage kept him calm in the heat of battle. Ingrid could clearly see the shield's downward trajectory. Observe carefully, evade skillfully. This was Ram's teaching. Observe and evade. There's no useless part of a sword. Use everything, from hilt to tip. This was Ragnar's teaching. Ingrid watched carefully and dodged at the last possible moment. Whoosh! The shield brushed past his nose, causing his hair to flutter from the wind. Huff, huff. The enemy, exerting his strength to raise the shield again, breathed heavily. Through the shield, he could tell the enemy was tense. The enemy's eyes, peeking over the shield, glared at Ingrid. Clashing with the shield would prolong the fight. Ingrid threw the sword, catching it with the hilt up and the blade down. He swung with full force, using his waist and knee rotation. Before the shield bearer could react, the move was executed. Whoosh, thud. The blade's tip jabbed into the enemy's eye. Blood and clear fluid streamed from the wound. Arg! The one-eyed soldier screamed. Due to holding the blade, Ingrid drew his short sword with his bloody hand. He then thrust it into the neck of the berserk enemy and pulled it out. Splash! Blood spurted in rhythm with his actions. The shield bearer collapsed with blood foaming from his neck. Over here. In a sequence of brutal scenes. Everyone watched Ingrid with their mouths agape. How many had he killed in such a short time? Ingrid retrieved his sword from the enemy's eye. Blood smeared up to the hilt. He wiped it roughly and moved. This time, 6 followed him. He had saved 2 more. What are you? The squad leader, sticking close while running, asked. Are you really asking because you don't know? He should run instead of talking. Ingrid ran east again. Along the way, he struck and killed every enemy he saw. He ventured deeper than before this time. I misjudged the direction. He was sure it wasn't the east. This time, he encountered 50 spearmen. A trained 50 spearman unit was at the platoon level. The 3 of them couldn't handle that. Losing the rest along the way, only the recon squad leader and the rough-looking soldier remained. We were unlucky. The rough-looking soldier said. Damn. The recon squad leader looked around and frowned. Ingrid. I'll take 5 with me. He steeled himself and charged. From the enemy's perspective, he must have seemed insane. Facing 50 spearmen? Charging at a unit of spearmen was sheer madness. Perhaps only knights or those in a knight order could pull that off. What was he doing? Seeing him wield the sword, they knew he could fight, but not at an extraordinary level. At best, he might be called a skilled soldier. Charging without regard for his own life wasn't normal. Thus, Ingrid killed 3 spearmen. And then died, skewered by a spear in the belly. Of course, it hurt terribly. He saw a long banner lying behind the spearman unit, and that was his last memory. Let's go this way. Killing the enemy beyond the grass field will be an achievement, right? Or should we capture them alive? Listening to the squad leader's words, Ingrid reflected on yesterday once again. Review. There's no way out to the east. Then it's north this time. Combat was a good nourishment. Even the 2 who disliked each other, Rem and Ragnar, agreed on this. Even Jackson had said the best way to train your senses was to fight for your life. In those moments of death, human concentration broke through limits. Ingrid was proving that with his own body. I've improved. It wasn't arrogance or overconfidence. Objectively, his skills had improved considerably. And they were still improving. In the repeated today, Ingrid died 9 more times in the north. He died 6 more times in the east. In the west, he died 12 more times. The battles continued. Skill didn't improve overnight. That was inevitable. But he could move forward step by step. Ingrid felt joy once more. He was growing even now. Because there was a better today than yesterday. Uaarg. Thud. During one of these repeated days, a fierce soldier's spear grazed his cheek. Previously, Ingrid would have failed to dodge that strike. It was a strike similar to the spear soldier's, but he avoided it. He didn't just avoid it. Countless battles had instilled good habits in Ingrid. As he dodged, he brought his sword down from above. A vertical strike. And at that moment, Ingrid felt something strange. Though he struck, there was no sensation in his hands. No, it was too faint. Even though he cut the enemy's arm, it felt like slicing through a rotten branch. It was that easy. On the other hand, the enemy's arm was cleanly severed and flew through the air. There was no sound. A flawlessly clean strike. The so-called cut with no feeling in the hands. The strike often achieved by those called geniuses. Ah! Ingrid was so surprised it broke his concentration for a moment. It was the first time he experienced this in battle. He keenly felt the weight of the sword in his hand. The thrilling sensation left him euphoric. Ha, really? It was too exciting. Covered in blood, he laughed. He couldn't contain his laughter from the overwhelming satisfaction. Crazy bastard. From the enemy's perspective, he was just a madman. Nevertheless, Ingrid died countless more times. And repeated today countless more times. In those repeated days, what he learned from training seeped into his body.